Hello, everybody. Vulcan Remnant Soup. How is everybody doing? Tiago Boothill. Good to see y'all. Got myself burgers. Nice. Also got new carts. New carts. What do you mean, new carts? Either way, cool. Burgers are always good news. Wax cartridge. Oh, okay. I see. Sorry, I'm not a smoker. I don't know all the bits and bobs. If it's not in a rap song or in the rap songs I've heard, I don't know it. But it sounds like a good time. Currently having breakfast with cheese bread. Nice. It's a pretty good breakfast. All right, so as far as updates go, um, towards the end of the month, we got a collab with Joshua. We're doing another one of those um, uh, Fall Guys Bang Boo tournament things. So that should be fun. I did edibles on Easter. It was 420, right? Got myself a new wallet as well. Nice. My wallet's Hunter Cross Hunter themed. But hello, Shante. Welcome in. Bit late. I was a bit late too, so it's fine. That is not supposed to be. That is not supposed to be going that frequently. Do you know who will be your teammates? I do, actually. Let me let me see here. I'll give you the inside scoop. Um, okay. So, I'm on Team A. A team rules. It is OK Muzzy, me, Miles Spur, Miles Spur, and Scotty. So, some of those you may recognize from the previous tourney. Miles per hour. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. All right, hold on a second. I gotta fix this stream elements thing. It is not supposed to be going off this frequently. This is a little egregious. Give me a second here. Timers. All right. Let me I see what happened. I see what the problem was. Okay. This should fix that. Uh, yeah, that was. I was gonna say like this. It feels like it's going way too frequently. And that's because it is. I set it for what I thought was going to be every like 45 minutes or so, and instead it was for every 2 minutes. So let's change that because that's gotta get fixed. All right. 53, 55. Okay. That should be fixed, and hopefully that'll take effect during the stream. Otherwise, this is going to be really annoying for you guys. Finding more goofy ways to make Ben more efficient. I believe I'm still friended if you want to see. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. I did dye my hair. Well, I bleached it. All right. Let's get into the game. Okay, so let's see. Friends. Let me see. Finally caught another stream. Nice. Glad to have you here, Clyfa. It's been a minute, but it's also been a minute since I've been streaming, so that makes sense. It'll be defense main. Defense main. There it is. Oh. Check info.
How can I help?
See what we got. It's a lot of attack, a lot of defense. Good crit rate and damage. Hell yeah, maxed out everything. That's what I like to see. Inferno metal, defense with extra fire damage. And it increases crit rate. That's pretty good. And then extra crit rate on that. So basically you're just building him to be like more critical. That's cool though. That seems like a good way to do it.
How can I help?
Bleach reference. Yo, is that a Bleach reference? Alright, so I figured we'd start with this flower event. It's recommended to complete main story. Oh, okay. Okay, then I guess we'll do the story first. The game's telling me not to, so we'll do the story. Fine. Can't wait for 2.0. Yeah, I'm also... So, are they gonna skip, like, straight to... Are they gonna skip straight to 2.0? Like, why is that the next thing that people are talking about? Is it just because they've, like, hyped it up? If I swap wood for B&B and use the team I'm experimenting with, it'll hit 100% crit rate. Ooh, that would be nice. Similar to a Lycon DPS build. Usual Brussels sprouts with pork belly and filet mignon. I've learned to make Brussels sprouts recently, and I think they're pretty good. Gotten into them. What up, pugs? Yeah, they're basically not making 1.8 or 1.9 and just going to 2.0. I see, the Windows 10 thing where they were like, we're skipping 9 and, you know, whatever. Yeah, that's cool though. What's up, Dancer? Welcome in. Alright, let's get this started. Vivian sent a message. Seems they've made more progress on the sacrifice issue. I wonder how Vivian's been doing. After Hugo passed, she's been busy managing Mockingbird. We haven't talked to her in quite a while. Wise, do you want to arrange a time to see Vivian? Sure. It's a very weird way to say she passed, or Hugo passed, instead of like when Hugo was thrown off a building and died. You know? Rest on the sofa. Oh. Rest on the sofa.
Spending money always feels so good.
Yo, Brandon. Thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. 9 months. The stream baby. Oh god, what's the stream baby going to be named? I wasn't prepared for this at all. Don't worry, I'll pick it for you. Nebuchadnezzar. That is your stream baby's name. After the king. Also for the flower event, I heard there's agent storyline spoilers too. I think I've done all the agent spoilers, or the agent stories, except for, unless, if Vivian has a new one, if Vivian has one, then I haven't done hers. But I've done all the others. I always forget Bulma voice is here. Yeah, Bulma's always here. Channel really is a baby boomer channel. It's certainly getting that way right now. Have you started the plant event yet? I have not, because it said I was gonna start with the plant event, but then it was like, do this first, so Now we're doing this first.
Lord Phaethon, this time let me.
Vivian? Vivian?
I didn't disturb your sleep, did I?
Haven't caught up to the story, so I'm dipping. Alright, Boot Hill. See you later. Good luck with the story catch-up stuff.
When I got here, the other
Hugo
Lord
and Vivian
Phaethon
don't
said
have
you were
agent
resting on the couch
storylines.
and just let me in.
As the main story epilogue acts as theirs. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we have seen a lot of them already. Yo, that's creepy. It is creepy. I feel like this was their like way to cater to you know, the fan base, the people who are like, "Oh my god, I just want these girls to love me and want me so bad." But you know, that's the reality of it, is you wake up with them just like, you know, stalking you, I guess. It's a choice.
I meant to keep you company while you slept, but then I dozed off myself.
I think I need to move the camera over a little bit. Oh, other way. There we go. It was like partially out of frame. There we go. I've seen so many people are playing the new game called Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Yeah, I saw that. I have no idea what it is. Like I've seen everyone's like, this game's great, but I have no idea anything about it. Vivian and Trigger are hardcore stalkers. They constantly stalk Phaethon without their permission. I feel like if you give your permission, then you're not really stalking anymore. You know? It's a philosophical question. If that were Hugo, I'd punch him in the face. Certainly for someone you're not, like, in a relationship with, if you wake up and they're in your room and they weren't there before and they're just asleep, like, next to you on the couch, I'd be like, okay, so boundaries have been crossed. 100-line Last Defense Academy, made by the Danganronpa creators, also out. Okay. Turn-based RPG. Interesting.
I was going to sit here looking super cute, hands cupping my face. You know, like the #1 sleepy face I want to wake up to pose. I can't believe I ended up falling asleep myself.
Ow. Got like a splinter or something. Oh well. So she literally was like, I'm gonna be exactly the kind of girl that all the incels online really want me to be. You know? Like, just being like, I want to be like an object instead of a person. Yeah, the person I usually watch is planning on doing a Let's Play tomorrow. I say it's interesting also. Interesting name of the Claire Obscura Expedition 33. It's certainly a unique name. It doesn't sound like a lot of other games. Like, there were so many games for a while that were like, you know, Arena of blank or Battle of whatever, and it was like, alright, these are all the same thing. My friend Min Ton plays the character with the second most lines. Nice. Belle and Wise are clearly not people persons. They miss so many basic norms for relationships to the point it sometimes risks their lives. Yeah, they're, you know, they're protagonists, so they don't get the choice to just be like, you need to leave me alone.
Vivian, are you sure
One of
you're
her alt
awake?
lines is literally,
That
notice me,
sounded like
Lord
sleep talk.
Phaethon.
I'm sure
Wow.
sleeping in that position couldn't have been comfortable either.
No, Lord
Turbo
Phaethon.
simp.
I was just worried that I had disturbed your rest. Just being able to see you sleeping peacefully is already the highlight of my day. No, my entire month. Though it is a bit late, but...
How does she reconcile the fact that Phaethon is me and Belle? Like, is she hoping for a throuple situation, or is she just interested in Wise?
Good morning, Lord Phaethon.
Because if it were... Theoretically, if she were addressing Belle, it would be Lady Phaethon, right?
You're here super early today, Vivian. Is there something urgent?
Miss Old Rena, this new one doesn't sound like a ghost or like a protective maid. Yeah, I mean, with every recast, you're gonna lose something that made that character what it is. But
Mockingbird's death has stirred up quite the storm.
just think
I
this is
took
all
some time
funny.
to gather intel.
You seen the story art? She's horny for both. I mean, I saw the story art from before. Probably was into both, but doesn't want to reveal her freak yet. She seems totally fine revealing her freak. She was literally, like, drooling on me while I slept. I do hope that our chosen player Phaethon becomes playable at some point. Yeah, I don't particularly care about playing as the siblings in combat. I don't know. They're not personally that interesting looking to me, so I don't really care to play as them, but
It seems someone
that's just
deliberately
me.
leaked the story
I know
that
there's a lot of
Hugo
people
is an
who are
illegitimate child of the Ravenlock family,
interested in that.
but I haven't found the source yet.
Could it be Hugo's uncle, Hartman? Maybe he's trying to turn people against Hugo and Mockingbird by playing the illegitimate child card.
I suspected that too. He could be using Hugo's background to make people believe Mockingbird is just another Top's pawn.
I prefer to play as Eus in the Hollows instead of Belle or Wise. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. Have like an overclocked Bang Boo as an agent. I mean, I guess Rena kind of has that. She has her 2 Bang Boo, but
To the upper class, Mockingbird may be insignificant, but it has a loyal following among regular folks. But after some digging, I was surprised to find that the public isn't turning on Hugo. They're actually starting to see him in a better light. Some people feel bad for him. Some relate to his struggles. And Hartman's the one getting all the heat.
some people feel bad for him, some relate to his struggles, and a lot of people just really, really want to fuck him. Like really. Perhaps the writers decided to use Lord regardless of gender, just like how people use actor, and the word actress seems to have become extinct. Yeah, that's fair. New Kaleda VA needs some work as the most noticeable change. Yeah, I mean, no shade to any of the people who are coming into these roles, because it's a thankless job one way or the other. They're never going to be able to like really take credit for it, and the backlash is going to be huge one way or the other. But I knew we were all going to miss out on something with any recast, but like Katie had just such a unique voice for Kaleda that I was like, there's no way someone's gonna be able to match that, you know? It's a bummer. I want Belle and Fairy to fuse, that way we get both. Like Vegito, Valeri, or Fail, I guess. What's up, Overgaming? Welcome in.
Public outcry against Hartman is growing, with many believing he murdered Hugo for his own selfish gain.
Hopefully they do what they did to Sakaku and have the third VA that's closer to the original. I mean, I preferred they just keep the original Sokaku in the first place. Because, again, no shade to any of the new people, but I think the original voice was just perfect, and it's just not going to be as unique, you know?
Tops is hosting an industry summit this week, a responsibility usually handled by the Ravenlocks. But my sources tell me another family has taken over this year at the last minute. If I'm not mistaken, Tops is intentionally keeping its distance from the Ravenlock family due to the current public sentiment.
This is a time I gotta give a shout out to the soundtrack for this game for giving their bass player a lot of work to do. Like, this track is basically just all bass and like a little bit of guitar strumming. It's nice. I play the bass, so whenever I hear like a nice bass line, I'm like, yeah.
Based on our past experience with Hartman, he's not the type to sit back and let anyone mess with his power or interests.
And that's what worries me.
Fellow bass
Hartman,
player.
in all likelihood,
Yeah, bass
must
players
have taken the
unite.
sacrifice core. And now that he has this bargaining chip, who knows what kind of deal he'll strike with the Exaltists.
I'm not very good, but, you know.
Sorry for interrupting. Can I borrow Wise for a minute?
The only major upgrades we've gotten with VA replacements were Billy and Lucy. Their new VAs do insanely well. I don't think I actually heard Lucy very much before she got switched, but I'm gonna have to agree to disagree from what I remember. I do prefer Michael Schwalbe as Billy. I like that he was lower in tone. It made him a little more intense, but he still captured that, that goofiness too. Which, again, nothing against Clifford Chapin. He's doing a great job as well. But I do like the original Billy.
Oh, no problem at all. I'm sure you have important faith in matters to discuss. Take your time. I'll just be waiting outside.
Wait! Don't go outside,
Oh, don't mind me, Lord Phaethon. I wanted to browse the videotapes anyway. I'll be right here. Just let me know when you're done.
Thank goodness Vivian didn't walk out the main door. Lycon's been pacing around outside for like half an hour and scared off at least 5 customers. He's stressing over what he did to Hugo in front of Vivian. But he really needs to talk to us. Maybe you should go speak with him first?
He's stressing about how he fucking killed that guy, threw him off a building. What kind of tapes would Vivian be into? I want to say she would be like, one of those things where it's like, oh, she's probably into spooky stuff and vampires, but then she's actually like, no, I love like comedies and, like SpongeBob and stuff,
Sure, I'll go talk to him. At the end of the day, we're all after the same enemy. As proxies, we should become the bridge between them.
Probably into anything that has to do with prophecy. I would think she wouldn't be into it, considering it's been so, like, traumatic for her. Why can't I talk to these people? Oh, this is just people being like, Hugo's the coolest. Alright.
Good morning, Master Proxy.
Good morning. Belle just let me know you wanted to talk to us and Vivian about something?
Yes, it's an urgent request from the mayor, one that directly affects New Eridu's safety. However, before we get into the details, as a former member of Mockingbird, I'm concerned about Miss Vivian. Hugo made many mistakes and betrayed the principles of Mockingbird, but I'm certain he didn't intend to put Miss Vivian or you in danger.
I don't know why they sometimes put things in different colors. Like, I get that's probably supposed to be, like, important, but it's also like, yeah, I would assume that's important.
I don't know Miss Vivian very well, and I was the one who took her companion's life. I might not be the right person to comfort her, but I hope she doesn't regret the choices she made, or lose faith in the path she chose.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I just talked to her and she seems pretty much fine.
Vivian doesn't seem down at all. In fact, she's been actively gathering intel. I think she's handling this with even greater calm than I
As
am.
much as I miss Nick, I think new Lycon's doing a fabulous job. He's doing a pretty good job, yeah. You know, it's the same thing with all the other recasts. I'm like, we've lost, you know, the perfection, even if the new thing is like good enough, if that makes sense. You know? Like, I agree they're doing a great job, but like it's like 95% versus 100%, you know?
If you're feeling bad about what happened with Hugo, it might be a good idea to talk to Vivian directly. From what I've seen, she's not as fragile as you might think.
That's reassuring to hear. I trust your judgment. You've always had a sharp eye for people. Would you mind coming in with me? I'd like to apologize to Miss Vivian in person.
Sure, but just to be clear, I'm staying neutral and not picking sides. You both have your own stance on this. As a proxy, I'll do my best to help facilitate honest communication.
Lycon's original VA felt a bit more casual and less overly fancy. Yeah, a little bit, I guess. Yo, did anybody out there manage to snag a Switch 2 pre-order? I managed to get the Mario Kart bundle pre-ordered through GameStop, so I'm excited for that. Howdy, howdy indeed. What's up, Egg? Welcome in.
I respect that. Thank you.
No, I'm good with my Switch Lite. I typically don't buy consoles right off the bat, but in this case, where the main problem I've had with the Switch is that it's so underpowered, shit lags in their games, I was like, I am absolutely going to want a Switch 2. Might as well get the Mario Kart bundle, since if I don't get Mario Kart with that, it's going to cost me like a fourth of the cost of the Switch anyway. So I'm just going to trade in my old one, plus the games that I don't need anymore, and some controllers, and like essentially just get it for free, you know? Good with my PS5, and I'll wait for the new Switch. Oh, I'll wait for the new Switch. Okay. I was like, bro, what? Like Switch 3? New game costing nearly $100 makes it a deal breaker. Yeah. No, I would not be buying Mario Kart if it were by itself, especially because I prefer physical copies. So like the fact that they're like, oh, physical copies cost $10 extra for no reason. I'm like, man, fuck that. But that's why I'm doing the bundle, because it's like $30 cheaper than if you were to buy both of them separate, you know? I just refuse to support Nintendo. That's fair. Yeah. For me, I'm just stuck in the PS4 and Switch Lite era, and I'm fine with that. And I do rather have physical copies of games I have. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I used to buy Sony and Nintendo pretty evenly, but now that Sony's putting most of their stuff on Steam after a few years of it being out, I'm kind of like, don't really need a PlayStation anymore. Because I was only using the PlayStation to play their like first party, you know, whatever you call it, exclusives. Honestly, the only way it would be worth it is if we got some kind of bonus, like if we got free DLC level updates for the next 1 to 2 years. That would be nice. Yeah, that would be ideal. Coming from Nintendo, probably not, but that would be good.
Miss Vivian, I'm very sorry about Hugo.
You don't have to explain anything. I'm also part of Mockingbird. Mockingbird stands on more than just gain, so it won't fall when fortunes shift. Hugo had his fixations and ambitions. I also have things I must see through.
I just can't stop hearing Moaning Myrtle when she talks.
I'm determined to get to the bottom of the Exaltists and the sacrifices.
And like, she's doing a great job. I love the voice acting on this character, but it's so Moaning Myrtle, you know?
Miss Vivian, as a former member of Mockingbird, you have my deepest respect.
Shit, I just checked Amazon and didn't. There is nothing new. I don't understand.
You have my word, whatever comes next. I would never harm you or Master Proxy. As for Hugo, please, accept my condolences.
I would never harm you or Master Proxy. As for Hugo, I fucking killed that bitch. My bad. No fresh Switch 2? Yeah, Amazon for some reason hasn't had anything Switch 2 related yet, which is like really weird to me. Like, I was gonna add that Donkey Kong game to my wish list, and it's just not there. Like, there's not even a listing for it, you know?
Condolences. That's not necessary. Mockingbird has plenty of tricks up its sleeves.
Scalpers were really at it, so GameStop
This isn't
then.
the kind of act that ends so easily. Wouldn't you agree?
GameStop was definitely... They're definitely dealing with the scalpers more than a lot of the other places. It said they were going to delete bot orders and scalpers. So... Vivian's voice can feel inconsistent at times. Sometimes she sounds pretty normal, but other times she sounds like a toy duck. Yeah, I mean, I can't really throw shade on inconsistency in voices, because that's just something that happens when you're doing a character voice, you know? Like doing my Patrick Warburton impression. Like, if you have to go high and do that impression, it's gonna sound weird, because that's, like, antithetical to it, you know?
You're right.
But...
I'm glad you guys are on the same page. But why do I feel like I'm being left in the dark?
But I think she's doing a really good job.
Master Proxy, I believe we all share the same goal. Uncover the truth of the Exaltists and the sacrifices.
It's gonna be PS5 all over again. If you can go to a physical GameStop store, that's what I would do. Because that's what I did. I just went to GameStop and was like, hey, can I pre-order this? And they're like, yes, you can. So that's probably the way to go. I went to the store physically because the website wasn't working. And when I called, they were like, we can't do it over the phone. So maybe try that. What up, Scorpius?
The mayor has tasked me with inviting you to take on this mission, and hopes we can work together moving forward.
If the mayor wants to work with us, I trust he will demonstrate his sincerity in kind. Mockingbird will not serve as a pawn for the powerful. That will never change.
Yeah, I can't imagine how difficult it is to keep such a high-pitched voice on for hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't get to use my high range all that often. But the times where I have, it's definitely like, I have to think about it a lot more than when I'm using like my normal voice, or going lower is kind of easier, I would say. You know, just because like with low pitch, you can kind of ignore certain weird things that happen with your voice, you know. Can see there's a GameStop store in Oregon, but my plan was to have it sent back to my home so I can bring back my Switch 1. Well, if you have a friend or parent or somebody who lives there, you could ask if they'd go pre-order it for you, and you can like Venmo them the deposit money or something.
Of course. While the mayor cannot handle this personally, he will make sure we have all the intel and support we need. Miss Vivian, I know you have your own intelligence network, but for some high-profile shady dealings, perhaps the mayor can provide you a different perspective. Please, take your time to discuss. If you're open to collaborating, I'll set up a call with the mayor so he can speak with you both directly.
Belle, Vivian, and I need to think this through carefully with everything at stake. It's not a decision we can make lightly.
Of course, I completely understand. When you've made up your minds, you can find me at the Ballet Twins.
I remember not being able to get a PS5 until 2 years after due to those scalpers. Yeah, it seems like Nintendo's trying to avoid that on this one. The way they were letting pre-orders go through their website seemed like it was done in a way that keeps people from being able to scalp as easily. And yeah, I think after all the PS5 stuff, a lot of the places that are offering it were like, alright, we can't do that again. Why? Should we talk to the mayor? True, at the moment our only intel on the sacrifices is what Bringer left behind. We don't know much else. Though we can get someone to help investigate, it'll take a significant amount of time, and time is something we can't afford to waste, so working with the mayor is a good option. As a member of Mockingbird, would it be against your values to work with the mayor? Mockingbird isn't just about going against authority. Mockingbird hopes that all people can be given equal opportunities and treatment, which is why we kill people and steal from them. I don't exactly trust the mayor, but I believe he's someone we can work with, at the moment at least. Couldn't even get a normal PS5 as they didn't have any in stock. Had to get a nearly 1K bundle. Oof. I mean, was it at least a bundle of, like, good stuff that you wanted? It seems you and Miss Vivian have made your decision. Of course. Please rest assured. When it comes to sacrifices, the mayor's interests align with yours. Or rather, we both want to protect the people of New Eridu.
I'll connect the call to the mayor now.
My dear friends, I'm glad you're willing to keep working with me.
It's always so funny. It's always so funny to me that the background song for this stuff is just this, like, trap beat, you know? Like, he's like, hold on, I'll call the mayor. And then they're just like... Only thing that was worth it was a second controller, everything else was useless. Damn. That sucks.
I'm truly sorry about what happened to Mr. Hugo Vlad. I didn't anticipate things would turn out this way. As mayor, I can't fully condone Mockingbird's actions, but personally, I had a lot of respect for Mr. Hugo Vlad.
Personally, I had a lot of respect for that murderer.
I looked further into Bringer's map. The sacrifices were created by an exaltist named Landon, who was active in Janus Quarter. Mr. Landon passed away in an accident a few years ago. Before he died, he was researching sacrifices and was said to have created a batch of serum that could turn living people into sacrifices. The problem was, the serum wasn't stable, and after his death, the recipe was lost. No one knows what happened to the exaltist in Janus Quarter back then, but it's clear that after the leader died, there haven't been major exaltist activities in the area. Bringer's map marks the locations where the exaltist's most successful attempts at creating sacrifices were.
The leader of the Exaltists in Janus Quarter died a few years back, and they haven't been active since. Could it be that Hartman was just acting on his own?
Unfortunately, that's not the case. My sources confirmed that Hartman had been secretly in contact with someone, and they only meet inside the Hollow.
Yo, what up, Neko Panda? Welcome in.
Is it possible it's someone from TOPS?
TOPS is a huge alliance of corporations. They wouldn't bother getting their hands dirty. Instead, they just sit back and reap the rewards. Everything Hartman is doing is to secure his place in TOPS and strengthen his power within the Ravenlock family.
I think we've only gotten 4 confirmed kills from our agents, not including Ethereals. Yeah, which is a little crazy considering, like, half of the agents are, like, soldiers or, you know...
If my guess is correct, Hartman Hartman has gotten in touch with the remaining members of the Exaltists that used to follow Landon, helping them create new sacrifices.
Yeah, did you see the new panda character on the trailer for 2.0? I did. I haven't watched the trailer, but I saw people posting pictures of him, and I mean, look, one more bear, and we can have the perfect team. I'm all about it. It's nice to hear Ben's new voice lines in the game again. Yeah, I don't know that I'm ever gonna get anything more like story focused again, but it's nice to pop up every now and then. It's a fun time. And usually because I have so few lines, they end up having me do NPCs and stuff. So those are always fun sessions, because they'll just be like, you want to try being like this old guy? And I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, how about you try being, this scared college student? I'm like, alright, I'll do that. So, it's fun. Hope he meets Ben at some point. They're gonna do... Dude, if Zenless is actually good, if it is actually good writing, they have to do the Predator slash whatever you call it, Predator slash Full Metal Alchemist meme, where they're, the big, like, manly handshake. They gotta do it. It would be great. So Ben does have new lines. In the flower event, yes. Which is why I was waiting to play it on stream, because, yeah, got some lines in there. But, nothing major, nothing story-wise, just some fun extra little stuff.
But what's in it for Tops? There's no way the Exaltists would just hand over their secrets about sacrifices to Hartman, right?
Only in the flower event, but I won't be telling what it was to avoid spoilers. It was funny stuff. Yeah, thank you. Because it was a really short session when we did it. I think we finished it in like 30 minutes. But yeah, I just tried some goofy stuff with it, and they were like, "Oh, that's really funny. We'll keep that." I don't think Ben's part of the event is available yet. I mean, I assumed it was, since how else would Neko Panda know about it?
A sacrifice outbreak would throw the city into chaos. And that's when Top steps in. Taking the public will see the mayor as incompetent, while Tops comes off as the real protectors of the city.
It feels weird. What feels weird?
And when that happens, public trust will shift towards Tops. And Mr. Mayor, you might find yourself in an unfavorable situation.
Still sharp as ever, Miss Vivian.
So, what exactly do we stand to gain from partnering with you? Please don't tell me you're doing this out of some noble concern for your citizens. I'm not some hero of justice. And I don't believe in lofty ideals or empty promises.
We have a common enemy. While our ideologies may differ, we can work together on this.
The mayor's like, but I genuinely am just concerned about my citizens.
And as proof of good faith, I may not know exactly where Hartman is, but I can fan the flames over Mockingbird's death and escalate conflicts within the Ravenlock family.
So it was you behind the rumors. No wonder I couldn't trace the source of the public outcry.
I'm not the one who started the rumors. I just helped them spread faster after they leaked. And I pulled a few strings to make sure the story painted Mr. Hugo Vlad as a heroic figure who was unfairly persecuted.
I still think the mayor won't survive long. Sooner or later he'll kick the bucket. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was like he dies and then, that lady in the red dress or whoever takes over. Was it a red dress or was it a suit? Whoever the evil lady is from the story chapters.
As I said before, I had a lot of respect for him.
Wouldn't surprise me if this is all a plot to overthrow him.
And I'd be happy to clear his name. Now let me lay out my terms for collaboration.
He's talking about clearing his name, but Hugo was genuinely a murderer. Right? Like, that wasn't made up.
After looking into it, I found that the dormant sacrifice you discovered wasn't the only one. There are more places where sacrifices might be lying dormant.
Sarah, though she's just a mid-level agent for the Exaltists. Yeah, but maybe that's the point. She's mid-level and she doesn't want to be, so she stages a coup and overthrows him, you know? It's weird that Belobog's not in this story. I guess. I don't know why they'd be involved in this part that much anyway.
Too many eyes are on me right now, so I can't send my own men to deal with it. I'd like to ask you to retrieve
Just because of the sacrifice thing, or... I think Belobog discovered the core. Yeah. I mean, that's true, but also, like, they are just a construction company. Like, if a construction company uncovered a nuclear warhead in the middle of their job site, they wouldn't still be involved later. They'd be like, all right, we'll hand this over to the FBI and then get back to work.
I'll make sure to dispose of them once you do, so no one will be able to use them again. On top of that, I've asked a friend to help monitor your physical condition, and maybe even uncover more of your potential. Her research overlaps with your teacher's work. You don't need to worry about her capabilities. She's a Void Hunter rank special investigator.
Really? A Void Hunter rank special investigator is going to be assisting us? And she's involved in our teacher's research?
Belobog will likely only show when we get more clues towards the origin of the corruption complex. Yeah. Or, you know, if there's some kind of event that involves, like, building a skyscraper or something. This is just what I think. Since Kaleda and Grace got a new VA, I assume there's more about Belobog going to happen in the future. That I don't know. I do not know anything about that. I assume it was more just they got replaced because they replaced the other characters, and then since that wasn't the priority, they got around to replacing the other people, you know? But I hope I'm wrong, because that would mean potentially more recording for me.
That's right.
But
she's heading to Janus Quarter for some business. I wanted to set up a formal meeting, but she declined. She prefers to assess things on her own, and will reach out when the time is right. She'll let you know the details then. So it looks like you both are on board with this commission and ready to help recover the sacrifices?
Okay.
This affects a lot of ordinary people in New Eridu. We'll do our best.
I know you won't let me down.
it needs more screen time, that's all I ask. Hey, I'm right there with you.
Given our positions, we might not be friends, but we're definitely not enemies. I'll leave the rest to you then. I've got to go.
5-star
Goodbye.
Ben. Yeah, just, that's all we gotta do. We just gotta get a campaign from the ground up, spread it all across the world, and have everybody write to MiHoYo when they're like, what can we improve? Be like, 5-star Ben, that's what we need. I guess Belobog and the rest of Season 1 agents will still appear until the start of Season 3. Once Season 3 starts, they'll probably leave behind less plot-important agents. Yeah, I mean, I know that's how gotcha stuff works, is just the longer it goes, the less the old characters matter. But I'm hoping Zenless is going to be more focused on character stuff, because people have been saying that already. It's like, it's using their characters more often than things like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. So, I don't know. I am glad the two of you have decided to continue working with us. With your help, we are sure to to successfully recover the sacrifice. I have other business to deal with, so please excuse me. If you require anything, please feel free to contact me anytime. Lycon leaves. Lord Phaethon, shall we head out now? Yeah, let's do it. I don't want to use you. Vivian's okay. I did her little demo thing. I don't dislike her, but I don't like her enough to want to play as her. Lycon and Ambi left their other factions to be with their original factions that are much better written characters. Yeah, I feel like
Nathan, thank you for trusting
we
Mockingbird
just
and me.
haven't seen enough of any of the other characters. Like, still know very little about Corin.
Dodge. Gotcha now.
Chill out, Lighter.
Has someone already taken the dormant sacrifice from here?
Miyabi, Nicole, Lycon, Kaleda, and Trigger will likely be the major reappearing agents as they all tie to the Hollow Zero disaster. Rift between Lycon's writing and the rest of Victoria housekeeping. I mean, Ellen got a quest and all we know is she's a high schooler. Yeah, there's definitely a gap between the agent stories from the beginning of the game and now. Like, the beginning of the game was all just kind of silly, like, oh, you know, day in the life kind of stuff. And now it's like, I used to have, you know, super soldier capabilities, and now I've lost all my limbs. It's like, oh, Jesus. We also know very little about Ben other than he used to wear glasses. Yeah, like, there's so much room to learn about all of these agents. I would just hope that they don't, like, totally throw that all away, you know? Yeah, we know Ben wears glasses, and we know he didn't used to live in New Eridu. We don't know where he used to live, but he said he moved there with someone. So maybe he has parents. Maybe they used to live in the forest as regular bears before they became Thyrans or something. I don't know. I want answers so badly. Anton would be the same thing. We don't know anything about his past. Yeah, like we don't know anything about anybody. It's crazy. Honestly, even if they didn't put it in the game and they just wanted to release like some comics about it or something, I'd be interested in that.
Or did the Exaltus decide to relocate it? No. If these dormant sacrifices aren't handled carefully, they could awaken and turn against anyone nearby. She wouldn't risk moving them unless it was absolutely necessary.
What we know about Victoria housekeeping is they were all orphans. Corin used to have a friend that sacrificed themselves to save her. We know that one of Rena's Bangbu looked like an old doll she used to own. Yeah. But, like, not much in the way of details for most characters.
Did she realize the mayor was looking into this?
Genshin used to have some cool comics. Well, I mean, if they're willing to do comics, I would buy some Zenless comics.
Did Hartman just make up this intel to get a shot working with us at Tops? I've been walking around forever and haven't found a thing.
The Ravenlocks have always been a shady bunch. No surprise they've gone downhill over the years.
I heard they were pretty loaded back in the day. What kind of business did they run?
I like that these two guys are young Tops employee
No clue.
and middle-aged
On the
Tops
surface, their
employee,
businesses seemed legit, but
and they
who
look
knows
like
what was
the
happening behind
exact
the curtain.
same guy. Just like with a different hairstyle, and the other one's got a tiny bit of stubble. I thought Rena's stories related to her being in a band. No, Rena's agent story was actually one of my favorites, especially compared to the other ones from the start of the game. Hers was like really emotional and pretty good.
Probably something with the sacrifices.
You still don't really
I
learn
mean,
that much
how
about
else
her,
would he know about the dormant ones left around here for
but
years?
it was well written. I didn't play or finish many of the 1.0 ones. Rena's is worth playing, I would say.
And he was so sure that even if those original sacrifices didn't work out, he had a backup plan.
I mean, I guess if you just want to watch Rena's, it's on my YouTube channel, the VOD where I was playing it, but it made me tear up because it was really good.
Backup plan? What could that be?
Well, that's beyond me. I just happened to overhear something while I was next to Mr. Edmund one day.
By the way, if you guys have not seen the movie Sinners, go watch it. Super good. It was a very good movie. The grandma that has a memory problem. We know Rena always attends on some kind of maid award. Yeah, that one. That was really good.
What's Topps planning to do with all these sacrifices, huh? For research? Do you think we'll ever have a normal life in the Hollows?
Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking.
All right. There's nothing here anyway. Let's leave the Hollow and report back on what we found.
Sinners was amazing. Still don't quite understand how they weren't affected by the link. Maybe it was a proximity thing. What do you mean the link? And Grace's isn't that good? Grace's gives you more of a look into who she is and what her past is, but I didn't think it was amazing. It's okay, you know. Nothing to write home about, but if you're looking for info about Grace, it's not bad.
And we'll make it just in time to clock out for the fieldwork shift.
Let's get out of here first.
After the two Topps employees left, Vivian appears visibly unsettled. Like how they were all linked together, well in sync. Maybe it was just the sun. Yeah, I mean, they had like a shared consciousness, but you had to be turned first to have that. Or are you talking about like the after credits thing? Because if you're talking about the after credits thing, yeah, I think just the two of them. Yeah, okay. I think the two of them just like ran away, which is why they weren't affected. Because I think it was just the sun. Lycon's story about guarding some rich kid also kind of meh. Yeah.
Hartman, that fool. He'll do anything to get into Topps, even if it means playing with fire.
It was still before they really got into their own because we didn't learn anything about Chinese past life in the old civilization. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It feels like it's... I don't know. It feels like the team who's making the trailers gets to make something that's more based on vibes than story, and then the story stuff ends up not really reflecting it as much, you know? You've seen The Rich Girl more, though. The new 2.0 trailer shows a new agent wearing the same school uniform. Yeah, I mean, Rena's would rank probably as one of the best, if not the best, agent story from 1.0 for me. But I don't know. I think they're all.
She's an
I think they're all
exaltist.
pretty good.
Human lives have never mattered to her. The more people get dragged in, the greater the danger.
I didn't feel like any of them were like a waste of time, I guess is what I'll say.
Vivian, you seem a bit frazzled. Who's this she you keep bringing up?
apologize for losing my composure. Please don't mind me.
I think Harumasa and Trigger's storylines are tied for the best. Yeah, those were... I mean, that's what I was saying of, like, the original 1.0, because they really stepped it up a notch once we got into the 1.3 or 4 area, I think.
The she I'm referring to is with the Exaltists. Someone I have a history with. That's why the moment I heard about the sacrifices, I felt compelled to uncover the truth. I never meant to hide anything from you. It's just that, for me, the Exaltists bring back painful memories. And I'm not ready to face them yet. So, Lord Phaethon, please give me a little more time. Once I've gathered my thoughts, I promise I'll tell you everything.
Sure, I'll stop asking. What's more important than an unspoken past is the person standing in front of me now. As for everything else, we can talk about it whenever you're ready to share.
Lord Phaethon, if we weren't in such a hurry, I'd spend 3 whole hours singing your praises.
Alright, easy there.
I'll make note of this and make sure to get it done before bedtime. First things first, let's track down those dormant sacrifices. The Exaltists have probably realized someone's after them by now.
Thank God she's got that umbrella, because she is probably raining under that skirt.
I wish we knew what Hartman's backup plan is.
Ooh.
I just can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. Healing engine fired up!
Anyway, it's almost 8:30 a.m. and I haven't slept yet, so I'll be heading off now. Jeez, 8:30 a.m. That's crazy. Good night, Nico, or good morning. Get some good sleep. 2.0 trailers have many different hints to new content. Hopefully with 2 new Obel squad members, we'll get an expansion to Scott Outpost or an entirely new military base. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what they do with it. Isn't there like a whole new location that we're supposed to be getting, or is that just rumored?
Hugo may have done terrible things, but he had his reasons.
Oh, I hear it. Where's that cart?
Mockingbird might be seen as the bad guys by a lot of
Is it
people.
upstairs?
But
Wow, loud ass cart through the floor.
Mockingbird is what put me on the right path. For the first time, I'm needed for more than just my curse.
Who's next?
Nothing here either. Are we too late?
Yeah, we'll be moving to the throne quarter of New Eridu, so all the 2.0 areas will be
There's
different
someone
part of
up
the
ahead.
city. That's cool. We're going to not China. But it's still in the same city, so it's like not Chinatown. Also, someone pointed out...
I knew it was you, Vivian.
Someone pointed out that Jane comes from Throne Quarter, so we'll probably get a new storyline with her and Seth. Cool.
Camille, what are you doing here, sis? Are you destroying the dormant sacrifice?
Vivian, don't call me sis. I'm not your sister.
Are you trying to stop the Exaltists?
She just completely ignored that.
I never left the Exaltists.
You know what Landon did back then.
Lord Landon did it for the Creator. His methods may have been extreme, but they were necessary.
This is the weird thing that always happens with anime stuff, where, like, they don't want to say what happened yet, So they'll just be like, you know what happened back then? You know the thing that happened? And it's like, you guys are talking so weird.
Back then, you walked away. You should do the same now.
Except Luminous Square already felt kind of like Chinatown. Luminous Square felt more to me like, more like kind of a beach town sort of thing. Like you're right on the water. Like, or like just kind of a port town, I guess, you know? You're right on the water, it's got a nice, like, shopping area. It felt a lot more rich than I would say Chinatown usually feels. Like, I recently just went to Chinatown in Chicago, and, like, it's nice there. It's a really cool place. It's great to visit. But you can tell, like, it's very old and doesn't have, like, a lot of, like, city money, you know? Not the way that, like, the Miracle Mile has. So it didn't feel very much like Chinatown to me, but I get what you're saying.
We didn't meet today. Take your friends and leave.
What's wrong? Are you being forced into this? I can help you.
Help me? Like how you helped her? Vivian, you're crying. You see me, don't you?
No,
You haven't changed a bit, Vivian. No need to hide your tears. I know exactly what's ahead for me. You've made your choice. And I've made mine. One last piece of advice. Stay out of this. She loathes you. I won't tell her we met today. Don't show yourself around us again.
Wi-Fi Peninsula, though, also has people in traditional clothing.
Camille!
Well, it'll be cool to see. Camille gives Vivian one last glance and throws a smoke bomb to the ground. The noise attracts some ethereals.
Lord Phaethon, watch out! I'll tell you what that was about later. Let's take care of the ethereals first. You asked for it. Hey.
Get him, Piper. God, she's so fucking strong, it's crazy. Vivian is based around the mythological race of Banshee, which are known for warning people of impending doom, which is why she can see the future. Yeah, it's kind of weird, though, that she's a Banshee, but she doesn't have, like, a crazy wail or, like, sound powers or anything, you know? After fighting off the ethereals, you search for a long time but don't find any dormant sacrifices. After deliberating with Vivian, you decided to leave the Hollow for now.
You've been gone forever. Did you run into any trouble?
The interesting thing, too, about Banshees is they warn people of impending doom, but in some versions of the folklore, they are themselves like a harbinger of death. So, like, if you see one, it's like, you're going to die.
We searched the coordinates the mayor provided. Most
Her
of them
whales
were
heard
already
moaning
empty.
for Lord
No
Phaethon.
dormant sacrifices.
Yeah, I mean, that checks out.
Camille, the Exaltists have been actively destroying the dormant sacrifices.
Why would the Exaltists go after the sacrifices?
I find it funny that her last name is Banshee. It's like a man having the last name Human. Her last name is just actually Banshee. Her name is Vivian Banshee. That's, I mean, I gotta call it like it is. That's lazy as hell. That's literally like if he was just Ben Bear. Like, what are you... That's ridiculous, man. But I guess also... Well, no, even Hugo is like... Even Hugo has sort of a more unique name. Like, Hugo Vlad is still very Hugo Vampire, but like... it's at least not literally just Hugo Vampire. It's, you know, I guess they probably just couldn't think of a famous banshee to reference, the way that, like, Vlad is a very vampiric name because of Vlad Tepes, like Vlad the Impaler and all that, but wow, that sucks.
I saw it too, but I can't figure out why the Exaltist would do this.
And one of them is someone I once knew. I thought she would leave the Exaltists after Landon's death, but she
To be
stayed.
fair, the Chinese have very literal naming senses. Yeah. I mean, Ben's name is very straightforward, but it's, I mean, that's crazy.
Wait, what did I miss? Why do you know so much about the Exaltists, Vivian?
When I was a child, I stayed with the Exaltists for a while.
When I was a child, I happened to be in a cult for a little
Back
bit.
then, Landon was one of the most respected figures among the Exaltists in this region. A lot happened, and after Landon died, I left. I can't turn a blind eye to the sacrifices.
Running out of ad snooze, so ad will roll in 1 minute 20. I was wondering why there had been no ads for a while.
I know all too well how many lives have been lost
yeah,
bringing
no
them
worries.
into existence. Ever since I learned a sacrifice
We will
had
just
appeared in Janus Quarter,
Plow ahead.
I haven't been able to stop worrying.
Since this is all, you know, it's gonna be all story throughout this, we're gonna end up with some ads in the story, but it'll be alright.
I won't let history repeat itself. That's why I asked Hugo to investigate, starting with the Sacrifice Corps.
She isn't actually a banshee, she's still dressed fancy like a vampire. I'd imagine a lot of it just came down to they were like, how do we make her look like a banshee? Banshees are usually just like wearing very simple, like, sheet-like clothing or nothing at all. So,
Vivian.
Please stop. I'm not looking for comfort. I'm just recounting the story for you to understand the situation. We've got bigger things to focus on. But when I do need comforting, I'll come straight to you. I hope you'll make time for me, Lord Vathan. Just so you know, I'm not the easiest to console.
just so you know, I'm not the easiest to console. I typically need 2 people to comfort me at once. And, you know, it works better if we're naked and in the bed.
Absolutely. If you're feeling down, we'll be here for you.
Okay. Back to the matter at hand. That conversation between those 2 TOPS employees back in the Hollow is still bothering me.
Honestly, Vivian kind of seems like a doily that came to life.
They said Hartman had a backup plan, and that got me thinking about some news that was quietly swept under the rug. Lately, there have been mining accidents in Ravenlock-controlled areas. Many workers have died.
The game in general has a lot of mythological themes and naming. Yeah, that's definitely true.
The families were paid off with huge settlements, way more than usual. No protests, no controversy, and the issue was buried.
Better that she's dressed or we'd see her horniness for Lord Phaethon in ever more detail. Yeah, that would definitely kick the age rating up a lot if it was just all of a sudden like, hey, this character is just naked all the time.
But considering the Ravenlock's financial position, why would they be so generous with payouts?
Even the animals wear clothes.
That sounds sketchy. Do you think those accidents were faked?
Precisely. I don't think those workers died in mining accidents. I'm planning to reach out to some old friends, see if they've heard anything about this. Do you have time, Lord Phaethon? My contacts are just near 6th Street.
Like one
Care
of
to
the
join me?
ethereal enemies is literally just named after the Greek god of death. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Sure. Let's go together.
And wasn't Trigger's like codename Chiron? Alright, back in. Let's head out as soon as you're ready. I am ready. Wuthering Waves was
An old
16
friend of
plus
mine
for a
said she has
second.
some new intel.
Woohoo, 16 plus.
She's like a mentor
That's
to me.
almost rated M. Well,
I
well,
learned a lot
well, if
about
it isn't
dating scraping on
you.
Internet thanks to her.
It's been a while since we've seen Rain.
Rain, long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Rain? So you're the old friend Vivian was talking about.
Yeah, Phaethon. Long time no see.
Rain, you actually know that Lord Phaethon is Lord Phaethon?
Rain, how did you discover this secret? Like, doesn't everybody in New Eridu know at this point?
No, I mean, you actually know Wise is Lord Phaethon.
I didn't know right away. One time, I needed a favor from Nicole. I only found out after meeting them.
So far, all the ones I've seen is Karen, Chiron, Phaethon, Thanatos, and Helios. Isn't there a lot? There's like way more than that, right? Obol Squad, that's like the currency that Chiron accepts. I feel like there's more. We talked about it on one of the streams, and there was a list of like 30 things. Isn't the name of the Hollows? A lot of the Hollows are like named after Greek stuff.
I mean, who would expect a legendary proxy to be running a video store for a living? Oh, by the way, your idol.
Apparently we're getting Orpheus. Yo. What if he's like Jigglypuff and puts people to sleep in combat?
Rain, let's not bring up old stuff. Lord Phaethon wouldn't be interested in that.
Rain's like, oh, by the way, show Lord Phaethon your X-rated fanfiction drawings of him.
Why are you all tense? Right. Lord Phaethon lives on 6th Street too, and might know your idol. Remember when you traced that post on Internet to 6th Street and actually went to check it out?
Orpheus is that dragon girl. I have not seen the dragon girl, but alright.
And you came back all bummed, spouting nonsense.
In the 2.0 trailer? Yeah, I've not watched the 2.0 trailer. I'd never watched any of this stuff for this game because I just want to like see it in game.
Like there was only a black cat at the location, and maybe your idol is actually a talking cat, or something
Vivian's
like
so
that.
dedicated to Phaethon, she made a custom disk drive with its own lyrics.
I think I know that black cat. It hangs around our shop now.
Lord Phaethon, please, let's drop this topic.
Vivian exposed in 4K.
Come on, Vivian. It's been years, and you still won't say who your idol is. If you'd just let me, I'd have tracked them down ages ago. I get it. You want to find the person who's important to you on your own. But you've tried so hard already. It's okay to lean on me a little, you know. I'm sure your idol won't hold it against you.
This is also so weird that, like, she's just casually advocating doxing somebody because she's like, well, you like them. I'm sure they wouldn't hold it against you.
I shouldn't have come to see you.
No, dude, that's not how that works.
What's wrong?
Rain, Vivian said you might have some intel for us. Should we get into that first?
All right, let's get down to business. Here's something I'm pretty sure about.
Alright, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
The Ravenlock family's claim that those missing workers died in an accident? Don't buy it. The last signal from those workers was near the Hollow. Then communication went dark. I think they were taken into the Hollow. And yesterday, I picked up that the Ravenlock family secretly hired some people to search the Hollow's perimeter. I caught a weird distress signal from someone and managed to track down the source.
Rain's a solo hacker. Having basic human decency doesn't entirely work. That's fair.
When I tried to reach out, the signal cut out completely. The last trace of the signal was near Lumina Square.
We defeat the creepy nuns instead, Lord Shang.
Finding someone in real life isn't really my thing, so that's where you come in.
Okay, we'll take a look around. You just said this is something you're sure of. Do you have anything you're not so sure of?
I dug up some info online, and one thing stood out. A few days ago, there were some creepy sounds coming from an abandoned warehouse by the port. The place was locked up, so no one could see what was happening inside. Not sure if it's related to your search. If you don't find anything useful around here, it might be worth checking out. Well, that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Rain.
Don't get all emotional on me now. I'm just helping out a friend.
So far, this is like the fourth agent that ties into an agent's backstory. Yeah, they've made all the factions a lot more connected, which is probably a good idea. Mr. Isle, Mega Man, out of you.
This one's on the house. Consider it payback for the favor you did me last time. But if you still want to find your idol, hit me up. I've been curious for what...
Alright, don't worry about it. I'll manage it myself. Stop being so nosy, Rain.
Nosy? Nah, just professionally curious. What kind of person is worth all this searching, huh? But honestly, whoever they are in real life, they've become a part of you.
Just encouraging stalking so hard. Like, if one of my friends was like, I'm gonna try to find the house of the person I idolize, I'd be like, yeah, don't do that. That's a bad idea. It's not cool. It's probably not really legal either. But this girl's just like, hell yeah, go find them. They are part of your life now, and they owe it to you.
You've come a long way in this search, Vivian. I much prefer the person you are now. So if you find this person, don't chicken out. Go meet them. People will appreciate you for
The way of
who
thinking
you
is
are.
probably why she's friends with Trigger and Vivian.
Rain.
I mean, the whole system of agents appears to be like, the requirement to be an agent is being totally willing to invade the siblings' privacy at any given moment.
I might not care about the real world or what it'll be like, but I hope everyone I know can live a good life. I'm counting on you to save the world, guys. All right, I have other business to take care of, so I'll leave the rest to you.
We've already saved the world quite a few times. Rain waves goodbye and leaves. Vivian mentions she knows someone who's really skilled at finding people in real life.
Lord Phaethon, please pay no mind to what Rain said.
So this is like forcing
That big
us
guy's
to
up
use
ahead. Let's hurry.
the new like hangout system. Privacy doesn't exist in New Eridu except in Internaut. So far, the only normal agent is Zhu Yuan, which is pretty crazy. You mean in the, like, in the sense that she's not, like, a weirdo? I made an awesome friend. My friend got ill before, and it was the manager who helped heal them. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yep, this little guy's Lucky Boo, my old boss at my previous workplace. Bought it at a discount store clearance sale. Okay, when I first started reading that, I thought she was like, this is my old boss. And I was like, how fucking weird would it be to go in, apply for a job, and this is your boss? But he was a terrible boss. Not only did he shirk on paying wages, he didn't take care of his bangboo either. Yeah, that guy. Really terrible. Then this little guy had a malfunction and the boss threw it out because he didn't want to spend the money. Really, it could have been fixed with just a simple battery change. Vivian's the best. Vivian changed my battery. The bestest ever. Okay. Yes. Yes, okay, what are we doing here? I know you love exploring, so tell me, have you come across anyone strange? I mean, someone who looks hurt, scared, and kind of trying to hide where there aren't many people around. Saw someone like that in the desert today. I don't think one Denny Boo can make it that far. Desert probably refers to the sand pit up ahead. Okay. In the sense that her backstory isn't insanity, complex, and depression, and she acts like a normal person. It's been included in this. I thought he doesn't invade privacy. Yeah. I would say Ben is one of the more normal ones for that reason, but I would also say the fact that he's a bear and an accountant, people are like, that probably kind of makes him seem like a weirdo. But certainly mental health wise, Ben seems like one of the more well adjusted.
I didn't know you helped it too. I knew Lord Nathan was the best in the whole world.
Weak man. Oh my god. Imagine you're an NPC in a game and you look above your head and your title is Weak Man. Brutal. Lord Phaethon, please stand back. I cannot be certain if he'll end up doing something extreme. I'm afraid he might hurt you. I'll try talking to him and see what's going on. The only reason Ben would break into the video store is if he saw Phaethon's terrible money usage rates and comes in to try to fix everything himself. Yeah, he comes in to audit them.
Don't take me back, please.
It'd be like that Twitter post, like the siblings ask Ben, they're like, please help, my family is dying. What can I spend less money on? And he's like, spend less money on Fairy. And they're like, no.
I was wrong. I know I messed up. I don't want your money anymore. Please, no.
Calm down.
Who are you? I won't say anything. Just let me go.
Burgerless Anby. Punished Burgerless Anby.
I don't know anything. I swear, I know nothing.
We're not PubSec, the HIA, or the Ravenlock family. We won't force you into anything. There's no need to be afraid.
What do you want from me then?
We simply want to know where the Ravenlock family took you and what they made you do.
I can't say. I can't tell you. I have a family. They'll hurt them. You never saw me. Please, just stop asking.
I have a weak wife and 2 weak sons.
Don't you wish to see your family?
I don't deserve to see them. It's my fault. I was greedy. I did this to myself.
But your family must miss you dearly. I'm sure they won't blame you.
No, it's my fault. It's all on me. I don't want to drag them into this.
If the whole ship is sinking, no one on board can escape.
That's not true.
I'm just a nobody. And right now, there's nothing I can do to change anything.
Vivian, have you not heard of a life raft? Because those are made specifically for if the whole ship is sinking.
If you care about your family and friends, now is your chance to stop the disaster before it's too late. Even a butterfly flapping its wings can send a tsunami surging across the ocean.
There's this really great Ashton Kutcher movie. It's called The Butterfly Effect. I think you should watch it.
No one knows how this will turn out. But if you do nothing now, the only thing waiting for you at the end will be regret.
Oddly enough, the only agent that seemingly has no background lore is Bernice. I don't think she has any origin. Her origin is that she is the incarnation of Party brought to life. Like Frosty the Snowman, somebody put a top hat on just like a party hat. Somebody put sunglasses on like a keg of beer and she came to life.
We're not here to turn you in, and we won't force you to confront them. You'll be safe with us. I'll help you return to your family. But you must tell us precisely what happened.
Hartman offered a huge amount of money, looking for workers to go into the Hollow to guard something. The money was way too good. We all kind of figured something wasn't right. I thought it was just smuggling or guarding some kind of illegal ether resources, so I signed up.
We learn anything about her in her quest? Not that I really remember.
After we sent in our applications, Hartman's men took us into the Hollow. The first place we went, there was a strange box. When we got there, they handed us some pills, saying they'd improve our aptitude for ether, for us to last longer in the Hollow.
And her agent storyline feels like it fits more for Piper. I honestly don't remember what happened in her storyline. I think I felt like it was boring, maybe, but that was about all I know. Remember you told me you didn't care for it. Well, then I guess I must not have liked it, but I can't remember why.
But after I took them, everything went fuzzy. Something was definitely off about those pills. When I woke up, I saw my coworkers dead in front of me. And there was blood all over my hands.
Holy shit.
They said something about me being a good experiment, moved me somewhere else, and locked me up. They wanted to inject me with something. I got scared and didn't know what was gonna happen.
They gave him, like, meth or some shit?
But then a blonde guy found me, gave me a carrot, and let me go. So I escaped. I didn't want to kill anyone. I don't know.
They, like, gave him bath salts and just had him go nuts on people?
It wasn't your fault that your coworkers died. You were just a tool in their hands.
Her storyline was just gambling and getting really lucky, which is what Piper's known for, so it was a bit strange. Yeah, that's what it was. It was just, the entire thing was just you going around being like, here, do this thing. Whoa, lucky, how crazy. And then she, like, won the lottery or something. Yeah, I remember that, and being like, this one's kind of lame.
Do you remember the place they first took you?
Makes sense.
Do you know what was in that box?
I only remember the first place was like a rooftop. I think it was on top of a tall building. What exactly was in that box? I can't remember. I'm not lying. Those pills they gave us, they make you hallucinate. I took just one and my mind felt like it wasn't my own. My memories turned into a blur. I'm telling the truth. I'm not trying to run from my mistakes. I just really can't remember what happened.
Give me just a second, everybody. Just thought of something I wanted to put up here. There we go. Just wanted to put that up before I forgot. Because technically the shop is closed, but I made sure to order a second batch of prints so I would have enough if people ordered more. So, leaving it up in case people are interested.
I know you're not
But
lying.
anyway.
We'll arrange for your protection. You can rest easy and recover, and your family won't be dragged into this. Once this is all over, you will be able to reunite with them.
You and Vivian contact Lycon. The mayor, representing Victoria Housekeeping, agrees to protect the worker and keep his identity confidential. Soon, Rena arrives and takes the man away, mentioning that the mayor will confirm the location.
Sometimes I wonder if you've had some kind of special training, Vivian. No matter who you're up against, you seem to analyze the pros and cons and make a judgment in no time.
Yeah, Wise, did you happen to recall that she's like a member of a criminal organization?
Actually, I wasn't always like this. I used to run away when things got tough.
Also, since the release of Ellen's agent storyline confirms older agents can get storylines, hopefully it means Caesar, Jane, and Yanagi get agent storylines. I'm kind of okay with people not getting them if they have, like, a huge story thing. Like, I don't feel like I really need agent storylines of Hugo or Vivian. We saw a lot of Caesar, you know. I don't know. Jane I feel like deserves one because we really didn't get to see anything of her when she's not undercover.
There was even a point where I just wanted to disappear. As if my very existence was the source of suffering.
I think what they should do if they don't want to do like an agent storyline for the A ranks, I think they should do a group agent storyline for the A ranks. So, like, you know, Ben and Anton do one story that's like the two of them, and that way you get info about them both, but you don't have like dev time taken up by each one of them separately, you know?
I wondered. Perhaps leaving it all behind could put an end to the pain.
It's hard to picture that. My first impression of you was pretty assertive.
Well, I was on a mission at the auction when we first met.
You also like to suck on my thumb while I'm asleep, so that's fairly assertive.
And just as Rain said, I've come a long way from who I used to be.
For A ranks, we massively need a Corin and Seth agent story. Yeah, like, we could have one for Corin. Wait, she's the only A rank of Victoria Housekeeping, isn't she? That's weird. Huh. I didn't think about that.
Speaking of Rain, it's quite a coincidence that you two know each other and are actually close. You even know one Denny Boo. That surprised me. We might have crossed paths without even realizing it.
Enough about me. Tell me more about you, Lord Phaethon. Where have you been? And what have you experienced?
Looking back, it feels like I've been through a lot lately.
Bro.
Belle and I even lost our Phaethon account.
Is he just about to tell
It's
the
a
whole
long
story of Zenless?
Starting with how the Cunning Hares took something.
Alright. So you walk along the river by Luminous Square with Vivian, you start sharing your stories. She's been to the Chaotic Hollow. She's been to all the places. It's time for food.
It should be
Feels
around
like such a
this
weird
area.
story.
Belle told me there's a highly rated store here.
Lord Phaethon!
What's wrong?
I've seen that black cat on 6th Street. That harmonica in the outer ring you mentioned. I've heard it before, too. I've even been to the monument outside Hollow Zero. But none of that was a coincidence. It was me.
The doves of romance.
Following you. And now I've finally made it to your side.
Bro,
Ever since I was little,
I don't know
I
about
have been
this.
seen as the bringer of bad fortune.
It would creep me the fuck out if a girl I was talking to was like, yeah, everywhere you've been and everything you've done, I've been following you, and finally we can be together. I'd be like, yeah. Give me a second. I gotta get my jacket from the car, but stay right here. I'll be right back. And then I'd just get in the car and fuck off.
I had traveled to many places and witnessed far too much misfortune.
We definitely have confirmed wife. I think we've definitely confirmed she needs to be in jail.
Every tear I shed brought disaster.
What the fuck?
I've heard too many curses to count.
Why does this look so low res? I mean, I guess it's just the art style, but like, Am I crazy, or does this look like a picture that's in like 540p?
I loathed my tears as much as I despised my own existence. Wherever I stayed, tragedy followed. I had roamed too many places, and each time, it ended the same way. I didn't know where I could go anymore. One night, I stumbled upon a post discussing me, whether they knew me or not. Everyone seemed convinced that I was the source of the curse. Some mocked me with cruel intent. Some wished I would vanish, and others speculated maliciously. It really seemed that my very existence was a disaster. In that moment, as darkness enveloped the city, I saw lights flickering to life all around New Eridu. So many lights. And not knowing where to go, I thought, if only I could disappear into those lights. I made up my mind. And right then, my phone rang.
I feel a bit more sympathetic, if not for the whole stalker storyline. Well, you know, sometimes you've just gotta murder somebody, you know, like Hugo, and sometimes you've just gotta follow someone around until they fall in love with you, like Vivian. These are the morals that you can take from these games.
I decided to take one last look. I wanted to know who left me my final message from this world.
Also, it's like, it's such a dumb thing, but like, what if she jumped off the building, she's trying to kill herself, but like her jet skirt won't let her, so like as she goes to the ground, it's just like lowers her. She's like, ah, damn.
It was you, Lord Phaethon.
Oof.
Huh? Me?
This is such a mess. Like she's literally being here like, you saved my life, you're my favorite, you're the best person ever, and I'm like, this is not a healthy relationship. I'm glad you didn't kill yourself, but also I can't be the only thing you're living for. You gotta live for you, not just me.
Yes. And I checked with the other Lord Phaethon. You were the one using the account at that time, but I know you probably don't remember it. After all, it was just an ordinary day, with an ordinary post and meaningless comments online. But for me, it was the night I finally realized where I could go.
I do like this piano track. Yeah, it's not bad.
I wanted to walk the paths you had walked, see the sights you had seen. And then, one day, share it all with you.
Just let the gooners fall for it. They're gonna get kidnapped and stabbed. They're gonna lose their kidneys. It's realistic, at least. People with such mental illnesses often glue themselves to the very few people that they care for. That's true, it is realistic, but it's not a good way for a relationship to go. Because, like, the one person can't live for both people, and it's exhausting being the one responsible for somebody else's mental state. Especially in a case like this, where she was, like, suicidal, it inflicts even more pressure on Wise or Belle, if you're playing as Belle, because if somebody's placed everything on you, and they're like, you're the one who saved me, if, like, you don't want to be with them anymore, if you want to break up with them, or if, like, you know, if you feel like it's not working out, then there's very much that thing of, like, if I break up with her, she might kill herself, you know? Like, it's not a good situation for anybody.
So, I have to ask, what exactly did I say in that reply?
So she basically said, chat, I'm gonna kill myself, and Phaethon came in and said, don't do it, bro.
Well, you'll have to figure it out for yourself. I'm not telling you.
Ugh, don't be like that.
You're putting my memory to the test.
So, Lord Vathan, thank you. Not only for that comment you made that day, which was a silver lining for me, but also for giving me the courage to become who I am today. The Vivian standing right in front of you now, Lord Vathan. I truly like who I've become.
We're gonna yeet to Chinatown and leave her behind. The wind skims across the surface of the water, lifting Vivian's hair and brushing it against her cheek. The lights reflected in her eyes dance and flicker, as if eager to share the stories of the past, both the good and the bad, and the happy and the sad. I mean, she really seems like she's just sharing the sad and the bad, but, okay. Emotions intertwine with the narratives, and you feel as though you're witnessing the past she has traveled.
Lycon just sent a message. There's an update.
To the video store. How long,
Wise, you're
How long
back.
do you guys think this will take me to play through, by the way? I have no concept of where we're at in this story, because it feels like nothing's happening. Which is very weird, considering part A of this was like just straight action the whole time, and ended with a guy just dying, you know? Vivian's obsessive, but she does understand privacy to an extent. Like, she isn't going to peek at you in the shower. I mean, she might. She seems like she would. The backstory with the Exaltist is the more interesting part. But Hugo's definitely the better written character. 4 to 6 hours, probably 3 more hours. You're about 35% of the way through. Damn. Alright. There's a lot of dialogue in this one.
Looks like Lycon's
All
tied
right.
up with something. He said I should just
Well-
chill until you're back, and then we can talk online.
You know what? Maybe I'll just stream long tonight. Because I don't know.
I'll call him now.
I don't know if I want to dedicate, like, several streams to this.
Master Proxy, Miss Vivian. The gentleman Rena brought back has stabilized and calmed down now.
5 combat sections with, like, 15 dialogue sections. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see where we get to, I guess. But, on Monday's stream, I'll be able to do a new sponsorship. So I was thinking I would do that. I also want to get back to God of War, because I want to see how that goes. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. I also had an idea for streams that I thought would be fun, potentially fun and interesting. But I do want to wait on that idea, just because I feel like it's going to take a little bit of planning, and I want to make sure that it's done in a way that makes sense.
Based on his account, we've identified where Hartman is hiding the core. He also mentioned that Hartman plans to trade the core with a group of people. We suspect that this group consists of members from the Exaltists.
Didn't know you played God of War. Which one are you doing? We're doing Ragnarok. We've done, what, like 3 or 4 streams of that, I think. If you want to catch up on my YouTube channel, that's where I've put all the VODs for it.
I knew it. Now that we have the location, it would be splendid if we could seize the sacrifice core before they do.
Precisely. We hope you can head to the location as soon as possible to secure the sacrifice core.
All right, we'll get there right away.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave the retrieval of the sacrifice core in your capable hands. The mayor's friend that he mentioned before.
What are you
will also
doing,
be assisting
Lycon?
you this time. The target coordinates have been shared with her, and she'll meet you there.
He's like, I'm busy. And I'm like, fucking doing what?
Please ensure your safety, and I wish you all the best.
Definitely don't forget to do the Valhalla DLC after the main campaign. If it doesn't come with the game, then I probably don't have it, so I probably won't do it. But if it does come with the game, then I will do that. Lord Phaethon will head out as soon as you're ready. We must obtain the sacrifice core before Hartman does. It's free? Okay, cool. Alright. Nope. Goodbye, Vivian. He's a busy butler. I mean, I guess, but like, I don't know. Doing what? You know? I feel like he could probably show up for this. Seems important.
Where's the sacrifice core?
Camille, you really think I'd stroll around with something this important? Plus, even though the Ravenlocks and the Exaltus have been working together for ages, I've hardly even met Lady Dina.
What if the thing they're talking about is just the demon core that they were working on during, like, the atomic bomb stuff that just, like, fried a bunch of people? Just walking around with it in his pocket. Most of his work is stopping Rena from feeding the guests. Vulcan used Vivian and Ben during battles. Yeah, I considered pulling for Vivian, because I do feel like having an agent who's good for, like, off-stage damage isn't a bad idea, but I just didn't love the way she played.
I'm the one offering the sacrifice core here. I'm curious what Lady Dina's got lined up for me in return?
I'm just here to verify that the core you mentioned is real. Once that's sorted, Lady Dina will give you a proper response. Our partnership isn't just talk. We need to be sure you have what we need before moving forward.
Sure thing. I'll take you to where I keep the core. Once you verify it's legit, have Lady Dina come over.
Vivian
We'll lay
made Miyabi
everything on the
really
table
fun.
face to face.
I could see that. Miyabi's good for having somebody on field doing stuff.
Alright, lead the way.
It seems Hartman is trying to bargain for more. What a greedy and insatiable man. It's just that... why would they only send Camille for something as important as the sacrifice core? And I can't shake the feeling that Camille doesn't want Hartman and Dina to meet. Why is that?
So this Dina they were talking about, is she
Vivian's
the leader of
definitely
the
a nice
Exaltists?
replacement if you don't have Yanagi for disorder. Just another viable S-rank anomaly agent. Yeah, I'm currently working on building up my electric team because they're by far the weakest. But now I'm kind of caught because I don't know who to upgrade. Because I've got Harumasa, Grace, and Chingy. And then I've also just got... I just got Rena as well. And I feel like Rena is probably a better choice than Grace, because Grace doesn't really seem to do that much. But, I don't know. I'm starting to hit that point again where I'm like, I'm running out of resources, so I'm gonna have to grind to shit to be able to do that.
Kind of. Lord Phaethon, I really think we should hurry. We must get to where Hartman keeps the core before anyone else does.
Bench Grace. Alright. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
I've mapped out a shorter route, but there will be ethereals along the way. I'll leave the fighting to you, Vivian.
Don't worry, Lord Phaethon. You are in capable hands. I'll ensure your
Chingy Rena's
safety.
perfect. Okay.
Ethereals! Stay away from Lord Phaethon!
I'm in. Be gone!
Ugh. That was
Looks like
disorienting.
Hartman's trying to negotiate for more leverage. Let's get out of here before we're spotted.
Whoop.
Let's keep moving, Lord Phaethon.
Wait, push-ups are out of stock.
Who's next?
What do you mean out of stock? Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here. Push-ups. Where are we at with the push-ups? Word is temporarily unavailable. Why? Why is it unavailable? Stand on one leg is available. Blind is unavailable. Huh. Yo, Vulcan, if you are still there, I think maybe we left off some of the... some of the rewards from the last time we were doing something. If you could turn those back on, that would be helpful. Push-ups are there, just more expensive. Didn't know they were capped. I added a limit, I think, of some of them where it's like 1 or 2 per person per stream, just because some of the streams have gotten nuts. And I genuinely, now that I've stepped up my rock climbing to be like doing V3s and V4s, I genuinely can't do as many push-ups without it affecting the climbing, or just the push-ups being really fucking hard. Yo, that was sick. So, for my own arm health, I decided to cut back on it a little bit. Thank you, Vulcan.
Gotcha now.
But for push-ups for the rest of you guys, I don't believe there's a cap. So
They're still over there. Looks like they're arguing.
all redeems are back. Thank
This
you.
is our chance.
Appreciate
Let's
it,
hurry.
Vulcan. You became too famous.
No matter who has the sacrifice
I
core,
think I
Hartman
just
or the
am
Exaltists, it
I'm
would
out
be
of
really dangerous.
I think I'm just out of arm strength is more the problem.
Hand over what's in the box.
I was trying to give push-ups to the people in chat and it said out of stock.
We do this the hard way.
Yo, we're just fighting regular humans?
You sure talk big.
Well, sucks for you guys. You're gonna get absolutely
Let's see if you
aced.
can get past me first.
Let's hurry and secure the sacrifice
Imagine being a
core.
normal person
All right.
and you get hit like that with a fucking giant jet-powered pillar. Like, that would be... You would die so quick. Thank you, Shantae, for the hydrate.
So even proxies can get lost, huh? Now I'm really worried.
Ugh, thank you for the stretch. Slowly becoming gym rat. You are or me?
Lord Phaethon, the box is empty.
Honestly, probably not that much more painful than getting your spine broken by Ellen's tail. Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as you get hit in the head, you know, you're gonna die hopefully pretty quick. But you get hit in, like, the ribs by the pillar, I mean, you're just gonna die a miserable death.
So Hartman never kept the core here to begin with?
How did you even find your way here? Where's the core in the box? What did you do with it?
I'm the core in the
call
box.
this keeping the sacrifice core safe?
Just as everyone stands confronting each other, a voice comes from behind. It is I, the mayor. Or a plant.
Vivian, it's been ages.
Yo, who is this casual reverse pumpkin cosplay?
Dina! Oh my, you actually remember me. So sweet.
Doesn't matter how you die, if the brain isn't completely destroyed, you'll still be alive or awake for a few seconds before death. Yeah, but I think if you get hit in the head hard enough that it, like, instantly kills you, your brain might still be alive, but you're probably not gonna really feel aware of it, you know? The fuck, you can zoom in on mobile Twitch? That's interesting, I didn't know that.
Look at you, thriving. I thought you'd totally forgotten about our past. So, tell me, do you ever dream about the people you've killed? Are they crying in your head all night? Back then, I had no idea. You had no idea? While you were soaking up all that love from your daddy and everyone else, you had no idea what was going on?
Man, this has been like... 1.7 has been the update for just like the most catty, bitchy, evil women. Like her and Twiggy, like everybody in this update has had that same tone of like, oh, you thought you were so special. Well, go fuck yourself, you idiot. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, you just got here. Like, this is how you want to start out? Also, what is going on with the physics of that little zipper thing there? Because I thought it was supposed to be like a rigid, like, piece of metal, but it's wiggling around. Accidentally zoomed in, so all I saw was Lighter's ass for a while. Yo, Pugs' dream. 1.7's depression lane. It really is.
I wasn't...
Lady Dina, Miss Vivian didn't actually...
Camille, when did I say you could meet up with Hartman today?
Huh? Aw. Yo, Pugs, if you're watching on mobile, Clyfa discovered the secret hack. You can zoom in on Twitch mobile, so you can be just staring right at Lighter's ass when I'm playing as him.
I just
Can live your
wanted to make
dreams.
sure the sacrifice core is legit. I was worried Hartman might try to pull a fast one on us.
So I think I can increase the size of this a little bit. There we go. Let's go!
Really? So loyal. I thought you'd be more like the old days. Just a few words from Vivian, and you'd be plotting my demise. Just like what you did with Father.
Once you get the scissors, Dina doesn't deserve that rose-shaped hair. She definitely went hard on the one specific design element.
I won't, Lady Dina.
Don't even think about betraying me, Camille. You owe me for what went down back then.
I know she's supposed to be a rose, but genuinely, all I can see is a pumpkin that's just been, like, inverted.
However, I do understand your worries. This core...
So odd that characters in this game are so ready to die. I mean, I don't know, man. If I lived in, like, a post-apocalyptic society, there's a pretty good chance that I wouldn't want to stick around for it.
It's fake.
No way! I got this straight from Hugo. It can't be fake. How can you just claim it's fake without any proof?
No way, I got it straight from that lying, murdering thief. It's starting to make me realize that ZZZ's NPCs aren't as unique as I thought, especially their faces. I mean, definitely the faces aren't that unique, but they do put in a lot of effort to their outfits, you know. Imagine going through all that effort for someone to be like, hey, Pumpkinhead. Actually, Cowboy Bebop, the movie, had a song in it on the soundtrack called Yo Pumpkinhead, and that's a great song. In fact, just so you guys can all enjoy that. Here we go. If any of you are fans of jazz or Cowboy Bebop or both, fantastic song there. From the movie.
Ugh, seriously?
Dina approaches Hartman and coldly inserts the core into an open wound on one of his subordinates. What the fuck?
The sacrifice core can max out the ether particles within human bodies in no time at all. But look at your little subordinate. How uncouth. He's making noises like some animal. Can you shut him up? So annoying. The masterpiece Father made for the Creator isn't this worthless piece of junk you're holding.
So, the real core.
I'm gonna lie, I would love an agent that's just constantly an ass to anyone that's not on his side, just constantly throwing insults and jokes at them. So basically you just want like Spider-Man. New banger dropped, let's go. That entire... Any of the Cowboy Bebop OSTs all have fantastic music on there. Highly recommend.
Vivian, where do you think the sacrifice core is really at?
It truly is an American cult. Weird Christian death cult.
No. If I knew where the real core was, I'd destroy it without a second thought.
It's a little Heaven's Gate or Jonestown.
Dina, you understand what the sacrifices are. And you know those who were blessed should not have to endure such horrors. Oh? They shouldn't have suffered those horrors?
I know she said horrors, but it sounded like she said they shouldn't have suffered those horrors. Also, their hair color and eye color is inverted. She's got red hair, purple eyes. Vivian's got purple hair, red eyes.
Weren't you the one who decided if they'd be blessed or not? If it weren't for your tears, how would they have encountered such misfortune? How self-righteous, Vivian. Their fates were in your hands. It was you who brought disaster on them. Landon just needed an excuse. He needed someone to blame.
Could one of you just, like, tell me what's happening real quick?
Whether I shed tears or not, he'd treat living beings as mere subjects for his sacrifice experiments.
I'm going to be resting a little bit. We'll be in and out of consciousness. Yeah, get some sleep. You were just on a plane for like 20 hours. You should be sleeping for like the next 4 days.
Dina, you know all of this. Landon even went so far as to sacrifice you. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Father did it for his great cause.
Yeah, she drank the Kool-Aid.
Vivian, why do you always mess everything up for me? Everything!
Redhead's dad died and she wants to continue her dad's messed up legacy. I mean, Kaleda's not like that.
You did it before and now again!
She's just more well-adjusted about it.
You just had to ruin my plan. I was so close to fulfilling Father's last wish. If you don't give me the sacrifice core, be prepared to become food for the ethereals.
Why do people still think that that's gonna work? 'Cause, like, everyone's always like, now you're gonna die because of these ethereals, and it's like, no one ever dies from these.
I told you I don't have the sacrifice core. Otherwise I would have destroyed it already. Lord Phaethon, find the right moment to retreat. She can be quite unpredictable when her temper flares. Oh, really? You don't have it? Then I suppose there isn't a reason to keep you alive.
Oh no. Are you gonna send a few ethereals after me? Please, anything but that. As Dina finishes her words, several explosions erupt, followed by tremors in the ground, signaling the rapid approach of numerous ethereals. Hartman runs away. Oh no, what am I gonna do?
Ethereals are coming.
What the hell? Alright. What the fuck? Wanted to shoot Dina in the leg. What's she gonna do? I mean, honestly, never underestimate the power of a good gun.
Surprise attack!
I pledge my honor!
The killer is unstoppable! Stand behind the yellow line!
Going the extra mile.
Alright, Piper, finish him off. Easy peasy.
Away from Lord Nathan.
Oh,
There are so many.
four. Four of them. Yo, what?
It's ink.
This... Is this fucking Sai from Naruto?
Shun Palace, good fortune, closed gate, safety.
What?
An evil miasma gathers
I like that
here.
she's also like,
Another place of conflict.
what the fuck? What are we talking
If you
about?
wish to avoid disaster, then head southeast.
Nani the fuck?
Now!
Thank you.
So I'm guessing she's another Void Hunter.
Finally, peace and quiet.
Dude, we have
You must be wise.
too many white-haired women with yellow outfits in this game. Or just in general, too many white-haired women in this game. It's getting ridiculous. Noodle arm mommy. Her powers are cool though. I mean, if she plays cool, I'd probably play as her.
Mayflower mentioned a special partner might need my help.
May I ask, who are
Keep
you?
in mind that's the average speed of all agents. They can't fight that many at once, but all agents can dodge just as quickly against a Thanatos. I mean, I don't see why they... I wanted to fight all four of those. I feel like that was gonna be a fun fight.
I'm the 13th generation master of Yunque Summit. You can call me Yishuan. Mayflower passed along your info, and I was curious what kind of person you are, so I came to see. At first, I thought it
Okay.
might be a hassle, but your energy feels really calming. Quite nice, actually.
So, you're the investigator the mayor mentioned.
Yes. He also asked me to be your temporary teacher and offer you a bit of
Kind
guidance.
of monotone. Yeah, I mean, that's the you know, not stereotype. That's the kind of trope for the strong female, though, is the like, I'm gonna talk very confidently but calmly so you know I'm in control.
Guidance? What does that mean exactly?
Unfortunately, this isn't the right time or place to talk.
But yeah, I will say between her, Trigger, Soldier 11, and Anby, We have 4 female characters with white hair who all sound relatively similar. Like, they're all very, like, chill, mellow, you know. Trigger's blonde. Oh, I guess she is, like, platinum blonde. I just imagined her with white hair, I guess. Either way, I know that, you know, they're all Obel Squad people, but I'm, like, getting a little tired of seeing all the same yellow and black with bright-ass hair.
I have some investigation work to catch up on, and it seems you've got quite a lot on your hands, so let's part ways for now. I'll find a good time to visit you soon.
Just saying, we could, it's a theory Anby might be a clone of Yizhuan. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but I'm also like, we just did a whole thing with clones. We don't need more of that.
I'm so sorry, Lord Vathan. I'm just not feeling very well. I think I'll head back for now. I'll investigate the sacrifice core and reach out once I find something.
You don't look so great. Let's get out of here and figure things out later.
All right. Lord Phaethan's probably gone back to rest, and I'm like, Vivian, I literally have not moved from your side yet.
Lord Vathan, are you going to rest now?
I can head back later, Vivian. You seem a bit off since we left the Hollow. If you want to talk about what's bothering you, I'm here. Sometimes it helps to get it out.
I like how you pronounce Yizhuan. I mean, that's what she said, right? Yo! Poppy the Pudding, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Had as soon as I join. Yeah, I think it is ad time, unfortunately. So, sorry for the ads, everybody, but yeah, thank you so much. Everybody, go follow Poppy the Pudding. Yeah, thank you. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? Time to get another 50 polychromes, boys.
I didn't mean to keep
I assume you guys were doing more Zenless as well. Hope stream's going well. We just wrapped up the new story quest. Cool. That is what we're doing currently. So, but yeah, thank you so much. Everybody get some drinks, some snacks, whatever you need. If you got a raid and run, that's totally fine as well. If not, and you want to stick around, we're doing the story. And if you're interested in prints, I've got my link there pinned up at the top. That I will also be signing live on stream. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. I love your little emote there. The pudding. The flan. But yeah, we have been talking a lot about Vivian's stalker tendencies.
When I was little, people thought I brought misfortune, so no matter where I went, no one wanted me around for long. Then, one day, Landon adopted me and brought me to the Exaltists. There, I met Dina, who was so kind to me, treating me like a dear sister. She told me her father, Landon, was a great man who'd one day make everyone stop fearing the Hollows, so all life could live freely inside and outside of them.
I don't know that makes sense, though. Because if you live inside of a hollow, don't you, like, turn into one of the ethereals? I don't know. If I was Phaethan, I'd give Vivian a copy of my house key. I mean, she doesn't even need it. you just woke up and she was right there, so... Vivian may be adorable, but she's a professional stalker. Trigger's also a stalker. This really was the stalker update. You're gonna love her so much you won't worry about her tendencies. Hey, I guess, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Everybody talks about wanting a timid goth waifu. So if the one you get is a stalker, then I suppose it's what you get. Should tell Lucy that Dina stole her shampoo so she'll break Dina's kneecaps with her bat. Want to make it easy for her. She's been through enough hardship. That I will agree with. She's been through it.
Landon pick people for the blessing.
It's been
And
rough.
everyone in the Exaltus respected her greatly. Thanks a lot!
Yo, Sternal Seal. Thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome in. Henry, you need to see Vivian's trust event. She's so bad. Well, in what way? What does she do? Is her trust event like her trying to... Is her trust event her trying to, like... I don't know... steal something from you so she can, like, add it to her shrine?
Those who received the blessing would have a better ether aptitude, allowing them to enter the hollow freely without fear of sudden disaster. Back then, Dina would chat with me every day, always about the Exaltists and her father. But things between us shifted when Landon asked me to step in for Dina.
It's so weird that we're having this crazy heart-to-heart about her growing up in a cult, and the backdrop is just like some guy's yacht for some reason. Mostly I want to know where Vivian got her stalking skills from. I mean, it must be her Banshee blood, you know? Because Banshees float around in the bogs of Ireland and Scotland, so, you know, must be that. Do have to go make some food, but I hope you have a great rest of the stream. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and go enjoy your food. Very much appreciated. Again, thank you. Always love a raid, and I do enjoy a good pudding. Flan or chocolate or otherwise. She's a girl. We all go through that phase once. Fair enough.
Landon told me I didn't only bring misfortune, and that if I listened to him, I could actually help people.
Yeah, I've never had a stalking phase. I don't know many dudes who have, but I think that's because we'll get arrested for it real quick.
After that, he'd take me to meet people, and if I shed tears, he'd give them a blessing medicine. Those who got the blessing could dodge calamities. At first, I was ecstatic.
You guys
thinking
seen
I
the
could
new
help
Void
others.
Hunter?
I shared my joy with Dina, but that was when she started to pull away from me.
You talking about the one in the story? Yi Xuan, or whatever her name is? We, like, just got through that cutscene. Yeah, I mean... I was just talking about how I'm tired of all these yellow-clad, white-haired women in the game. I want something a little different at this point, but she does look cool. I like her ink powers. Those look really cool. Vivian on our trust events. She steals your clothes to sniff them. Gets mad at you for stupid things. She gets jealous because there's always a lot of people around the proxy. Oh shit. That's some degenerate behavior, man. Stealing your fucking clothes. And not even in the way that, like, girls like to steal sweatshirts so they feel, like, you know, connected to the people, or, like, you know, they got a big sweatshirt on or whatever. Genuinely stealing them just to sniff them, that's, like... That's like shit you would get condemned for. We all kind of go through a stalking phase, but it's usually pretty tame. I don't know what you guys are talking about when you're all like, oh, we all go through the stalking phase. I never stalked anybody in my life. I don't know what the fuck we are talking about here.
Was that blessing medicine the same sacrifice serum Bringer had?
You guys keep saying we. I don't know. Maybe you should just be saying I.
Yes. To be precise, it was an early version of the sacrifice serum. Landon's medicine wasn't stable. The medicine Landon developed could boost abilities quickly, but also sped up the development of ether corruption. In the end, most people turned into ethereals, and a few became sacrifices, losing all human consciousness. The ethereals were killed while the sacrifices were given to the higher-ups of the exaltists. The exaltists wanted the sacrifices to hold human consciousness, so Landon's medicine was seen as a failure, and he gradually lost influence within the exaltists. One day, I saw Dina, and tears streamed down my face. In a bid to save his reputation, Landon decided to let his own daughter receive the blessing.
Still think if it's done comedically, it might be funny, but yeah, not healthy. I mean, sure. For the sake of comedy, things can be bad, and that can be funny. But, she's somebody that I would not want to date in real life. I feel like Anby and Soldier 11 are both clones of Yi Juan. Yeah, that's the thing, like... I just feel like we've done so much with Obols and, like... Soldier 11 and Anby and all of that stuff surrounding the clones recently that I'm like... It would just be nice to... If the next Void Hunter was, like... Not involved with them. I mean, in lore. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I just feel like we got a lot of that backstory already, and I would like to see different stuff. Like, I want to see the Void Hunter who's just, like, a flame on his head, or the guy who's got the, like, collar up to his face. I want to know about those guys, you know? I don't need to know about the soldier that was the first person cloned or whatever, you know? But she does look cool. That's the one caveat. I'm like, I don't care to know about her, but her ink powers are interesting to me. And, like, the fact that she's using it to do, like, summons, those are cool.
I had always thought that getting the blessing was a good thing, until I saw terror in Dina's eyes that day. That evening, I broke Landon's rules for the first time, and followed him out of the Exaltist residence.
Barry, or, Fell.
I trailed him to the Hollow, where I witnessed someone who had been blessed becoming corrupted. In the end, that person became an ethereal. Then, without hesitation, Landon killed him. Before Landon returned, I went back to the residence and snuck into his study. And there, I uncovered the truths I just told you. And just a few days later, it was time for Dina to be blessed.
It's actually interesting timing to play through this, because I just watched the Chilluminati episode on the Heaven's Gate cult. And I knew a little bit about Heaven's Gate because I listened to Captain Murphy's mixtape thing. It was actually Flying Lotus a few years back when it came out. Say a few years, it was probably like 10 years now. And he used a lot of stuff from the Heaven's Gate cult tapes in that mixtape. So it was really interesting, and I kind of learned a lot about it after that. But, like, yeah, just like kind of aware of a lot of cult stuff at the moment, and this is right in there. You know, Joyous and Sunbringer were great friends and potentially in a relationship, and they worked together to infuse Sunbringer's Bangbu with Joyous carrot data. Yeah, I mean, I just want to play as them because they look cool as hell.
I wanted to save her and stop anyone else from getting deceived. So, that day, I told everyone present that Landon should be the one to receive the blessing, not Dina. At first, Landon argued, and no one believed me. But, in front of them all, I looked at him and let my tears fall.
Vivian starts to recount what happened. She kind of already was.
Landon, please accept the blessing.
Vivian, you...
Why won't you accept the blessing? Were you lying to us?
Be pretty funny if one of them got stuck inside a Bangbu and nobody ever found out.
Ungrateful fools! You have no use anymore!
Liar!
Run! Run!
Dina! Dina, wake up! We have to go! Vivian? What's happening?
I like that this is the past and they're like younger, but Dina is still wearing like the exact same outfit. She just found her look and was like, this is it. Forever.
Listen to me. Lord Landon's so-called blessing isn't...
I will say, Landon has some pretty good drip, though. Oh, shit. How did that even happen? He's like somehow got the gun pointed directly into his own heart.
No, I was just...
Mom, I want to go home.
It's got nothing to do with us. This is just what happens when you don't accept the blessing.
This is just what happens when you don't accept the blessing. You get shot in the heart. Many people feel the same way about this patch. Feels like they're saving everything for 2.0. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. This is the continuation of the first half of the story, so I guess it's not that surprising that they're kind of holding back, but it is weird for them to be like, yo, look, all this stuff that's coming later in the year, this is the cool stuff. Anyway, here's the story.
Vivian, was this you?
That location doesn't even look like that would be fatal for him to be shot. That's like, he got like shot in the nipple.
Tina, I just didn't want you to accept the blessing. Everyone who does ends up...
Like, imagine an ultra-powerful ethereal like Nineveh was defeated by Lady Sunbringer, a small chubby Bangbu body. I do think a Bangbu agent would be pretty sick. The guy was just weak. Dude had 2 hit points and that gun shot him for 6. No death saving throws.
I just don't want to lose my father. You knew? If you knew what he's done, you...
He's my father. He's all I have. Stop being self-righteous, Vivian. You only ever bring misfortune.
I mean, I suppose I don't know what it's like to be, you know, to be indoctrinated or whatever, but like, I feel like if I knew my father was trying to kill and turn me into like a monster, I probably would not still be like, he's all I have, I love him. I'd be like, oh, fuck this guy. Love how Vivian looks like a little girl and Dina looks exactly the same. Yeah, like it's... I don't know, I guess maybe Dina was like 25 at the time or something, so she was pretty much done growing, but like, it is weird. Good genetics. Must be. Also, it's super funny that the auto mod blocked the term looks like a little girl. It's so funny. I don't even have it set to be like super punishing or anything. I think it's on just like the default.
I thought once Landon was gone, Dina would leave the Exaltists. I never expected her to continue his research, or that Camille would stay. Camille lost her entire family in a hollow disaster. So she's not a bad person. Oops. She's just someone searching for hope.
I don't know. She kind of seems like she's not great.
She joined the Exaltists very early on, and even watched Dina grow up. That day, she was just so desperate to save Dina that all these years, she's been following Dina, taking care of everything out of guilt, I think.
Like, look, people who get indoctrinated into cults are absolutely victims. You can feel sympathy for them, you can try to help them, you can do anything to try to fix it for them. However, you're not supposed to just, like, aid them in their cult activities and be like, oh man, it's so sad for them. 'Cause cults are bad, you know? And you're complicit then. Twitch can be pretty crazy, sometimes activating temp bans for too long of a chat text without the streamer asking for it. Yeah, it is weird. Twitch seems to do a lot of stuff that's like, hey, this is what you want, right? And I'm like, no, I never said that. Vivian broke from it. Yeah, Vivian did, but now she's trying to excuse people like, oh, they're not a bad person, they just care about Dina. And I'm like, if they're still in the cult and they're still helping with all the cult stuff, they're kind of a bad person.
But I didn't just fail to save Dina. I trapped her.
Like, victim, for sure, but in the same way that someone who's, like a drug dealer in the hood, because they grew up in the hood, and they're like, this is the only way out, and like, you know, they're a victim, absolutely, but they're also still knowingly hurting people by doing these things. So, like, you gotta take responsibility for yourself and get better. There was a video where Twitch streamers basically streamed nude and Twitch allowed it. I do remember that, when they were like, you know, well, men are allowed to stream with no shirt, so it's only fair that we let women stream with no shirt. And then it was like, yeah, surprise, surprise, that didn't go very well. Or the one where some lady, like, painted her tits green, like the green screen, so that she was, like, playing the game and streaming it on her tits, but, like, as a green screen. I was like, this is so, like, who is choosing to watch this instead of porn if they're horny? Like, it's so weird. Like, when am I ever gonna be like, I wish I could see titties, but also watch Fortnite at the same time? You know, like, I remember when people would money farm on Twitch just by keeping a stream on all night while they slept. Some of those sleep streams are funny, though, because they'll have stuff where it's like, I'm going to sleep, I'll be streaming while I sleep, and then I'll have these, like, loud sound effects or bright lights or whatever that you can activate. Those are funny.
I see misfortune approaching, but I can never change its course or avoid the bad ending. Maybe I really am a bringer of misfortune.
To be fair, I do think probably the move should have been just don't let men stream shirtless either. Or just be like, look, men and women are different. Sorry you can't stream shirtless. But, like, because Twitch is used by a lot of kids, so, like, you can't really moderate it as well as you would want to for some of those things. But Twitch always picks the weird middle ground where it's like, women can stream, Not naked, but wearing very small bikinis as long as they're in a hot tub, and then it's okay. It's like, it's the same shit. You're still doing the same shit. Like, you're just not letting it go slightly further.
No, you're not the one causing trouble. Whatever went down with the Exaltist, it was Landon who was pulling the strings. As for Dina and Camille, they knew the truth and they made their choice. The Hollows and the disasters they caused took more than just their loved ones. Not all survivors cling to obsession and hatred like those two do.
Lord Phaethon.
You need to believe in yourself, Vivian. From what I can see, you're handling this sacrifice crisis pretty well on your own.
Why context is important. It's what Twitch doesn't understand. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to moderate fairly a site that like 8 million people are using at any given second, but like, you know, it's ridiculous sometimes.
Besides, you told me you really like who you've become. I hope that you can believe in that at the very least.
Yes, that'll always be true. Thank you for listening to my story today. Years have gone by, but I've never had the courage to face all this. Maybe Dina and I were meant to meet today, so I could finally spill it all out. It lightens my heart a little, Lord Phaethon. You truly are a wonderful listener.
I guess.
Not just today. Whenever you're feeling down, know that I'm here for you.
Like a man in a beach shirtless is fine, but if a man is indoors twisting his nipples, then it isn't. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna go that far. That's, you know, not to spoil anything, but that was going to be my next stream reward. Was a shirtless nipple twisting stream. So, it's understandable, I think.
I will. It's been such a long day. You must be exhausted. I'll track down the location of the sacrifice core and let you know what I find.
Oh ho, so you're approaching me.
Good night, Lord Phaethon.
Wise fully validating Vivian. Yeah, I mean, she didn't really do anything wrong in that situation, but I feel like there needs to be a separate discussion where it's like, look, what happened to you sucks. You're a victim. However, stop breaking into my house to smell my underwear. Not a fan. After bidding farewell to Vivian, you head back to the video store. You see the collectible she gifted you on the table, and it stirs a flood of memories. You've been through so much lately. You hope the sacrifice crisis can be resolved smoothly, pondering the whereabouts of the real sacrifice core. And then you sleep. Wise, Vivian was in the store just now, but you weren't here. I was here, I was just asleep. You could have woken me up if it was important. It was about the sacrifice core. First time the sacrifice core appeared was at that auction, so she decided to try and find the security footage. It's possible more happened afterwards and we're simply unaware. If we can get the footage, we may gain new clues. Wise, if you have time, head to Lumina Galleria to meet up with Vivian. Okie doke. Honestly, while it's creepy what Vivian's doing, it's not as nearly creepy as Mr. Mole. Mr. Mole? Who's Mr. Mole? You talking about Mr. Rossetti from Animal Crossing? Earlier, Vivian exchanged information with an acquaintance in the auction house's lounge.
Shawl, I didn't expect you to be working here. Perfect.
The dude from Soldier 11's quest line. Oh man, her quest was so long ago. I don't even know if I remember that. Does Vivian count as sexual harassment? I mean, I would believe so. Also, her name is Shawl? That's crazy. I thought it was like a Swiss or like Nordic name where it'd be like Sjal, you know?
I was just covering someone's shift. The screening here is super strict, and I was afraid the supervisor would realize I was new and subbing for someone, so I hid in the control room during the supervisor's inspection. So I happened to bump into this guy, a blonde man wearing a hat, and I think he was checking some footage. Then he logged that footage into the tape he brought. Later, I found that part of the footage had been wiped.
Blonde, wearing a hat. Could it be Hugo?
That's such a leap. A blonde man with a hat. It has to be Hugo. Like, if they had said a specific kind of hat, or like a suit and a hat, or, you know, he has a rat tail or whatever, like that would have been one thing. But just being like, blonde, hat, Hugo.
Do you know him?
That's Ben. He's got blonde hair and wears a cool hat. He wears a hard hat. What's up, Kenny? There's only one blonde man in this city. Are there any playable blonde men? Is it just Hugo? Maybe there really is only one. The only other blonde man with a hat is the dude that gives us commissions. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm the crazy one. Happy Friday to you as well.
I think it's him. If it were Hugo... I think I know where he would hide the tape. Thank you, Shaw. You were a big help.
Great! You also helped me a lot when I started working. I used to make mistakes all the time. If it weren't for you cleaning up my messes, I would have been fired ages ago. So I'm happy I could help you too. All right, go ahead and do what you need to do. We'll catch up another time.
After saying goodbye to Shawl, Vivian leaves the lounge. Lord Phaethon, you're here. Someone I used to work part-time with just so happens to be covering a shift at the auction. New Eridu feels like it's about 13 people wide. Like, everybody knows everybody. It's crazy. You would think it's like a rural town in New Hampshire or something. The way everyone knows each other. I learned from her that Hugo once took some footage away with him. I think Hugo was planning something, so he hid the footage. But once I know when Hugo came here... Once I know when Hugo came here, I should be able to guess where he put the videotape. We are Mockingbird, after all. It shouldn't be surprising we have subtle ways of communicating, should it? After all, now that he's dead, what am I going to do about it? Once on a mission, we couldn't use communicators, so Hugo trained a few birds and put trackers on so we could communicate. But after that mission ended, we let them roam free. But I just checked their trackers, and one of those birds flew near the auction venue on the day Hugo took the footage. It still flies around here from time to time. The tracker only gives a broad area, but I believe this might be something Hugo left for us to find. If I'm not mistaken, the videotape's hidden wherever the bird is. Can't be sure which bird Hugo used. All the birds he originally trained had at least some black feathers. Oh, so just like 90% of all birds. Lord Phaethon, let's split up and search the area. If you see a bird, send me a picture. Yo! Look at that dog! He looks cool! Can I pet him? Let me pet the... Oh. Aww. This must be what ghosts feel like. Like, yo, I want to pet the dog. Oh. Sad. Soft and sweet ball of fluff. After sending a picture of the panda-colored chonk of a bird to Vivian, you get a negative answer. I wonder if it said chonk in the original Chinese. I don't feel like the penguin boo's gonna count, but you know what? Well, I'll just do it because I think it'll be funny. Not gonna lie, I wish Shawl and all the other NPC characters that can be hired at the video store would also give unique materials. There's no point to use someone that's not an agent anymore. Yeah, that's true. Chinese have chonk birds too. I mean, I know they have chonk birds as well. I just don't know. I don't know if that's a localization thing where they were just like, you know, fat bird, fluffy bird, something like that. And the American writer was like, hell yeah, chonk. Honestly, it's like one step away from being like, I doubt Hugo would use this big chungus, but in Chinese, chonk is chunk. Sorry, bad joke. I mean, hey, it literally could be. I don't know. After sending the photo of the penguin-shaped bamboo, Vivian responds with a long set of ellipses. Okay. Yo, what's with all the dogs roaming around all of a sudden? And why can't I pet any of them? This game is bullshit. Fuck you, old man. Whoop. Wow, how original, using a raven for secret communications. To be fair, translation can be a bit difficult. One of the Oval Squad members have had their mentions changed from male to female in Triggers and Soldiers 11's Trust events. Oh yeah, I mean, I know translation is tough. Like, I don't blame any localization team for the choices they make, because I feel like it's impossible to, like, do it one-to-one and have it sound exactly the same as they're intending. But, yeah. No, it's, the best localization I've ever seen is the Yakuza team. That whoever localizes the Yakuza games is fucking incredible. Like, their writing is so good and so funny and so, like, accurate to the feeling of those games. It's probably the best localization I know. Alright, we found the bird. Look through the boxes and find the recording, but it's been damaged because he trusted it to a bird instead of, like, a mail carrier or somebody like that. Although, actually, I can't really say that a mail carrier would do much better. One of the prints I sent out to people was, you know, it was ripped a little bit by the time it got there, which is annoying, but the main problem is that not all languages have the same words. Yeah, and they don't all have the same idioms, too, which is like a very big... It's a very big thing, like, relying on idioms, like saying, like, kill two birds with one stone. If that phrase doesn't exist in the country that you're, like, changing it over to, you just have to, like, completely make up some shit, you know, to, like, get it across. So yeah, no, I don't blame anybody. It's a hard job. Yo, what up, Ether? Welcome in. Also, how much does give condolences to Vivian's VA? I don't know what you're saying, to be honest. We admitting ZZZ localization isn't perfect? Oh, no, it's definitely not. I mean, you can find typos all over the place. That's kind of just what happens when you have a game that's constantly making new stuff and you don't have time to, like, really, you know, don't really have time to go through all that stuff. It's the main reason English is considered the most difficult to learn language if you're not a native. Oh yeah, because I mean, we have so many different tenses and so many, like, weird idioms, and, you know, so many of our words are just borrowed from other languages. Like, I totally get it. I would hate to learn English. I don't even want to learn another language as I am right now. And there's definitely some easier languages out there I could learn. Just playing some relaxing games and having some homemade breakfast sandwiches. Nice. What kind of breakfast sandwiches? Bacon, egg, and cheese, perhaps? I meant how much we give Vivian's VA our condolences. For what? Why would we give Vivian's voice actor condolences?
If I'm not mistaken, you and Vivian share the same goal. Silence is no good for negotiation.
For playing a stalker? Oh, okay. I don't know. It's kind of fun playing like a weird kind of bad person sometimes. Not to say that Vivian's like a bad person, really. She is a stalker, but like in a kind of the jokey way that anime will have stalkers. But yeah, I once played a weird, creepy, like sexual assaulting old man professor for like a live action dub of something. Sometimes you just gotta play the role you're given, you know? And that one felt a little uncomfortable, because like that one wasn't a joke like, oh, she sneaks in and whatever. That was like that was a villain. But you know, part of the fun of this job is you get to play a bunch of different stuff, so yeah, you do what you can.
I just don't want Dina to reach a point of no return.
Vivian and Hugo are both gray agents. They aren't evil, but they aren't pure good either. Yeah.
Hasn't she already reached that point with what she's doing?
Though I will say, Vivian's pretty much just good so far. Like, she hasn't really done anything. Where Hugo is a thief, and, you know, he definitely killed some people. Vivian mostly just, like, told people the future, and then they got mad at her for it, you know? So, I don't know. Her situation's a little weird.
The serum was lost, but a batch survived, and Dina was able to develop a substance that can be used for mind control. She's trying to combine the two to make sacrifices that would obey human commands.
Honestly, I get upset when actors that play villains get verbally bullied and abused online. Yeah, I mean, it comes with the territory. There's always going to be, you know, fans who are just crazy. But the internet certainly opened up a whole new fucking level of scrutiny that people didn't used to have to deal with. I mean, it's crazy that multiple actors in the Star Wars franchise have just talked about getting harassed to the point of wanting to kill themselves for being in a movie in a franchise that's like mostly not great, you know? Like Star Wars as a whole is probably like a B or C plus kind of thing, you know? So to be so upset about something that you're willing to like send death threats to people is like, it's insanity. It's terrible.
If the dormant sacrifice and the remaining Landon serum are destroyed, we can put an end to this. Dina's concoction can't create sacrifices on its own.
And the sacrifice core?
That belongs to the creator, not her.
Probably why the devs haven't revealed any of the new VAs for the agents, as to not risk them getting bullied for replacing the original VA. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, because like the original recasts of like Lucy and Sokaku, they just like didn't they didn't announce those. They didn't announce who's playing those characters at all. Or, you know, Sokaku, they didn't announce even the first person who was playing them. So, like, there is some weird stuff going on with that. Or, like, you know, Hugo or Vivian. Like, they're... We now know Lucy. Yeah. I don't know. They're just not releasing most of the names of the new characters, even when they're original characters. So, like, I understand it for the new people who are replacing old characters, but it is a weird strategy to be like, hey, you know, this character, new character, guess who plays them? You'll never know, you know?
Although I find Landon's methods
It's weird.
despicable, I can't deny that the Exaltists and the Creator are leading us in the right direction.
Yo, what's up, Blanco? Welcome in.
I just don't want Dina
Hello
to
there.
spend her life trapped by her father's mistakes.
I mean, no offense, but I find your protectiveness rather weird. I will confirm the location of the dormant sacrifice and find the chance to relay the information to you. I do not want any of my people to be going into danger. As for the sacrifice core, I can only guarantee that it will not fall into her hands. As for how things will ultimately play out,
The Creator will guide me.
Camille was actually destroying the dormant sacrifice?
Compared to Camille's motives, I'm more concerned about whether Hugo has more plans lined up.
I did not vibe with the new Kaleda. That does seem to be the opinion of most people. Yeah, it's just a bad situation, you know? I thought Katie was perfect as Kaleda. I think that whoever has to replace her is just doomed to be remembered as the bad version. And I think that's true of a lot of the agent replacements. It's like they're either okay or, you know, whatever, but I'm like, I don't know. It's not good for anybody. Hoyo already did record a whole character personality and voice without changing the VA after release. Yeah, you know, it's tough to know what MiHoYo's doing sometimes.
Hugo.
You know, this recast very clearly, it's done very clearly for a very specific reason. But some of the other recasts they've done where, like, there wasn't a strike or anything at the moment, it was like, don't know, that's really weird. Also, am I the only one that hates the changes that they did to Hugo's model? Before his scarf was around his neck, but now it sticks out of his suit, which makes it look like it's clipping through everything. Yeah. I mean, it feels like the scarf should be around his neck anyway. It would make sense, since he's like a vampire, you'd keep the bite hidden. Barbara from Genshin had a total turn of voice but kept the VA. That is interesting.
Wise, Lycon just sent a message saying he's got something urgent that he needs to talk to us about now.
I feel like they would remove the VA and do a new voice, not just like, you know, give it another shot. That's cool though. I as a VA myself, I would be fucking miserable if I got recast in something. So, you know, that's the better outcome.
Alright, let's patch him in.
Master Proxy, I apologize for disturbing you. We have just learned that the Ravenlock family will host a banquet tonight. This banquet is rather special, as they're allowing members of their family to invite business partners to attend. With Hartman at the center of controversy, There are many members of the family who are eager to use this opportunity to replace him. The mayor has been spreading rumors of a young tycoon who inherited a sizable fortune and is looking to partner with a person from an old and influential family. This information has lured a young man named Burton from the Ravenlock family.
So,
Burton.
You want me to pose as this tycoon and use Burton to infiltrate the banquet?
Correct. And Hartman's study is also located within the venue.
I see. Hartman's study might hold valuable information.
What are those asterisks? Oh, did you try to post a link? If you send that to, if you whisper that to one of the mods, like Vulcan, then Vulcan can send it to me or post it in the chat if he thinks it's fine to do.
It seems like there's nothing left for me to do.
You can attend as her +1.
+1? Lord Phaethon, please go with
Ah,
me!
jeez. Lycon, why you gotta do this to me?
Master Proxy, it seems Miss Vivian requires your presence.
I was just gonna have a relaxing night at home, playing some games. Now I gotta go to a banquet with my stalker?
Yes, just your presence will help me immensely.
Come on, man.
Sure. If we go together, we'll be able to keep an eye out for each other. I'll accompany Vivian.
It's gonna be weird when they replace Ben with Sarah Silverman. Hey, to be honest, wouldn't even be mad. I'd get it. Sarah Silverman's fantastic.
I'll send you the time and place for the meeting with Burton. If you encounter any danger, please evacuate immediately or contact me for backup.
Wait, do you mean Sarah Silverman would be doing the lines for Ben, or do you mean they would physically replace Ben's entire character with just a model of Sarah Silverman? Because one of those is significantly weirder than the other.
I hope everything goes well for you tonight.
So it'll come to 6th Street to escort us. Okay. Yeah, let's watch the video. Do some last-minute studying on the etiquette. Lord Phaethon Burton sent his location. Are you ready to join me? Yo, are we gonna get to see Wise dressed up in a suit? Or is he just gonna show up like how he always does? Wonders under blanket how Sarah Silverman would handle the hard hat line. No idea who Sarah Silverman is, but the idea sounds pretty funny. Am I that old now that like people I have reference for as celebrities people don't know anymore? I'm turning into dust. Sarah Silverman is a comedian. She you would know her as the voice of that little girl from Wreck-It Ralph. The what's her face? The like sidekick girl. Just the voice would be really strange. It would be, but it would be even stranger if they just put her in as a fucking as a character. Sure, Henry, let's get you to bed. Okay. I actually did play an old man in the newest session I did. For something. So I'm getting there. Yeah, Vanellope. They must not be that popular, though, because I know some pretty decently old actors and celebrities. I mean, she was everywhere for a while. Like, she had her own Comedy Central show. She did a bunch of different stand-up specials. She was in movies. She was kind of everywhere, so she was definitely famous. Miss Banshee, this is... Yo, another vampire? Is this gonna be one of the other members of the Mockingbirds or something? This is my companion for the evening. You can tell because he didn't dress up at all. My chauffeur shall take you to the port. What the f... We'll take you to the port and then speedboat you to the party. Ah yes, just like all
Miss
fancy
Banshee,
things.
I believe I've shown you my sincerity. Now how about you?
Sincerity? My presence here is a show of sincerity.
Honestly, would love if we got some older agents and not just they look young but is 137 years old. Give me an agent that actually looks physically old. Yeah, that would be cool. I want like a grizzled old like drunken fist user. That would be cool. Like just an old man who has like a flask, or like, you know, the traditional like gourd full of sake, that kind of thing. That would be cool.
If we're to work together, Miss Banshee, you should drop your pretentious act.
I am well aware of the ways of the Ravenlock family. If I were to come empty-handed, I probably wouldn't even be able to make it out the front door tonight. Since I agreed to come with you, and even brought along my most precious companion. Does that not show my deepest sincerity?
No need for such an off-color joke. Our door is always open for those coming or going.
Our door's always open for coming.
So let's cut the small talk. I know far more about how the Ravenlock family made their fortune than most here.
Ben's cousin from 2.0 would be cool with this fighting style. Oh, if the panda is like a drunken fist user, that would be rad.
I am also well aware of why Hartman, despite such a massive scandal, still remains in power.
Definitely didn't see that joke coming from Henry. Well, that's what they say. You'll never see me coming.
Oh? Do tell.
Exaltists, blessing, sacrifice, Landon. Where would you like me to start?
How did you know that? No, who are you?
Don't be so tense. If I'm not mistaken, it's about time the banquet began.
By the way, everybody, it looks like we're coming up towards an ad. When the ad starts, I'm gonna go get a drink. So I will put the back soon screen on, play some music, go get a drink, come right back. That way, those of you who are not subscribed to me, you won't miss anything, and those who are will get some fun music.
My companion and I are practically famished.
Since this game loves mythological themes, give us an 87-year-old man with an eye patch and wooden stick named Odin and we'll be good. That would be rad.
Perhaps when we've had our fill, we'll remember where the sacrifice is hidden.
You know where the sacrifice is?
So, can we go get something to eat now? And I'm also looking forward to receiving a special dessert from you. We can discuss what you wish to know while
He's gonna be like,
enjoy
are you coming on to me?
Of course. I wouldn't let such an important guest discuss matters
It's
on an
not
empty
working.
stomach. As for dessert, I will prepare it myself, and I guarantee it will satisfy you. I'll come find you later. I wish you a pleasant evening.
Burton hurriedly leaves, and Vivian seems to breathe a sigh of relief.
These kinds of people are exhausting to deal with. I really don't know how Hugo used to put up with it.
Was there a special meaning to the dessert you mentioned just now? I thought he'd stay for
Vivian's
longer,
skills
but
good enough to
he
challenge
left once you
Jane.
said that.
I feel like Vivian didn't know that's how it was coming across, but Jane definitely knows.
Hugo taught me that bringing up dessert in such situations is a way of telling the other party they need to offer more. Fortunately, that old fox Hartman is terrified of losing power.
I feel like if I were on the other end of that and someone's like, yes, you need to give me dessert, I'd be like, Okay. What, you want me to go get ice cream or like brownies or something? If that's what it takes for the deal, then fine, but...
He's definitely keeping the destruction of the sacrifice and the fact that the sacrifice core is fake hidden from the other family members. Otherwise, Burton wouldn't have been so willing to raise his offer. Lord Phaethon, let's find Hartman's study when the banquet is at its busiest.
Alright. I've already taken note of the surrounding terrain. Once more people arrive, we'll enter the garden through the door in the corner of the banquet hall.
Alright. By the way, do you think that I am a little underdressed for this? I don't know. I see what other people are wearing. I feel like maybe I should have worn like a collared shirt or something. But do you have experience in mafia meetings? Personally, no. But I have played all of the Mafia games, and that's pretty much the same thing. Wise can't afford a suit. I feel like he could probably afford a cheap suit. He could probably afford to rent one at least. I think Wise is just, he just doesn't want to dress up.
Wherever you go, I'll follow, Lord Phaethon.
In accordance with the plan, you head deep into the manor after sneaking out of the banquet hall with Vivian.
Isn't this going a bit too well?
Wise and Belle have entered multiple fancy events and always got away with it, so I don't think they need a suit. I mean, look, you can probably go to a fancy event dressed in joggers and a sweatshirt like Wise, and they're not gonna, throw you out. But, everyone is gonna be like, look at that fucking asshole. Dude didn't dress up at all.
The security outside of the manor is really strict, but maybe it's more lax on the inside. Let's assume we got lucky.
However, just to be safe, I'll call Lycon.
Let's check Hartman's recent correspondences for clues. I still have concerns about the sacrifice core.
Bothered me too. I bet Lycon had a full suit ready for Wise if he asked. He'd probably be like, Lycon, can I get a suit from you? Do you have one? Lycon would be like, Master Proxy, I will tailor you a suit, and it'll be ready by tomorrow. Imagine seeing a popular celebrity go into the red carpet with only some flip-flops and boxer shorts. I mean, that's kind of what Adam Sandler does. Dude goes to everything just wearing jeans and a jersey.
Right. Though the core he gave Dina was fake, Hartman might have left a trick up his sleeve and hid the real one.
Then let's split up.
You and Vivian search through Hartman's office for a while but find nothing. Just then, footsteps suddenly come from outside, and in a moment of panic, you hide behind the desk.
Esteemed guests, is the catering at the Ravenlock family banquet not to your satisfaction? So much so that these two distinguished guests felt the need to come to my humble office to scavenge for food. Don't want to come out? Well, after all, you don't have long left. Burton, that greedy idiot, fell for the mayor's trap. But I never expected that he would bring you into my territory.
Adam Sandler knows his acting career is a meme, and dude just joins in on the joke. It's honestly amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's a really weird life choice. I mean, I feel like he's probably doing it right more than a lot of, really esteemed actors, because, he just gets to go on vacation all the time and hang out with his friends and family and be rich, but yeah, it's weird. Alright. So, like I said, the ad is running, so I will be back in a second. Since I'm running long on the stream tonight, I just need to get another drink. I'll be back shortly. You guys can hear the music, right? Just making sure before I leave. Yes? No? Anybody? Yes. Okay. Alright, back in a second. Alright. We all back. We all good. And let's get back into it. Oh. Wrong screen. Okay.
I suppose I should thank him. Otherwise, I would have had to go to great lengths to eliminate you. Vivian, Phaethon, give Hugo my regards. Tell him I shall be taking the wealth and power of the Ravenlock family for myself.
Okay. Cold. There you go.
The bullet. How?
Whoa, who could have guessed Hugo's still alive? Oh my god. But he was definitely dead. Drinking, code red.
Dear Uncle, why must we be so distant with one another? You can just tell me what you want to say directly.
Just keep your dirty rat tail away from me, Hugo.
Hugo! Impossible! You're...
And put on your jacket properly.
Uncle, you must know a Ravenlock will never stop until they get what they want. Did you really think I would be defeated so soon? When I have yet to trample you into the dirt.
You filthy bastard! You only know how to resort to these petty tricks!
Petty tricks?
I was gonna say petty tricks. You were just gonna shoot us with a gun.
Perhaps you'd like to know what I managed to accomplish using this faked death of mine, my dear uncle. Faking my own death. Hope it's all worth the theatrics in the end.
It's like, ah yes, faking my own
It
death.
was just to keep Hartman off my back.
I have to make sure they don't see me. And then Lycon looks up and he's like,
I should apologize at
fucking
some point.
Hugo? Go to where Lycon is.
Guess I'll also bring Lycon along. He's my partner in crime, after all.
So I don't know if you remember...
So strict. Spare me a moment to catch my
if
breath,
you guys
will
remember when Hugo died, I was like, oh, he just like, you know, stuck his hand through ketchup packets or whatever. So like, I knew that this was coming, but also, what if that's genuinely how they did it? That's what I want to know, is like, how did they fake it? Did he just genuinely put a bunch of ketchup packets in his chest pocket and Lycon just like...
You're taking longer to rest than I expected.
Lycon, you think too highly of my physical capabilities. Well, thank you for your cooperation. I must say, if nothing else, at least your acting skills have improved. Why do you look so angry? You should be happy. We pulled that off together with flawless teamwork and managed to fool everyone.
They're supposed to be hiding this as a big secret, and they met in like one of the public areas where everyone could possibly see them, standing in an open square. Like, shouldn't you guys be meeting somewhere private?
Drop your foolish facade.
I'm glad you still remember the code we set all those years ago. And thank you for ensuring your sleight of hand didn't deteriorate. Oh, right. I should also thank the blood bag hidden in my clothes and our other props.
Lycon's like, why do you have a blood bag? And he's like, just don't worry about that. It's definitely not a Capri Sun for me.
Do you remember when we last used this trick? It was probably ages ago.
Sometimes I really don't understand you. Have you never thought about what the consequences would be if I didn't understand your code? If I decided against helping you? Or if I just couldn't control my strength properly?
He's alive. The One Piece is real. Secrets and staying hidden's not really a thing. I mean, everyone knows who Phaethon is. It's true. Is the guy holding blood with vampire teeth that talks like a vampire a vampire? We don't explicitly know if he is a human who is just very, very vampire-y, or if he's a Thyran who's like... Sokaku is like an Oni type Thyran. Maybe he's like a vampire type Thyran. We don't know. But Yes, he's a vampire. The blood bag's emergency food. I mean, it really does seem like he's like, I'm feeling weak, and then like Popeye with the spinach, he's just like, bing, you know. Maybe he does his own blood donations, and we're all just being bullies. I mean, maybe, but they do not like it if you show up with a bag of your own blood, and you're like, here you go, I already did it.
You'd understand it. Of course, if things really did go awry, I had alternative plans. You wouldn't be so arrogant as to think I'd bet everything on you, would you?
You're insane.
Aw, I'm flattered.
Well, that's not what he said at all.
So what exactly is the purpose behind all this? Surely after going to such great lengths to erase your own existence, you don't just plan to hide here and reminisce about the past.
It's Twilight all over again. Yeah, only this time it's a love square instead of a triangle, because Vivian's also in the mix.
Don't try to brush this off. I've already helped you enact your plan. Tell me the truth.
I also don't think anyone's going to imprint on a baby this time, so that's a step up in at least one way.
Don't get your tail in a twist. I have more plans that require your assistance, so naturally I would not hide anything from you. Simply put, as things stand, whether as Hugo Vlad or as Mockingbird, I am doomed to die.
Hugo, we're all doomed to die. Like, that's just how it goes. Everybody dies. No one's immortal. I'll be his blood bag. He can suck you dry.
Seems you've made quite a few enemies.
As a member of the Ravenlock family, I negotiated with Edmund and managed to obtain resources from Tops for my
Except
future
Hugo,
plans.
the vampire.
I also confirmed what attitude they held toward your master, the Mayflower family. Meanwhile, I used my identity in Mockingbird to strike a deal with Hartman and gather information on their collaboration with the remnants of the Exaltists. That's where I got my intel on what Bringer left. Oh, by the way, the crime declaration letter that your dear mayor received, that was also sent by yours truly.
Here's the thing with this part of the story. I think I'm finding it boring because I already knew exactly what was coming from part A. Like, they set it up like this big mystery, but it was pretty obvious that it was going to be like, and then Hugo comes back. So I don't even think it's, like, bad or poorly written or anything. I think I'm just like, yeah, I know. I get it.
He's probably figured that out by now.
Let's
right.
speed it up a little.
Though I'm not sure if he told you.
The mayor learned about the sacrifice attacks through his own means, but lacked an opportunity to take action. That warning letter was precisely what he needed.
You aren't hopeless yet. How delightful.
Chingy's at least 2,000 years old. Which is crazy to think that they've had the technology for androids that long.
In short, I'm more well-informed than your lot because I get around, dealing with all these different important figures. But of course, it comes at a cost. It's only fair. After all, you can't hide the smoke from a wildfire. Rather than trying to carefully tame it and risk setting yourself alight, it's better to let it burn free.
When I helped you put on your little act,
Hugo, what the fuck are you talking about?
In front of everyone, you left the sacrifice core to Hartman. That was intentional too, then?
Oh, yes. And it worked like a charm, didn't it? Now no one cares for me anymore, and all eyes are on Hartman. A perfect situation for keeping the Ravenlock family in check while dealing a cutting blow to the Exaltists behind them.
He's pulled out his thick-ass coin again. Also, I didn't notice this until just now. That glove looks so fucking annoying. Oh my god. He's wearing a glove that cuts off here. What a stupid glove. Might as well just be wearing a glove that's just the fingers. He's wearing like the opposite of a fingerless glove. He's wearing like a gloveless finger.
Another crucial point is Vivian and Phaethon. I must sever any ties they have with me or Mockingbird. Although I feel bad for Phaethon about what happened, but it had to be done.
I feel bad that we made him, watch me die, but it was pretty funny.
That's the only way they would be safe, allowing the plan to continue.
I noticed that you never turned your blade toward Master Proxy. So, those words you said back then were also...
I will bloody my hands. I will carry the weight of my sins. I will become the Abyss.
I will continue to buy trinkets to wear.
Obviously, it was all an act. My acting has always been impeccable, as you know.
Hugo, you're taking such a tremendous risk. Why?
Would you believe me if I said it's for justice? But unfortunately, it's not. I want revenge on the Ravenlock family. And I will make sure that despicable excuse for a human being, Hartman, suffers a slow, torturous end. Of course. I also promised Vivian that I would help her investigate the whole thing with the Exaltists. That's all.
You don't look too good. Is it your wounds?
No. This is the first problem I plan to resolve.
My sickle cell anemia.
Lycon, do you have a place that is sufficiently discreet, quiet, and can take a lot of damage?
Lycon leads Hugo to a small warehouse in Port Elpis. Hugo looks quite pleased with the place. After scanning the area, he sits down, pulls out some rope, and ties himself up. Now please, take advantage of me.
What exactly are you doing?
Don't look at me like that. If I didn't have to do this, I wouldn't.
How did he tie himself up with both hands? Like, he got the first one on, but then what? Because it didn't say Lycon helped tie him up. It said he tied himself up. So he like strapped himself to the chair and then he was just like, I mean, this is gonna be tough. It's like grabbed it with his teeth and like used his feet. Well, that's a whole other fantasy for some people.
Hartman recently obtained a bizarre substance, most likely from those crazy Exaltists. After use, it allows control of the victim's mind. To some extent.
You were dosed with it.
To be more precise, Lycon, I deliberately allowed Hartman to put this drug in my cup to facilitate our previous collaboration.
Why is Lycon, like, dripping with water? Hugo tells Lycon of what happened back in the private suite. The only reason Hartman agreed was because he'd drugged him. After that, every time Hugo and Hartman met up, the latter would always add a small dose of the drug.
After finding out about it, I quickly found someone to help analyze its composition.
I see maybe 5 fetishes here. Really, only 5?
The good news is he gave me a very low dosage. Perhaps because he was afraid I might notice. There's a different medication that can delay its onset, preventing me from actually being under his control. I simply need to put on a show in front of my dear uncle. The bad news is that currently there is no antidote. When I delay those effects, however, they will accumulate and erupt when my body reaches its limit. It may even break my mind.
Make that 6 fetishes.
And that's exactly what's happening now. I need to endure those accumulated consequences. So, I will lock myself in this room for however long that takes. I've tied my limbs to prevent me from smashing this place or accidentally hurting myself.
I mean, bro, we've seen what you can do in combat. I feel like you could break out of that chair real easy.
Anyway, after you leave, do not open this door, no matter what you hear.
I recommend seeking professional medical assistance.
This is advice I received from a doctor. Or are you saying you don't believe I can make it?
Listen, I just want to stop standing under the shower head. I'm very wet, and I prefer not to be. My fur takes a while to dry out.
So, Icon, come find me here at the scheduled time. All you need to do is smile and await my victory.
What if I want to stop you?
You know you won't succeed. You never have. And you never will.
What if I want to stop you? Then just leave me tied to this chair, you fucking idiot.
Well, time is short. Let's begin.
And then Yowie happened. I mean, when it's the wolf and the vampire, that's always what happens.
I understand. Don't die, you stupid bastard.
That feels very out of character for Lycon. That was like a weird, 80s action movie line. He's like, I'm going in, and he's like, don't die, you stupid bastard. After who knows how long. After enduring seemingly endless pain, Hugo finally awakens. The ropes that bound him had come undone, though he didn't know when that had happened. Hugo checked himself over. Thankfully, he hadn't injured himself that badly while he was going crazy. After some time, Hugo straightens out his attire and tidies himself up, then opens the warehouse door.
Is this?
Yo.
Because the side effects haven't worn off
I'm
yet.
fucking high as shit, dude.
Lycon's late.
Huh.
I'm surprised.
So that's what's
Or
in here.
Is something wrong with time itself?
Something's wrong with time
Looks like someone's
itself.
over there.
Hugo,
Might
how
as well
dumb
go
are
ask.
you? Oh. Dude, look at my hand. Crazy. I know what's happening. He pulled a 5-star in Honkai's Star Rail. It's all your fault. Why were you born with those eyes? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. I had made it. I endured for so long, all those years of planning. I was so close. He already agreed. You, go and beg him to reconsider for me, okay? Tell him you'll do anything. Tell him to take me back. No, he won't want to see you now. You can't go in and see him. Mother. Mother. Mother.
All your fault.
What if Hugo just sounded like Buster Bluth? Mother.
I wish I had never given birth to you.
The woman's face is distorted with hatred, as if the person before her is not her child, but an enemy who destroyed her future. She blames all her misfortune on this innocent child.
Everything will get better if you just die,
I
right?
know they're not going to do it, but oh man, would it be crazy if Hugo came out of this memory or whatever, and he looks down and his hands are covered in blood and he's just slaughtered everyone here. And he's like, oh shit, I guess I am a villain.
If you die, he'll come back. We'll have another, more perfect child. One who will inherit the Ravenlock family bloodline. Then I'll be able to escape this pain.
Was this group of humans selectively bred to have elf ears?
So, Hugo, for the sake of Mommy's happiness, just die, okay?
Should have tied him up with more rope. Yeah, or chains or something. Tie him to something more sturdy than a wooden chair.
So, I wasn't awake yet after all.
That's because you don't want to wake up again.
His inner demon is just a bang-boo.
Who are you?
I'm Satan.
I am you. Hidden deep within your heart. You want to kill her, don't you? Your so-called mother.
I mean, that's fair. Golden rule, you know? Treat people how you want to be treated. She tried to kill me. Seems fair.
Every time she beat you without reason, when she tried to gouge out your eyes, when she sold you into that hell, laughing all the while. You wanted to be the one to end her life. Why not admit your hatred? As you are, you can hunt her down and make her pay for the living hell of a childhood she made you suffer.
Not a bad point.
Yes. I hate her. I hate her because she was foolish.
This is a
and
long
shallow,
one.
greedy and stupid. I hate her because she doesn't deserve to be a mother. She did everything she could to try and get into the Ravenlock family, believing she could live a life of luxury without having to do anything and never realizing she was a pawn, discarded from the very beginning. So she chose to blame me. Blame me for my heterochromia. Blame me for my very existence.
Whenever I see heterochromia, I just think of that post where someone posted a picture of someone with it, and they were like, I love homophobia. She chose to blame me for my homophobia.
But I won't kill her, because I know it won't change anything. She was incapable of loving me, just as she is incapable of loving herself.
Have you been brainwashed by that dog? Keeping up the act of being some magnanimous and forgiving fool?
Dude, it would be... if it ever got out to Lycon or any of the other people that, like, his inner demon is just a fancy-ass bang-boo with heterochromia, they'd be like, come on, man. You're taking yourself so seriously, and that's your inner demon?
Don't compare us. I've simply come to understand love or hate. I make my own choices, and they have nothing to do with anyone else.
She sold you to the
Sheesh.
family for a huge sum of money. She used that money to start a new life without you. While she was indulging herself, you were going through hell in the
Inner demon,
Ravenlock
could you
Manor.
talk a little faster, please?
Does it not torment you? Do you not feel the hatred? Do you not want to demand answers?
What answers? You know what happened. Worst part is that ZZZ already has literally shadow versions of characters in the game. Yeah, that's true. During the fights.
Kill her. Only by killing her can you be truly free.
For a long time, I thought the same way. But now, well, I want to make a different choice.
What if he's just talking to himself inside the warehouse and Lycon's on the other side like, the hell's going on back there?
Stop lying to yourself. You never had a choice. This weak-minded thinking will only lead you to failure. Like before, you'll be nothing but a worm, trampled into the dirt by those so-called elites. Do you still not get it? This is how the world is, and always has been. Hesitate and you'll be the victim. If you don't grab your knife first, you'll end up being on the other end of the blade. If you want to change anything, you must first become the one who makes the rules. Just like that woman. The only reason she could treat us that way was because we were weak. So listen to me. Find that woman, kill her, and prove to this world your strength. It's what she deserves.
I'd be like, how is it gonna prove to the world my strength that I just, like, killed a woman? You know? Like, I'm an adult man, she's probably, like, 60-something years old. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the way to go, to be honest.
Why forgive them? They don't deserve it.
I'm not forgiving them. Or rather, I don't care about them. They don't even matter, at least not yet. You know, perhaps the person I hate the most, the one I truly cannot forgive, has never been someone else.
It's been you, my little bamboo soul.
But rather my weak, powerless past self who could do nothing but hide inside a closet and cry. I hate myself for having neither the strength nor the courage to resist. I hate myself for begging for so-called familial love, even after being treated so terribly. I hate that despite the pain of my wounds, I still hope to receive the carrot and not the stick.
Also, where's this conversation taking place? Like, what's happening in the background?
And that me is you. Correct. So, I forgive you. I forgive myself.
You'll regret this, fool. Your pretty words mean nothing. You will ultimately return here to me.
Overall, that was a pretty good scene. It was very well acted. However, why was it a bamboo? Like, that's the weirdest thing. If they had picked anything else, if it had just been a blank screen, just Hugo and a voice, that would have been better. What the hell was that? It's like if in Pokemon, Ash was like confronting his evil self and he's like, oh, you're just me, but scared. And then it was fucking like Pikachu with a hat that he's talking to. You'd be like, what? Why is it Pikachu?
I see. This is still an illusion.
I see.
I wonder who's
I'm
going
still
to show up
high
this
as
time.
shit.
Brother!
Fuck this, I'm going home.
Let's play hide and seek!
Just get in the car and drive off.
I'm already hiding! You'll find me, right? Like you always do!
Serena.
Well, let me look. And there she is.
You're looking in the wrong place.
I thought it was a squid on that chair.
I found an even
Like an
better hiding spot
octopus.
this time. Harder to find than any place you showed me.
Okay.
Hey, Hugo. Do you ever wonder why
Let me zoom in. Alright, here.
I had
I'll
to die?
just for you, Pugs.
It was because of
There you
me.
go.
right. It was because of you. It's all your fault. If only you
I'm going to
didn't
cut off that
exist,
ponytail one day.
I wouldn't have had to suffer.
You can't. That's the source of his power. If you do that, he'll be weak and useless again.
Still looking in the wrong spot.
However, if you make him wear his jacket properly, that'll probably make up for it, so...
I can't believe you still haven't found me after all this time.
Maybe if you stop talking and let me move, I could find you.
Have you forgotten about me?
I don't know. I don't care. Just let me find you.
It's okay. I'll forgive you. I'll still be nice to you, just like before.
This update is really like Metal Gear Solid 4 in Zenless. Like it's like a 17-hour cutscene with like 10 minutes of gameplay.
Yes.
Then tell me, why do good people always suffer? Why is kindness always punished instead?
I want to pull on that ponytail.
Tell me, Hugo.
Gotta get in line, Egg. Everybody's looking for a turn on the ponytail.
Hugo, are you lost?
Oh look, it's my soul. What a cruel bastard. As expected of a disgusting bastard. Lady Serena was so nice to him, yet he's such a bastard. How does he still have the nerve to stay in this house, the bastard? They shouldn't have let that bastard in from the start. Filthy, lowly bastard. Wish they did comic panels for scenes like this. Yeah, I gotta say I'm not a huge fan of having to sit and wait around for the dialogue to just slowly creep through. Curses and insults encircle Hugo, piercing his skin like frozen knives. Like that meme where the girl says something and the knives are going through the guy. The mockery and rage form a wave that crashes through him, threatening to drown him. The air seems to congeal in the silence. It's as if time stood still.
I told you that you would eventually return.
And here we are, 15 minutes later, you're back.
We meet again, my friend.
I told you, I am you. The side of you that you've always tried to deny existed.
Of course. I know. This time it's about Serena. Right?
Yes. Your half-sister. And the only child in the Ravenlock family. Unfortunately.
How much longer do you guys think I have to go on this?
It was my fault.
I don't like the way you blame yourself. Because that means I'm to blame as well. And I don't think I did anything wrong. Your mother sold you to the Ravenlocks. And your father, he saw your talent and wanted to use you
At
to
least
push
an
the other
hour.
children into competing
Jesus, really?
with each other.
Alright.
My brothers and sisters wanted to get rid of me from the moment they first saw me.
In their eyes, you were no
Yo, what's up, Tia?
but Serena. To treat you, a slave, as if you were human.
The news story is interesting to me. I don't know. It's weird because, like, on the one hand, I'm kind of like, yeah, I knew Hugo was coming back. I knew this was where we were going to end up. However, because of that, I feel like it's going really slowly and kind of tedious. Because I'm just like, yeah, I know, come on, let's just move forward. a little faster, you know. But, you know, I'm enjoying it. I just wish it were a little bit more fast-paced.
So, she was
Like, one of these conversations is enough. I don't need to watch the whole Gollum Smeagol argument like 4 times.
They tried to kill me many times, but I was careful.
Definitely felt like an HSR
and they did
story.
Not succeed.
I'll take your word for it. I've not played it.
So they killed Serena, who was weaker.
This part in particular dragged on.
And pinned everything on you.
Well, that's good.
Serena died in your place. Those cruel brats thought that by reporting this to Father, they could use it to get rid of you, a rival who threatened their position.
I am not typically the type to skip through story stuff like this, but I am getting tired of this, so we're just gonna read through it quick. Didn't blame you, praised you for it. The cruel could stand at the top. You were good. Found a perfect opportunity to catch the ringleader. Beat a man to death.
I don't remember that.
Because they said they're merging character stories with the main quest. I mean, that's not a bad idea necessarily, but...
Here you go again, deep down inside.
Why doesn't this look like the inner demon that we get to talk to? Why is it a fucking Bangbu? This version looks way cooler.
The world is... Don't you want to rip them to shreds?
Those brothers and sisters of mine are all dead.
They died by Hartman's hand.
Boring. Is that not power struggles, pitting kin? It's like a curse.
Don't forget.
Saving money for the next patch, 2.0. I mean, it does seem like that's what they're putting everything into.
My dear nephew, no matter how much you deny it, the blood of the Ravenlock family flows through your veins. Survival of the fittest. Only the strongest deserve to live. Only the strongest deserve to rule.
Demons are fighting on which one gets to be the demon.
This is the path of success that has led the Ravenlock family to victory countless times. A blessing and a curse etched into your flesh and blood. As long as you live, you'll never escape the mark of family. You are destined to one day become someone like me, like your father.
No. Don't tell me I'm going to get your weird facial hair. Oh my god.
Is that fear I sense?
Back to this motherfucker.
I won't. You won't. So relax. So, admit it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Lycon. Never thought I'd be this genuinely thankful to see you.
You have 2 demons inside you. One is you, the other one is you as a little rabbit robot.
Means
they're both gay.
Never-ending nightmare is finally
and
over.
They're kissing.
Right?
Okay, so Lycon's blaming Hugo.
I don't want to hear something like that from you. You have no idea what that man, my father, is really like.
A person who stops at nothing for their own interests and ambitions. Just like what you're doing right now.
And what do you think I'm doing this for?
All of this was part of your plan. You knew where the Ravenlock family was going to be, so you set Mockingbird's target there. To seek revenge, you plotted to assassinate your own father, but he was too vigilant, and you failed. After almost being assassinated, your father was furious and locked everyone in the hall.
And what a coincidence that a hollow disaster just occurred in the vicinity. So he used it to eliminate all the unfamiliar faces there, turning them into victims of the hollow. So, the one who killed in it...
You knew what choice an extremist like him would make. and you used the chaos to win. This time you succeeded. You admitted, Hugo. You don't care about anyone else.
Enough. I may hate him for betraying me.
What?
You aren't Lycon, the other me. I've been waiting for...
It seems you've already...
Just as you said, we are ultimate...
How many times do we have to have this conversation?
Because you realize some people live
for that.
Oh my
That's
god.
right, to slay.
I know.
The truth. If you hadn't
I know.
Civilian, you can
Shut up.
Been countless.
So why not?
I wasn't responsible. His schemes to kill. So, of course, whether I refuse to be
You fool. Or are you otherwise? Of course you are right, but you
Like,
stay silent.
I don't want to have to skip all this stuff because I know it's very well voice acted and everything, but
you and
I mean, he talks so slow, especially as the demon, you know? What? Are we fighting in this warehouse? Yo, he caught my hat! Now he has all the power. Alright, well this part's cool. When an EX special attack or ultimate hits a stunned enemy, the Totalize effect is triggered. Okay.
Think about all the injustice you've suffered. If you choose to forgive yourself, you know that.
Letting you consume me would be the real betrayal to myself.
Oh god. Totalize. It's definitely a word. Could use this model the whole time. They could have, but they just thought it would make the point better if it was a fucking bang-boo.
You're too scared to face your true self.
Totalize. Totalize is such a weird word.
Let order and madness dance.
Are you trying to kill me? You think you can just get rid of me? Without me, you are nothing.
For what it's worth, thank you. Don't be afraid. You and I are inseparable. You're part of me, just as I am part of you.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow.
It's not just platitudes. I finally understand now. Some pain only fades when it's seen. When it's
I like that we're fighting inside like a dirty version of the Animus.
So I won't fight you anymore. I won't hate myself anymore. Weakness, hatred, malice, strength, forgiveness, justice.
Oh, that box hit me in the head. Finally, it's time to meet up with Lycon.
Hugo, it's time. Hugo.
Your hat!
Hugo, you...
Did I scare you?
Bro, how did you even end up with all those bruises? Did you get bruises on your face with everything tied down?
Praise for me, my dearest partner.
Just grabs his rat tail and... Ah! What the fuck? Sorry, I just don't know when I'll have an opportunity like this again.
I saw in my dream.
It's the mascara.
Ah,
that makes more
my
sense.
Former partner. You're still as punctual as ever.
Are you sure you are fully recovered?
Yes, I came down from my drug trip and now I'm fine.
How about we fight? And I'll show you how recovered I am.
I refuse to fight someone who is in need of medical attention.
I've fixed up my makeup, so we should be fine. Yeah, that's the thing. The dark circles around his eyes aren't like anemia or anything. He's just wearing a lot of eyeshadow.
How thoughtful. I'm touched. Or perhaps is this simply part of Victoria Housekeeping's professional care?
I'd rather you not starve to death.
Bro, he was probably in there for like an hour. I think he'll be fine.
Not to your liking. I'm fairly certain this is the same kind as before.
Also, if you really wanted to give him some food, there's a place that sells French fries, among other things, like right next to us.
No. I've just gone too long without food. It feels a bit uncomfortable.
Lycon, do you happen to have any blood? That's what I prefer.
Either way, thank you.
Now tell me, what exactly happened in the warehouse?
Just going a bit crazy from... you know what? Were you expecting anything else?
But the seagulls always steal the fries. I'm sure between the two of them they could keep the seagulls away.
But I did have a very long dream. A dream about many things from the past. If I had to put it into words, it would be like giving myself psychological therapy.
Could also buy like 2 orders of fries and then throw one on the ground so the seagulls would be distracted by it.
You seem like you could benefit from some too. How about it? Want to book a session with me? Trust me, I'm a pro.
Seems you really have recovered.
Well, of course. I'm feeling pretty great right now. Like I could argue with you all day on every petty detail of who exactly was in the wrong back then.
I wanted to ask, what you said about Mockingbird before, when you faked your death, was that part of the act?
You mean the part about how Mockingbird has never really changed anything or saved anyone. I didn't expect you to still be so hung up on this. Interesting. After all, it was you who chose to betray
Why did he say it like
Mockingbird.
that?
To betray me.
Interesting.
Just as I said before, I never considered Mockingbird a failure. Perhaps Mockingbird deviated from its origins, but it has its value. You shouldn't reject the things you've done. Or Mockingbird.
I have contemplated this before. Yes. Mockingbird has helped some people and has genuinely managed to cause trouble for those who abuse their positions of power for evil. Yet those in high positions still possess immense resources, and the people we helped remain destitute and suffering, willing to become slaves to those in power for scraps.
Huh. Thank God we don't live in a system like that. That would be terrible.
But just as you said, even if what we did was childishly idealistic and flawed, as little as we actually achieved, even the slightest change is by no means meaningless. Nothing holds more value to me than Mockingbird.
Hugo stares out at the ocean. A gentle breeze lifts his golden locks. The sunlight glances off both his eyes.
All right, let's catch up later. I still have things to do and need to wrap up my plan.
I thought you would rest up first.
As much as I would prefer that. My dear uncle and the Exaltist fanatics likely would not give me such an opportunity. If all has gone to plan, the fish will have taken the bait already. And if everything goes very well, I'll soon have solid evidence of the Ravenlock family's crimes. Well then, thank you for your assistance, former partner. Let's part ways here.
I'll go with you.
Lycon, surely you don't think that because I just recovered, I'm too weak to deal with those useless fools.
Maybe I just want to hang out, Hugo. You ever think of that, dick?
Hartman's actions will disturb the safety of New Eridu. As I serve the mayor, I should intervene.
Very well, whatever. Let's go. And don't slow me down.
Bro, I've got bionic legs. Do you think you're gonna be faster? Don't play coy with me, I know you're not spilling your whole plan. So you kick things off by approaching Edmund from the top's big shots. A bit of an illegitimate child, but still have that Ravenlock family blood running through my veins. I still have that Ravenlock dog in me. Funny enough, this Lord Edmund thinks direct lineage is way more noble than the side branches, which is absolutely laughable. So I played his arrogance to my advantage, and let's be real, I had some juicy intel to swap with these high rollers. But that's Mockingbird's secret. Was the sacrifice core from the mayor's lab your handiwork too? You could say that. The security there is no joke, so I had to leverage Tops for some extra intel. After all, as you know, they've got plenty of moles planted next to your mayor. And it was you who threw the sacrifice core up for auction, to lure in the Exaltist. You knew they'd be all over it. Yep, I embedded the sacrifice core right into the robe of heroes. They actually matched pretty nicely, don't you think? Classic you. Classic you. I heard that after the auction, they found a stash of counterfeit Denny's. Feel free to take wild guesses, but honestly, I think those Denny's would rather be out in the wild than sitting in those hoity-toity accounts. Then you found Hartman and talked him into a partnership, getting your hands on more intel on the sacrifice and the Exaltist. After that, you shot that crime warning letter to the mayor, giving the city a legit reason to spring into action. Yep, that was spot on. Look at you, real genius over here. Maybe we should kiss. In the end, you faked your own death to pull yourself out of the mess, and you used the whole show to redirect everyone's attention to Hartman and the Ravenlocks, keeping the Exaltists on their toes. Hold on a sec. If that's all there is, why did you let Hartman slip you the drug? I mean, you'd have a way to dodge that kind of thing. Lycon, I've got something I've been keeping under wraps. Actually, I've teamed up with your beloved mayor. I also have a bit of a BDSM kink and thought this would be a fun way to explore it. Nani? When it comes to stopping the Exaltists, the mayor and I are on the same wavelength, so we can totally collaborate. What you should be wondering is why he didn't clue you in on this. The mayor must have his own reasons. If you can convince yourself of that, more power to you. Just know, if you ever want to swing back to Mockingbird, you can come beg me. Been laughing nonstop from your abridged reading. Well, good. That's the goal. I'll make sure to turn you down gracefully. Dude, he's definitely looking to get some, like, cussy. He's literally like, "Ugh, come beg for me." Alright, enough chit-chat. We've got bigger things to deal with. This is definitely the horniest patch. Bro, my hat.
I'm sure you've heard about the missing workers from companies under the Ravenlock family, too. Those are Ravenlock's men. The workers with them are the victims who were tricked into going into the Hollow.
Come on, let's get them out of here.
Was it worse than the stream with Lighter, though? I mean, story-wise, there's a lot more horny happening in this one. The Jane one was pretty horny, too, I guess. She tied him up and was like, I'm gonna make you piss yourself. So... You're welcome. So could you tell us what those Ravenlocks did to you before they ran off? They're a bunch of liars. They tricked us into this hollow. They said there was a twink with a ponytail. Oh. Well, maybe they weren't lying. They said they had a job with high pay for us, but they kept avoiding the topic after we got here. Something didn't seem right, so I wanted to leave. But then they showed their true colors. They tied us all up and told us they were going to ship us off somewhere. Cut that long rat tail off. You can't. That's where he gets his power. They didn't make you take any weird medicine, did they? Medicine? No. But it wasn't just us they tricked. Another group went that way. I see. Oh, this is Lycon. I see. Here, take this carrot. There's an exit nearby. You should get out of here as soon as possible. I can't thank you enough. Let's go, Hugo. We must save the rest of them. You sure are eager.
Bunch of nobodies. Annoying as hell. Kill them!
Yo! Mlickle? Mlickle? Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. Is Bellabog hiring? I mean, there's always positions, I'm sure. Yeah, thank you all so much. Sweet Nothing, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I want a job at Bellabog. You know, I'll try and put in a good word for you guys. In fact, if you click that that link I've got pinned, they are hiring for the space program, so maybe you can get in on that. Nixie or Nixley, thank you for following. Coffee Elm, Mini Rosa, Seem was not. Thank you all so much for the follows. How was your raid? Or how's your raid? How's your stream? Hope you guys had a good one. So you're also playing Zenless. Everybody go follow Mlickle as well if you have not already. Thank you all. Welcome in. Sharky Aruo, thank you for the follow. And somebody's name is caught in the middle there. Bucks in 4, the Skibbity Rizzler, and Lemony Snuckle, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Thank you all. If you need to get some drinks, some snacks,
Thanks a lot.
some rest, if you need to raid and run, very much appreciated. Take care of yourselves. And yeah, thank you all. KVN or Kevin 2572, thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you all. And you know, you can sit back and relax, enjoy the show. And yeah, welcome in.
More workers here.
We've just been discussing the tension between Lycon and Hugo and all their, you know, their little flirting. You untie the workers. Who are you? Your saviors. Thank you. I didn't think my saviors were gonna be so flamboyant. I had a bad feeling about that group from the start. I shouldn't have ignored my gut instinct. Did those Ravenlocks do anything to you? Show me on this doll where they touched you. Do anything? Well, we weren't doing as we were told, so they tied us up. And not in the fun way. Nothing else? Good. It should have been me. Oh, right. There was another batch of workers ahead of us. They should be by the roof. Don't worry, I'll handle it. You should get out of here as soon as you can. Let's continue.
Is Hartman behind this, too?
Whoa, why is it so homoerotic? Listen, I don't write this game. They're the ones who made it like this. I'm just continuing the energy they put down. We just came out of the cutscene where Hugo tied himself up and was like,
another resource,
"Yo,
no different from
Lycon."
the ether his company mines in the hollow.
I mean, this is the epitome of, you know, there's a vampire and a wolf inside of you. They're both kissing.
It's different this time. Don't rush in. Let's listen in on what they're saying first. I still need more direct evidence to ensure the plan is absolutely foolproof.
The compensation you promised, it's all real, right? All we have to do is follow you into the hollow for some simple tasks, and you'll give us a huge sum of dennies. Sounds real suspicious.
Shut your trap. You keep yapping and asking questions. If this is all so suspicious, why were you so eager to sign up for it?
That's a good guy to work for. Like, hey, this seems a little sus. And he's like, man, shut the fuck up. Why did you come here if you thought it was weird?
Because I don't have a choice. My daughter was previously caught in the hollow disaster and suffered severe corruption.
Gonna go to bed now. Hope you get to complete the story well. Yeah, get some good sleep, Sharky. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being part of the raid, and yeah, get some good sleep. See you later.
It's the same for me. A serious illness at a senior age. I need the money.
Is he saying he's the seriously ill senior? Or is he saying someone in his family is? Because, like...
Who would risk taking a job like this unless they were desperate? I'll do it. No matter how suspicious. As long as I can get paid, I'll do anything. Even risk my life.
You think those guys are both just talking to each other on those Bluetooth earpieces?
Wait, you people from the Ravenlock family, you're part of a big company in Tops. You wouldn't go back on your word, right?
Don't worry, you'll get every denny you were promised. But before we start, you all need to take this medicine first.
I mean, I can't think of many jobs where someone goes, here, take this medicine and then you can start working, where I'm like, yeah, no, that seems good. That seems on the up and up. Hoyo doing this just to poke at the American health system. Actually, I've never thought about it. What's the Chinese healthcare system like? Is it universal healthcare? Because I know I read a story once where a guy went to China and like he was like, there are literally children on the street. It was like I walked by a kid who had no arms and legs who was just like burning in the sun, and just nobody would help him. Nobody was doing anything. So yeah, I don't know. It's free? Weird. I mean, the American healthcare system's the greatest in the world. I think we all know that. So, clearly this can't be about America. The fierce man pulls out a bunch of white pills and gives one to each worker. Another Ravenlock family member seems a bit doubtful and leans in to whisper.
Bro, should we really be doing this already?
Bro, give me some of those. I've got such a tummy ache.
These workers keep talking. We're wasting time like this. And the sooner they take it, the sooner it'll be over. Consider it an early release for them.
What? You didn't say anything about having to take pills before.
Look, this is good stuff, all right? It'll increase your ether aptitude. There's tons of people who'd kill for something like this.
Exactly! You'll be working in the Hollow for several hours. This is essential medication.
I'd be like, alright, you take some first.
You have to take it before we continue. If you refuse, then you can forget about the job. Of course, you won't receive the compensation either.
Lycon, what are you doing?
Rescuing those workers, of course.
I'm gonna kill them.
There's clearly something off about those pills. We can't let them take them.
Now is not the right time. As I said, we need more evidence to ensure the plan works.
And as I said many years ago, you can't exploit innocence to achieve your goal.
You're always like this, trying to save people. It's so annoying.
So that's how you see it.
If that's not what you want me to think, then explain everything to me.
All right. It's a little complicated, but simply put, these workers will be fine. Of course, it's your choice to trust me or not. But if you try to rush in, I will stop you.
I trust you.
Meanwhile, the workers have also made their decision. Except for the talkative worker, most of them have already swallowed the pills. That's when the arrogant Ravenlock family member finally reveals his true nature, saying, "You think I'd let you run?" while forcibly shoving the pill into the worker's mouth. After clearly capturing everything, Hugo lets out a sigh of relief.
All right. That's the evidence. Now we can go and beat them into the ground as much as you want.
Don't forget, you owe me an explanation.
Don't forget, you owe me $15 for the coffee earlier.
Also, don't overdo it and kill them. Even if they're the worst of the Ravenlock family.
All right, Your Holiness, Saint Lycon.
All right, if you insist.
Why don't you take a guess?
We're the ones here to stop you.
Oh, Lycon with his high standards. Don't kill anybody.
Can't remember the last time we worked this well as a team. Your legs, how are they feeling?
I'm fine.
Your legs, how are they feeling?
To be honest,
fucking gone,
I think I prefer
my
the
guy.
way you used to fight. Let the party begin. You had a lot more aggression.
Let's get it started in Ha, as the Black Eyed Peas would say. Metal don't hurt. Nah, but the stumps where they connect could.
God damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you mess with the Ravenlock family?
Ravenlock. Savor the name while you can, for it will soon cease to exist.
Ravenlock, remember the name.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means exactly what I said. I think this might be good for you. Sever your ties while you can. You still have a chance to walk your own path.
The family's honor comes above all else.
You think those two decided to grow the exact same tiny little soul patch? Or do you think they just both independently grew it and showed up and were like, ah, dude, one of us is gonna have to shave?
Is that really what you think? I saw the compassion on your face just now. You're not from the main family, right? That's why you were assigned to these trivial tasks. But in reality, there's no need for you to keep playing this boring game for them.
I don't have a choice. From the moment I was born into the Ravenlock family,
Dude, you gotta dye your eyebrows a different color, because they are blending in with your skin something fierce.
You always have a choice, if you're willing to act. All right, let's end the small talk here.
If I'm willing to act? What do you mean? I mean become an actor, and then you can become rich and famous and not have to worry about any of this.
Don't worry, Lycon. I didn't hit them too hard, just enough to keep them quiet.
He goes to, like, chop him in the back of the neck and just, like, slices straight through their head. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Lycon. That's my bad.
How's that? My acting's pretty good, right?
As always, a certain someone should take some lessons from you. I'll leave the rest to you then.
Okie dokie.
Lycon's like, who is that? And Hugo's like, oh, that's my wife. Lycon's like, wife? What? You have a wife? He's like, yes, why is that such a surprise? That I would have a wife? It's like, no reason. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now can you tell me exactly what's going on here?
As you can see, that worker just now was actually an informant of
Bro,
mine.
put away your fucking thick-ass coin.
The pills were swapped out with vitamin tablets. Outside of this batch, some workers have already taken the actual substance Hartman has.
I'll be his wife.
But rest assured, the antidote for it is already in development.
Well, he might need
I
another
found the
wife.
best in the field to help, and with the data I collected before, we should have results soon.
I wanted to ask. The reason you decided to lock yourself in a room and endure the effects of the drug, besides getting evidence, it was also to collect data on this drug in order to create an antidote, correct?
It seems you're not completely beyond hope.
I thought you were just being stubborn.
Sometimes I wonder if you know me at all.
I mean, we haven't been hanging out for several years. It's possible you've changed somewhat, you know?
Then I have one last question. Why did you never tell me any of this back then?
The truth is, I heard everything. That entire conversation between you and Jack. Before he passed away in that small attic. When
Okay.
Jack called you aside and gave you those warnings.
The perspective on that looks like Jack could look over and he would just be standing right there. Like, he'd be able to see, like, from his chest down and just be like, what you doing over there, Hugo? You eavesdropping? Like when Piper reveals she's the mother of the smoothie girl from Luminous Square. What? What? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
When he told me you might go down the wrong path?
That's right.
You never said anything.
What would I even do? Scream and rage over your suspicions, or get on my knees and beg for you to trust me? You know there's no way I'd allow myself to do such a thing. Besides, back then, even I was confused about myself.
I kept having these strong feelings for men, and you know, in the Catholic Church they say that's a sin, so I had a lot of soul searching to do.
Jack, he...
In the quality time with her in Lumina Square. Ah, yeah, I haven't done the quality time with really anybody except Ben, so that makes sense that I would have missed that. That's fucking crazy, though. Wow, that's nuts.
It's all in the past. You don't need to explain anything to me. Enough. We should get going. If we're going to reminisce over the past, we should find a more suitable location.
Man. All the skin on my fingertips is peeling off. It's super annoying. But that's what happens when you rock climb. Not HUD Blanco exposing us all as fake gamers. Look, if I were to do everyone's quality times, it would take forever.
Lycon, that incident back then, I didn't do it.
Is this how we're going to find out he's not actually a murderer and somebody else killed the people and it just was an accident? Bro, just leave him as a murderer. Let us have somebody who isn't 100% good.
It was a scheme Hartman devised to take over the family.
Oh my god.
It was Hartman who killed my father, too. I did indeed attack my father, and I thought he was dead. But he wasn't. I couldn't kill him.
After you react just like chat, she laughs at you and says it's a joke. Damn. Fucking played.
And even before that...
Played us.
If I hadn't hesitated, none of what followed would have happened. Even now, I still think they deserve death. But I no longer care to personally deliver that fate. They're beneath me. And I have more important things to do.
I have more important things to do. And those things start with an L.
You.
For a second, I didn't know that was Lycon saying that. I thought he was just like, I have more important things to do. You.
I know we may never agree on that point, Lycon. I once wanted to fight against those ugly truths that defined me, but I discovered that the more I rejected them, the more
still
painful
murderer,
it
just
became.
the nexus point is different. That's fine, I guess. I'm so tired of their weird aversion to making a character like maybe not the best person ever. Like the entire Sons of Caledon, they're supposed to be these bikers who live out in the desert in this Mad Max style world. And they're all like just 100% good guys. And I'm like, why?
So, I could only accept that crazed, hateful, and malicious side of myself.
On the low key agree.
Thanks a lot!
Yo, Scrumgus Bungus, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in.
As long as I know, I will never become like my father, like Hartman. That is enough for me.
I don't know, I get weirded out by media like that, where it's like, should we have somebody who's like maybe not a good person, but is trying their best and is trying to be a good person or whatever, and it's just like, nah, let's just make it so they didn't do anything wrong, and they're good.
You've changed, but I think that might be a good thing.
Oh, and hello, Ginger. Just realized that was the first time I saw your chat tonight, so welcome in.
Don't patronize me. you've changed a lot too, compared to before. I still disagree with Jack's words, and I won't forgive your betrayal. I will walk the path I believe is right, even if I must tread over thorns and through the mud.
Even if I must tread over thorns and through the mud, I will still find a way to get that bussy from you.
But I will also allow you to walk your own path. Lycon.
Should I say thank you?
You're welcome. Come to think of it, we haven't talked about your legs and eye.
It was just an accident, not your fault.
You could never have known that that potato gun was going to fire so hard.
I'm doing well now. I hope you are too.
They tell you to wear eye protection when you're playing with Nerf guns, and now we know why.
On the contrary, perhaps I should be the one apologizing. I misjudged you. I used to think you wanted power, that everything you did was for your own ambitions. I thought you wanted the power to pass judgment on all in this world like a god.
I am a god. I am my own god.
Bro.
Or you could say that in this world, everyone is their own god.
I am a god. I'm your god.
There are many things that we are powerless to change. But there are also many choices we can make.
Call me Hugo-sama.
Just as I said before.
I'll worship him as my
I'm the
god.
only one who can kill me or save me.
I'm glad you think that way.
Alright, so Pugs. If you had to choose... Alright. So, instead of marry, fuck, kill, we're gonna just do marry and kill. Hugo, lighter.
Let's go. I still have one
Take your
last
time.
thing to do. To witness the end of Ravenlock.
You really think you can take my place if I die? Never, you filthy bastard!
Why does everyone keep calling Hugo a bastard? Is it... That must be a weird translation thing where, because he's, like, illegitimate, you know? They're genuinely just calling him a bastard. Because he is. Yeah, I guess. That's just such a weird, like... It's just weird because there's, like, no... There hasn't been that much kind of, like, swearing in this game. So, like, for everyone to all of a sudden just be like, you bastard! But yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's literally a bastard. Right, Hugo has to go. That rat tail is not it. Alright. Fair enough. I kind of figured, but, you know.
Your little tricks mean nothing. As long as the Ravenlock family stands, I can still get back on my feet.
You still don't get it, do you? This was never about avenging my father. And I don't care about taking your place.
I'm taking this pen, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
I didn't come this far just to kill you. That'd be pathetic. Right on cue. Why don't you take a look at this, Uncle?
Look at his face. He's like, hey.
On behalf of TOPS, I'd like to clarify
You,
that we had no involvement in the Ravenlock family's actions. TOPS is officially terminating all partnerships with the Ravenlock family, effective immediately. We will have no further affiliation with them.
Are you crazy? What the hell do you get out of ruining the Ravenlocks? You want to be a petty thief forever?
Thief? Oh, Uncle. Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Don't say it like that. Oh, Uncle. Like, Jesus, dude, have a little decorum.
I'm the name people whisper about. The one who robs the rich and gives to the poor. I'm the master con artist who can fool anyone, anytime. I'm the leader of Mockingbird. The one who turns every headline into my own stage.
He definitely read about Robin Hood and was like, yo, that guy's the fucking coolest.
I have friends who'd catch me if I fall.
God,
Partners
I wish I
who
had
shed
coins.
tears for me, and allies who always have my back.
I don't think you do, because he's probably keeping that coin inside his rat tail.
I am Hugo Vlad. You're the one who needs the Ravenlock name. I never did.
You ungrateful bastard!
Is that why Hugo named
You
his
should have
Bangor
never
Robin?
been born.
Nah, that's just because he's a Batman fan.
You flatter me. Same goes for you.
That rat tail can't hold coins. I beg to differ. Twist it tightly enough. You said to send links to mods by PM before they show it to you, but your mods have whispers blocked. Oh. Well, they didn't used to. Alright, well, what else? If you're not part of the Discord, you can join the Discord and post it in there, and then I can look at it.
You've done well, Vivian.
Just in case.
You had better give me an explanation.
And here I thought this would be a touching reunion. What's with all the anger?
Hugo, I'm a member of Mockingbird too.
You say I'm a member of Mockingbird, but also, like, where are any of the other members? It seems like it's just you two.
And I mourned your death.
Listen, Vivian. I don't want you or the people you cherish to get caught up in danger because of me. I've always been selfish, so I don't hesitate to use you all as variables in my plans. But it is because I am selfish that I also don't want my failures to affect my treasured companions. In any case, if you were in the same position, would you not make the same decisions? Lycon's taking care of everything outside. We should go. Also, Wise, thank you. And I'm sorry for the whole act where I threatened you.
The Piper thing
It was
on
the only way for
Discord.
Hartman to drop his guard against you and leave you be.
Let me
I,
check here.
Hugo Vlad, am forever indebted to you.
Huh. Okay. I see. It's so weird that Piper just always calls herself Lil Ol' Me. Lil Ol' Me could have sworn this is where that daughter of mine works. Interesting. I do need to get around to doing all those, whatever you call them, all those quality times at some point. I think it's cute. I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's not like a bad thing. I just think it's also so weird. Like, imagine if I was going around just being like, lil old me, you know, or if I was like, oh, you know me, I'm tall. Like, it's just weird. But I do like that part of her character, especially because she says it all southern, even though she's not really southern in a lot of her other lines. Lil ol' me. With Lycon's assistance, you successfully leave the Ravenlock family manor and return to the video store.
Master Proxy, although it is late, there is some important intel that I must give you now.
Did you know about Hugo's plan to fake his death and everything that's been happening, Lycon?
Yes, but that's not important.
I was simply playing along. After all, I could not determine whether Hugo's plan would pose a threat to you.
Dear Proxy, the thing I need to ask you about, would you care to be double-teamed?
You are a student of the Mayor's late friend, and I am obligated to protect you.
Bro, that is like... that is the flimsiest connection. You are a student of the Mayor's late friend. So basically just like, you're a student of my boss's friend, therefore I must protect you.
You still have that habit of finding awkward excuses when you're embarrassed.
Mr. Hugo Vlad, if you have any important intelligence to share, please do so with haste. I need to return to rest before midnight.
Why? Are you gonna turn to like a human? Gonna go from a wolf to a human?
You two sure are, close.
See, even Wise is like, you guys are boyfriends, right?
For the sake of a certain old fossil's sleep schedule, I'll keep it brief.
Or just a regular wolf. That would be so weird if he was like, I'm a werewolf. I turned from a regular wolf into a humanoid wolf.
I learned from Camille that Dina intends to embed the sacrifice core into the sacrifice. Apparently, it will make the sacrifice much stronger.
Wow. How'd you put that together?
Sacrifices created this way will not retain their minds and will indiscriminately attack all living beings, including their creator.
Wereman. That's you when you think Lighter's around. Wereman.
So the Exaltists don't do this. It would bring them no benefit. But Dina's concoction can control people's minds. If a person takes the pill and is injected with the serum Landon left behind, the sacrifice would be under its creator's control. Although the dormant sacrifice has been destroyed, Dina found a batch of that serum her father created and wants to create new sacrifices.
Why?
Putting aside the sacrifice for now, Hartman's sacrifice core is fake.
Why does
We don't
anybody
know where
want
the real
more
one
of
disappeared
those?
The real core has always been here.
Bro, if you tell me the core is in that fucking
Lord
coin,
Bacon's
I'm gonna
video
slap
store?
your shit.
Vivian, do you remember when I suggested you give that collectible to our dear Proxy?
I remember. But that was just an ordinary pendant. And I've met the person who submitted it. She has absolutely no connection to the Exaltists.
How about our dear Proxy take out that pendant so we can take a look?
Wise is like, ooh, I threw it away. It's just not really my style, you know? Like, nothing against you guys. I appreciate the gift. It's not for me. Yeah, it's gone. So, after finding the pendant, Hugo takes it and gently presses a hidden clasp. Ah, the sacrifice core. That also just happens to look exactly like a sapphire pendant with diamonds.
I'll take your surprised expression
Glad I
as
had
a
to
compliment for my little trick.
click the button for that.
I will hand over this core to the mayor as agreed, since he fulfilled his promise
giving
to protect
Horcrux from Harry
Vivian and
Potter.
the manager while I was pretending to be dead.
It literally...
I won't go back on my promises.
It literally looks exactly like the diadem of Ravenclaw.
No wonder the mayor would promote rhetoric favorable to Mockingbird. I can't believe I thought he was actually being sincere.
I think the diamonds are just complimentary. Hey, complimentary diamonds. That's pretty nice. Normally
Since
you have
we
to
the
pay for
sacrifice
those.
Core, all we have to do now is stop Dina from using innocent people to make more sacrifices.
Yes. And we need to destroy the last batch of Landon's serum.
Hopefully with no options left, Dina will give up her obsession.
All right. That's the important stuff. I'm going to go and confirm where Landon's serum's been stashed. I'll contact you again once I have something.
What's wrong, Lycon? Weren't you in a rush to get back and rest? You act like you're gonna turn into a werewolf after midnight or something. How are you feeling now? Relax, I'm not kicking the bucket just yet. But you look a bit more run down than before. Your rat tail is disheveled. Just getting over something nasty, that's all. Risking your neck like that wasn't exactly smart. Maybe you should have... Lycon, remember what I said back when I faked my death? For a permanent and absolute victory, we must endure the pain of cutting away rotten flesh and persevere through the darkest hour before dawn. Not wrong, sure, but it was arrogant enough. Instead of playing God and picking who lives or dies, I'd rather just do what I can do. Because at the end of the day, a person can only shape their own destiny, nothing more. Bro, what the hell are you talking about? Diamond being expensive makes no sense. We can make perfect artificial diamonds for much cheaper than mining natural ones. Agreed. Maybe the price is the blood spent on retrieving them. I mean, it is. That's why the marketing for modern diamonds from like the De Beers company and all that shit, they're like, it's not a real diamond unless it was mined. And it's like, I don't really give a shit. I just want it to look nice, you know? When I was buying, or when I was looking to buy wedding rings, or engagement rings, I guess, Etsy has like tons of people who make rings, and they pretty much all use lab-grown stones because they're cheaper, they look better, and you can get exactly what you want. Like, you want a purple diamond, you can do that. You want a red sapphire, you can do that, you know? We got the panda, now we just need a polar bear for the We Bear Bears Club. I mean, listen, polar bear, black bear, doesn't matter to me. I just need a third bear so I can make the ultimate perfect team. Well, I appreciate the compliment. Hugo, you've got a lot of explaining to do. No more secrets. I will. I'll lay it all out, promise. I'll spread myself bare so that you can know everything. After a little chat, Lycon, Hugo, and Vivian say their goodbye and take off. Wise, Hugo sent a message earlier. There's new progress on the sacrifice situation. They found a large batch of unused sacrifice serum. He wants us to be their guide. He, Vivian, and Lycon will be heading into the Hollow to destroy the serum. Oh man, I could have sworn that was going to be the end. But alright, here we go. We're streaming long tonight, boys. They'll release a female bear with just the bear ears like Jane. I'd be totally happy if it was a female bear. I just want it to also look like a bear. I don't want any of that weak shit. We need 3 real bears to make the perfect team. Isn't that just Kaleda? I mean, yeah, really, basically. Dear managers, you're here. Having two Lord Phaethons leading the way for me must be the luckiest person alive. We'll be counting on you two, as, according to my intel, this is quite the large batch of serum. My guess is that Dina wouldn't put all the serum in one place, so we may need to split up. Just to be safe, we'll be counting on both of you to guide us. Once you're both ready, let's head into the hollow. Cocaine Bear Squad. Hell yeah, that's the third bear they should release, is the Cocaine Bear. Perfect. I gotta play as her, I see. That's fine, she's
Landon's stash should be
fine.
somewhere nearby. I did some digging. Some of the missing workers were brought here too. Dina's getting ready to make her move.
Don't worry, we'll clear them out.
We'll have more cats than a team. We already have more cats than a team can fit. Well, to be fair, it's easier to find cats than it is to find bears, so...
Stop 'em!
From a statistics standpoint, I suppose that makes sense.
Better not get my chest hurt.
Some of the serum is stored in this warehouse.
You're not taking anything from here. Hugo, get the guards first.
Wait.
Move, please.
Alright. See ya, David.
Keep your filth.
A bloom.
You just stepped into your own graves.
Touch me. Fools.
I'm here.
Bang! Bang!
Scram before I get angry.
I'll take you. Guess what?
Siren time type that appears the most in the game are the bear ones, all related to Metalbog. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm totally happy to have a team of nothing but bears, and then a second team of nothing but bears. I just don't know that it's realistic. But I'm down for it.
Vivian, prostrate yourself before the abyss.
Prostrate yourself, or I'll do it for you.
More of Landon's serum survives than expected. Fortunately, since they're still here, it means Dina hasn't executed the final step of her plan.
There's likely a lot more stashed around here, and we have yet to locate the missing people. Our actions here won't go unnoticed. Perhaps they're making plans to deal with us on their side.
Ice type polar bear. What's the panda's type? She physical, I assume, like assault damage or whatever.
With Landon and Dina's concoctions combined, she may be capable of creating a sacrifice that obeys her. If it comes to that, this will get far more troublesome.
Nobody knows yet. So either nobody knows or physical defense. Either way. All defense team. They'll be invincible in the tower.
How about we split up? Hugo and Lycon will destroy what remains of the substance around here, and Vivian and I will go search elsewhere.
It's officially out. It was revealed like 5 minutes ago. Okay.
Very well. Let's go with your plan. But be careful if you encounter Dina and her people. According to Camille, she's absolutely obsessed with completing her father's dying wish. Who knows what she may try. Let's part ways here for now. And perhaps the other manager could use EOS to guide us.
Sure. I've been feeling way better these past few days, so just leave it to me.
You say that like you were sick.
It's only now that I realize how fortunate we are to have two Lord Faithins.
Yeah, but I feel like our work's doubled. In the past, Wise and I would only ever work on the same route.
Let me look into this panda thing here. Agent record Pan Yeehoo. Whoa, that was loud. Alright. Okay. Where's icons? Okay, yeah, physical defense, it looks like. Okay. I mean, I would have preferred maybe some kind of attack. I could go with Ben instead of another defense, but you know, that's something. If I have to make a full defense team, I will do whatever I need. Yeah, there's the status for it if anybody wants to see it and doesn't want to search. Yizhuan has a new path and element. What do you mean new path? Like she's not a defense or attack type or anything like that? It's a whole new thing? And the element, I assume, is probably like Miyabi, where like she has her ice fire thing, but it doesn't work the same as ice.
Greater power means more responsibility.
Okay.
And in any case, I'm sure the mayor would be able to provide double compensation. He's a very generous person, after all. Right, Lycon?
I will request additional compensation from the mayor.
It's not about compensation. It's just... I'm still not used to us being separated in the Hollow, so I'm worried about Wise's safety. Oh, but I have no doubt in your abilities. I just haven't gotten used to it yet.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, as a character and like her design, Yizhuan doesn't really appeal to me just because we've seen so many characters who look like that already. But her ink attack thing is pretty cool, so maybe. Knew her power looked too much like imaginary. Guess we'll learn more in a month. Well, alright. As they talk, Vivian stands behind them and suddenly sheds tears as she gazes at one of them. Uh-oh, one of them's gonna die.
This is the future I saw.
Oh yeah, where we grow like bird wings.
Lord Pathan.
Vivian closes her eyes as if making a decision, then grabs a vial of Landon's serum. If a tragedy is inevitable, then let the misfortune fall upon me.
I'm sorry. This time, I will make sure the future I saw does not come to pass. I don't want to bring you misfortune. That's all I wish for.
Oh.
Leave this to me, Lord Phaethon. Give my trust to you. There might be more serum here. Watch me.
How dare you steal from Lady Dina!
I'll steal from whoever I want, including that reverse pumpkin motherfucker. What the shit? He even has like a tiny version of Hugo's briefcase.
There's got to be
Such a
something
weird
inside.
decision to make
Let's
that
try
Bangbu
opening
just Hugo's soul. We don't want the money anymore. Please just let us go. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Just end my pain, please. Dude, some of the NPCs are catching such strays in this. Just genuinely like, what should we name this guy? How about weak missing worker? What should we name this NPC? How about like, I don't know, like weak pussy ass bitch? We're here to save you. Are there any other captives? There were, but they all turned into ethereals. Please just let us go. My friends will get you out. Don't be afraid. Alright, yep, okay. After contacting Hugo and Lycon, they quickly arrive. Eventually decide to have him first take the civilians to a safe place.
It must have been tough for you to find this place.
And there's the old pumpkin.
Vivian, if you had stayed out of it, I wouldn't be so eager to get rid of you.
Those people have been taken to safety. You're all out of options.
They're just mere test subjects. So what if they get away? There will always be people consumed by greed, and therefore, they will come willingly to me. In any case, what are a few sacrifices in comparison to the completion of Father's grand ambition?
Dina, you deceived those people. They didn't come willingly to you. You tricked them, just like Landon did back then.
Deceived? Father gave hope to those who had everything taken from them by the Hollows. Vivian, you once rejoiced at the hope Father offered you, too. Before Father took you in, you were no more than an omen of disaster that no one wanted. It was Father who gave you shelter and a purpose for existing. Do you remember the first time you bestowed a blessing under Father's guidance? How did you feel when that person looked at you with adoration and gratefulness?
I like how she's genuinely like, you should be glad that he brought you into a cult. Don't you remember how awesome that was? It's 1:30 a.m. here, but I can't go to sleep waiting to say some things without spoiling the story. Well, I'm trying to plow through it.
That was the first time you felt hope. Like your existence had a purpose.
Hopefully we'll be done soon. Yeah, it's 12:30 here, so
it was Father who, through what
1
you call
hour ahead.
deception, gave you hope. And you, what have you done?
It's ending.
You
All right.
basked in Father's attention and everyone's adoration, only to destroy everything. Do you think that by leaving the Exaltists, those people will live better lives? Of course not. Those who suffered under the Hollows will only continue on as walking corpses, without the hope Father gave them. Do you really think you're some sort of savior, Vivian? In the end, you're just an ungrateful brat who brings misfortune to those around her. It was you who destroyed everyone's hope.
Didn't she say, like, misfortune?
Not everyone wants to live in false hope, Dina. You say it's because of greed that people willingly become your sacrifices. Perhaps those people aren't entirely virtuous. But that greed is just wanting to live a better life beyond the Hollows. What you and Landon have done was never about giving people hope, but exploiting it. Stop lying to yourself. Deep down, you know what Landon did was cruel.
No.
Back then, when Landon
No,
wanted to
I don't
inject
know
you with
anything.
the serum,
Shut
the
up.
fear in your face was as plain as day. I saw it all clearly.
The
If
same
all
part
of
of the
this
story.
is as righteous as you claim, then why did you make such an expression, Dina?
Looks like we're gonna be racing.
Don't look at me with such pity! Father did nothing wrong. All of this is to make something of the Hollows other than disaster. That's everyone's only hope.
Dina, it's not too late to stop. Stop living in this lie. You know what would happen if a sacrifice loses control and escapes the Hollow. It's not the Hollows that are to blame for those people's deaths, but the hope you keep talking about.
That is merely the
Oops.
necessary sacrifice to accomplish a greater goal.
No one deserves to be a sacrifice.
Your hypocritical magnanimity disgusts me.
I think she said that backwards. She didn't say magnanimity, she said magnanimity.
I can always go and get more test subjects if they've escaped.
Sounds like Amberly
And
Connors.
I will be able to replicate Father's serum with
Could
enough
be.
time.
I don't know.
With you gone, I'll be able to complete Father's gift to the Creator and fulfill his last wish.
Am I right? I don't really know what Amber sounds like other than just when she's directing me. So I really couldn't say. I don't know.
Camille, release the failed subjects.
Lady Dina.
Camille, are you going to do what you did before? You keep saying you'll follow the Creator, but it's all lies.
Lady Dina, the Hollows took my family from me.
I'll look it up real quick.
I understand that there's no way to get back what I've lost. It was Lord Landon who told
See
me
if
that the
it's on
Creator
here.
would guide me. One day, Hollows will no longer be disasters. Everyone will be able to survive inside them. I look forward to the day when this hope becomes reality. I watched you grow up, and I know that you've always looked up to your father. He gives you hope. And I destroyed that hope with my own hands. I know the pain of loss, so I've always felt guilty. I want to atone for the hope I destroyed. But Dina, I don't want to ruin more lives, and I don't want to continue watching you destroy yourself. Vivian is right. Not everyone wants to live in false hope. So, please, stop.
Yeah, they don't have anything on the wiki about who voices her, so I don't know if it's out yet.
Camille, are you abandoning me too?
I'm not abandoning you. I just don't want to see you go past the point of no return.
The point of no return? I passed that point ages ago.
I mean, I'm glad Dina said that, because I was kind of like, I mean, she's already kind of gone pretty far.
No, Dina. You can still turn back. I'll be your way back.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Going, Camille.
I made a deal with Hugo and the mayor. If someone needs to take the fall for this, let it be me. I did it. All of it. I've been forcing Landon's only daughter, Dina, to research how to create sacrifices. I
don't know that
colluded with
this
the
will hold
Ravenlock
up
family for
in
my
court.
own gain.
Under scrutiny, I feel like they will, they'll probably be like, this doesn't add up.
Everything Dina did was under duress. Since I've kept her captive for so long, she doesn't have the skills to survive as an independent member of society. She'll need a caretaker and teacher. Someone who will look after her and educate her.
That's kind of a petty move, though. Be like, I'll take the fall for this, but I'm also gonna get you committed to, like, an asylum.
No! I refuse, Camille! I refuse to accept this!
Dina, I'm going to dispose of those failed subjects.
I won't allow it! You'll die! I won't allow it! You can't leave me. I command you! You've always followed my orders, and you will follow them now!
It wasn't your orders that I've been following. My younger sister, who was stolen from me by the Hollows, also had such beautiful red hair.
Crackpot theory is she's Dina's mom. I mean, look, that's the only way that I feel this makes any sense, why she would do this.
When Landon told me the Creator could bring me hope, you were standing there, right behind him. I was certain, then and there, that this was the hope the Creator had given me. Start over, Dina. You still have so long, so much time. You'll make friends, find people who love you, and make many beautiful memories.
Yeah, I mean, I know she has her reason, but I also feel like the reason is stupid.
That's not what I want! Camille, you're not allowed to die! I won't allow it! I won't allow it!
Goodbye, Dina.
Dina looked just like her deceased sister. Yeah, I feel like that's a thing that happens all the time in Asian media that I have never understood. Like, it's a thing in a lot of anime where it's like, oh, you look just like my sister. I'm gonna take care of you and love you forever. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like if I saw somebody who looked just like either of my brothers, I would just be like, oh, that's kind of weird. But I wouldn't be like, you are now my brother. Like...
And I'm sorry, Vivian. I'll leave the rest to you.
Collectivism? I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's just odd to me. Camille resolutely walks toward the fissure as Dina stares after her disappearing figure. After a moment, she also walks forward. Vivian's about to stop her, but Dina uses the controls to open a container door. Ethereals surge out, blocking the path. I'd be suspicious of my father's actions. That's happened a lot with the rise of 23andMe and stuff like that, where people are like, yeah, my parents are the best, my dad's great. And then they find out, like, wow, I have a bunch of half-siblings that I didn't know about. Bro, what is that bang boo?
Let's go after Dina, Lord Phaethon.
That is the soul of Hugo. If I saw someone that looked like my sibling, I would go, may the power of Christ compel you. Oh. She got fucking snapped.
Are you satisfied now, Vivian? You were the one who brought yourself to this point. You're saying this is all my fault. Losing my father. Losing Camille.
No, I'm not saying that. I am saying losing Camille is absolutely 100% your fault. Your father, that wasn't on you. Exactly. But Camille's absolutely your fault.
I wish you had never come into my life. At first, when Father brought you home,
First time I saw someone just pop in the hollow.
happy.
Yeah, that was weird. She turned into like a just actual video game character and just went like poof. Thanos is like, I'm sorry, little one.
There are so many Exaltists, yet Father never allowed me to get too close with any of them. I never had any friends either.
Maybe that's because you're a crazy asshole.
But when Father brought you back, he told me to take good care of you. That you were my first friend. I was also so happy the first time you took my place in helping Father select a person to receive the blessing. Because it meant you were different from all those other people. You could stay with me. But soon, I grew jealous. You took the attention that should have belonged to me. You even took Father's love from me. It's only because of my ability that Landon... I know, but... Vivian, jealousy is something you cannot control.
Yeah, but you can control how you deal with it. Yo, Tiago, thank you for, I don't have anything to drink. Alright, hold on. Since it's ad time anyway, I'm gonna go do music, get another drink. I'll be back very shortly. Alright. Thank you, Tiago, for the hydrate. Alrighty. Here we are, final stretch. What you drinking? This is a... It's called like Sprite Chill or something. It's a cherry Sprite, and there's some chemical in it that is supposed to make you feel like cool when you drink it. I don't think it really does anything different than regular drinks, but supposedly it's supposed to make you feel like you're being chilled. Menthol. See, that's the thing everybody has asked. Like, in the store when I saw it, my friends and I were like, does it have menthol in it? Like, that sounds gross. It's not menthol, but we don't know what it is. But we looked on the ingredients. It didn't say menthol, so it's not that.
Of course. The same goes for fear and hatred.
I think menthol would probably work better. Like I said, this doesn't seem to chill at all.
I was terrified that one day you would look at me and shed tears. I knew if that day ever came, Father would not hesitate to force the blessing upon me. And when that day did come, I hated you for causing my father's death. Tina, you knew everything about what happened back then, so why are you still defending Landon? And why didn't you tell me back then?
Valid question.
If I had known earlier, maybe I could have found a way. Because it's the only thing that makes me more special than you, no?
Oh, so she's like crazy.
It proves I had Father's trust. I was more useful to him.
Why didn't you ask for help? Why didn't you try to change things? Why are you defending a guy who tried to murder you? Because it makes me special. Okay.
Vivian, you said you wandered without a home ever since you were young, hated by anyone you encountered. You were happy to gain recognition from everyone and help Father when you were among the Exaltists. But in the end, you discovered you were being used, so you felt betrayed and hurt. Then, what about me? All I ever had was my father. I've never known a life outside of the Exaltists. Ever since I was young, my only purpose was to help Father select who was to be blessed.
Who doesn't believe the found family is better than blood? I mean, she clearly got indoctrinated into a cult, so it's not that crazy that she doesn't see what happened, I guess, but usually once you can prove to people that, like, everything someone said is total horseshit and they were going to sell you down the river to save themselves, even people who have been, like, brainwashed will be like, yeah, alright, I see why this is bad. But, like, she's just like, no, it made me special to be his sacrifice.
The only purpose I had was my father and the Exaltists. I've never been taught anything else.
She got brainwashed
Vivian.
hella good.
It is what little value I have, and have ever had. In the end, you took even that from me, and completely destroyed it.
I know, my sister was converted to Mormonism. Oof. That's rough.
You think you're doing good and fighting evil. You've only managed to affect a small part of your world.
You know what I learned the other day that was super weird? The lead singer of The Killers is Mormon. Didn't know that. But there was a song that I heard by them. All These Things That I've Done. It's a really good song. But you know, it's got a lot of kind of religious sort of iconography and lyrics to it. And it's very clearly like he's questioning his Mormon faith, which at the time I didn't know he was Mormon, so I just looked it up and I was like, let me see. And yeah, he's actually like a Mormon, and was like, I don't know if being Mormon is good. But he's still Mormon. And still one of, he's like one of the more famous practicing members of Mormonism, so I don't know. It's a very weird thing where he's apparently made a number of songs criticizing it and being not happy with it, but then also is still like, yeah, I'm still in it though. Heard that over 50% of the CIA are Mormon too. Really? That's weird.
But have you ever wondered if maybe that's all there is to my world?
I guess maybe they make good CIA agents because they're not allowed to, like, drink or do drugs or do anything. So maybe it's like they're always ready.
I never wanted to hurt you. You were also my first friend. And that's why I wanted to save you back then. Save me? You and Camille all talk about saving me. Why don't you understand? To me, loss is so much more painful than death.
Well, then just fucking kill yourself and get out of our lives, alright? 'Cause you're not doing anything helpful here. If you won't let us save you and you're just gonna keep getting us all killed, then just, like, bye, bitch.
Tina, you can start over. Everything Camille did was so you could live on.
They have international experiences from the missions and are obedient. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's leave the Hollow together. There are so many amazing places in New Eridu. This time, I'll take care of you. I've also met so many amazing people. I'm sure they'll love you too. Okay, Dina? Vivian. I can't forgive you. And I don't want to forgive you.
I think that second part's the more important one, because you could forgive me, you just don't want to.
I have nothing left. If what little hatred I do
Honestly,
still
feels
harbor
a
were
little too
taken
similar
from me,
between Ambient Twiggy.
I refuse to be so pitiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't think this story is bad. I think it's a good story. I think it's interesting, and I think it's well written. But it's literally coming off the heels of the exact same story. Like, and it's the same kind of shit, too, where, like, the hero is like, I'm trying to save you, I'm doing what I can, I'm doing everything I can do for you. And the other person is just like, it's too late, I'm too far gone, I don't care, I've been corrupted. And it's like, space them out a little bit, guys, come on.
I won't apologize, Vivian.
I think 1.6 is better. I agree. Which part of that is probably just like the fatigue of we just saw this exact same thing. So I'm kind of like, you know? But Dina closes her eyes and becomes a Resident Evil monster.
I don't want to hate myself. So I can only hate you for killing my father.
Hugo v. Hugo's my new favorite boss fight.
For leaving me.
I mean 1.7. Yeah, 1.7. Yeah, I will say, I mean, the Hugo boss fights are cool just because he does the, like, time slowdown thing, and that looks rad.
That's just the kind of person I am. Hateful and despicable. I refuse to owe anyone anything. I refuse to feel regret. I won't. Vivian, I will keep hating you. I will take all who are precious to you. I will also hate
Damn, she
Camille.
had to go fucking...
So I won't do as she wished and start a new life.
She went brain first into that hollow.
Vivian,
Bummer.
if you had never existed...
Thinking of tipping you off before you stream, but yeah, they did a Jane Doe with Hugo. Yeah, I've kind of figured. That art is sick, though. It really is. I mean, this makes for a good screenshot. Although, the low-res Vivian in the background there, low detail, she looks like a Kirby character. They did it in a much more masterful way, where absolving him makes him an even better character. Yeah, I mean, it's a different thing, because Jane was pretending for her undercover position. Hugo was not really pretending, but he was like living a lie, and then he confronted himself to be like, alright, maybe I don't actually believe this.
Lord Phaethon,
which I think is
please
more
do not
engaging,
interfere.
but...
She was my first friend. I'm going to bid her farewell.
She was my first friend. I'm going to fucking kill her now. Amber's the Sean Bean of ZZZ. Every character she voices dies. I mean, assuming that's Amber.
Dina.
But we don't know for sure.
Lord Phaethon, don't come any closer. Notice me, Lord Phaethon.
Boss fight's okay. Solo Vivian is weird. Yeah, I don't love Vivian anyway, but by herself especially, she's not doing the kind of damage I would want out of a solo fighter. Why did I just get 10 Denny's? That the boss doesn't give Dina vibes. No, I mean, it's just like in Resident Evil where, you know, a boss who has some kind of charisma or personality will turn themselves into a giant flesh monster, and then that's all it is. Favorite attack of her is her chain attack. Yeah, she's definitely supposed to be like a swap-in, swap-out kind of character. Which I guess, you know, for this they wanted it to be thematic and have her not be fighting with anybody else, but... I mean, it's ridiculous. I've gotten through almost their entire health bar, and this is the first stun I'm doing.
Not worth my time. Don't really know.
Yeah, this,
Take my
at
trust
least
dirty
this
little
showed that
kid.
Hugo's able to do some introspection, something that people should do, that many are not doing nowadays. Yeah. Introspection's very important.
What happened? What the...
What?
Vivian!
Lies. Don't come near me. This is my own choice.
Ah, she's also turning into a Resident Evil monster. Well, that didn't explain that.
I will
What?
change the fate I saw.
Vivian!
I just want you to remember me when I looked my best.
Vivian! Careful. Vivian, your body...
I'm sorry you had to see me like this, but I don't want to be the one that only brings misfortune anymore.
No. There's got to be another way.
It's so warm, and the night is beautiful.
Vivian? No. It can't end like this.
What? Yo, what's up, Okami? Welcome in. So, what? Wise can just absorb ether, I guess? Sure. Whatever. I guess. That's so weird. I mean, that was a good scene. I just also was like, what's happening? That was like in Star Wars when Kylo Ren was just like, "Don't worry, I'll save you with my healing powers," and everyone's like, "Okay, sure." Also, you know, I gotta say it. They did not have to animate her titty jiggle like that in the cutscene where she was dying. That seems a little unnecessary. Just to be honest. Prefer Belle's version. I'll have to look it up. Don't worry, Henry, it'll all be over soon. You said, like, it's like you have a gun to the back of my head. You're like, it'll all be over soon. New character has imaginary powers, and the proxies are quantum, the two most important elements in all Hoyo games. Alright. Congrats, you made it to the end. For me, the story was 6 out of 10. In the end, the peak of the story was 1.4. This patch only served to make time for 2.0. Yeah, the writing this patch was... Yeah, I mean, I really did like the first half of this story. Just this part really just dragged on, you know? Like, I don't know, if they had mixed it up a little bit and it hadn't been just straight up, you know, we go through the Trigger story, then we go through the very similar Vivian story, and we do like all of that all in the same couple patches, like I probably wouldn't have such a drag feeling going through it, but alright. Feels as if you had a long dream where you saw your teacher again with her familiar smile. And then it dissolves.
Wise! Wise, you're finally awake.
Why they animated the jiggle. I don't know what's the lore reason for the Exaltus leader to surround itself with just large-breasted women. I mean, that is what cult leaders tend to do, you know. They gather their followers and they're like, "Yes, now we all must have sex with me, the leader. It's what God wants." Never put a gun to your head unless you asked for it. I don't think I'm gonna ask for it right now, at least. Maybe someday. Doesn't have the Genshin effect where they spend the last patch as a filler episode.
I'm at the store. I remember I was with Vivian. Wait, she injected herself with Landon's serum. Is she okay?
Hugo and Lycon brought you out of the hollow. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you woke up.
Screw the prosperity gospel. Now we have the dem titties gospel. Now that it's over, I can finally rest and watch the sun rise on a grateful universe. Good night, Blanco. Thanks for sticking around. Get some good sleep. Sorry to keep you up till 2 a.m.
And you said Vivian used the serum on herself?
But have a good one.
But she looked fine to me, bar a couple of scratches. Hugo sent me a message earlier saying he got her checked over and she was alright. Do you remember what happened?
The situation was dire, so
we were listening
Vivian
to Dire
used the serum on
Straits.
herself to defeat the ethereals. I saw the crystallization process starting to occur. I can't describe exactly what happened. I saw something blurry, but I just wanted to stop Vivian's corruption process.
I can't describe exactly what happened, because that's for a patch like 3 or 4 patches down the line, probably.
I don't know exactly what I did, but then I lost consciousness. What happened after that?
When I led Hugo and Lycon there, it was just you and Vivian lying there on the ground. We couldn't wake either of you.
I wished it away. Pretty much.
Let's put that aside for now. Do you feel any discomfort-wise?
While she was passed out, I just felt like that was a good opportunity for me to, like, you know, press them titties against me, so I did, and suddenly she's fixed.
I'm a bit dizzy, but...
And Belle's like, "Wise?
I'm fine.
I don't
Don't
know if
worry.
I like that. That seems kind of like assault." He's like, No, she stalked me, so it's fine. She wanted it.
Phew, that's good. You should rest for tonight. Hugo and Vivian said they'll come over tomorrow, so we can discuss the details then.
Okay. Sorry for worrying you, Belle. Good night.
This time, there are no strange sounds or sights in your dream, and you sleep peacefully throughout the night.
Lord Phaethon! How are you feeling? No headaches? Leg pains? Heart palpitations? Loss of appetite?
Erections lasting longer than 4 hours?
Vivian?
I was just so worried. Sorry. Anyway, Lord Phaethon, I'm so glad you're okay. What happened this time was all my fault.
Things were dire, and you did what you had to. Plus, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here now.
Yeah, that was the weird thing. They didn't even show what she did. She transformed, and then somehow the other monster was just impaled. I don't know.
So what happened? Wise said he saw the crystallization process start. But I didn't see anything through Eos. Hugo? Lycon? Did either of you guys see it?
Allow me to explain. Miss Vivian told us what happened after she awoke, and the mayor arranged a full medical
Allow me to
checkup for her.
explain. I was watching nearby, but I didn't want to help.
Based on the results, Miss Vivian indeed shows mild corruption sequela. But if the crystallization process had already started, the lingering effects should be far more severe. To be precise, if the process had already reached the point of mass surface crystallization, it should have taken no time at all to become an ethereal. So, the mayor theorizes that it was the etheric energy within Master Proxy's body that affected Vivian's condition and the surrounding etheric particles, causing Vivian's corruption to recede. Essentially, corruption is a reaction between the etheric particles inside the body and in the surrounding environment. Therefore, it's not necessarily irreversible.
It was the pressing of her tits against his chest that was the trigger for his powers.
Prevention.
I mean, pretty much that's what he's saying. It's not necessarily irreversible. Just that currently our mainstream method of defense is prevention. Wise is like, everybody, if you have corruption, just come touch me and you'll feel better.
I'm having a hard time believing that, even if it's coming from you, Lycon. It's almost like you're claiming
so weird to me that they put the, like,
etheric energy.
Important stuff in orange.
Master Proxy, you are special. This is a gift your teacher left you.
Master Proxy, you are special. You have at least 4 women who are the talk of New Eridu, all trying to bone you, plus me and Hugo here, and possibly Lighter as well.
A gift from our teacher. How come I never knew about it?
I don't know all the details, so I cannot explain everything to you. My apologies.
You're a wizard, Harry.
However,
I'm a
Miss
what?
Yixuan might be able to answer some of your questions. She will visit you sometime. Oh, banana! Any questions you may have. She has quite an eccentric personality. If she causes you any inconvenience...
Can I file a complaint about her with you if she does?
Perhaps the orange text is a visual tip/aid for the text skippers. I guess it might be.
Master Proxy, you have always been a people person, so I trust you will handle things just fine.
Jump scare.
The way you said that just makes me more worried.
I spilled my tea on my desk. Oh no, pugs.
In any case, the mayor has asked me to give everyone
Your
his
tea,
most sincere
no.
gratitude.
I'm awake, I'm awake. It's maybe that's just what we should do is periodically I'll set up a timer so every like 40 to 50 minutes it'll just play one of those.
Unfortunately, the mayor could not come personally, but has promised everyone a favor. Provided it's within his means, he will offer his unconditional assistance once. There is no time limit on this favor.
6 hours. Yeah, this is a long one. This is the, I mean, this is definitely the longest stream since we did the October streams, and I was doing all of a Resident Evil game in one go.
Unconditional, What if I wanted his position as mayor?
If that is what you desire, then the mayor and his subordinates will be first in line to vote for you in the next election. As for the other votes, you'll have to work for them on your own. But should you assume office, I hope you take full responsibility for handling all. By sheer happenstance, the mayor has proved...
Yeah, okay.
Old fox.
Well...
The mayor imagined you might have. I have prepared all the necessary documents, and the ceremony expenses will be covered by the mayor as a gift. As long as Master Proxy agrees.
She asking for marriage?
But this matter requires mutual consent and cannot involve.
Stop! I would never do that to Lord Phaethon! At least not today.
As for you,
she's literally
Master
trying to
Proxy,
trap us.
The mayor has some sense of what you desire. He hopes you might speak with Miss Yixuan first.
You trying to, like, she's trying to get us to get her pregnant and marry her? It's afternoon here. Vulcan will have a lunch after the stream and raid. Yeah, definitely get yourself some lunch. And Shantae, get yourself some sleep. The raids are you know, they're probably over for the night. And it's not worth waking up for. That or grab a piece of our clothing. The mayor has stolen several pairs of Wise's boxers for you, and stitched them together into a rudimentary face mask, as you have requested. Okay. Go upstairs and sleep. Ma'am, I am married and have 2 cat children. There we go. Whew! That was a long one. Holy shit. Alright. So I'll leave it up to you guys, because I know this has been a very long stream. We can either do the flower event as well, because I assume that's not going to be that intensive, or I can do that on my own time. It's up to you guys. I'm fine either way. Oh my god. How is there more? How is there more? Sorry, Henry, but I somehow doubt the mayor would do his own stitching. Maybe he likes it. I'm not trying to talk to you. Do on stream, flower events, a nice relax moment after the story. Alright.
It appears the
We'll do
street is a
that then.
geomantic gem.
What the fuck is a geomantic gem?
A spiritual entity? His name is Howl.
No, I was simply a bit surprised. It's rare to find such an
Okay.
Even huskies can be really...
You're right. Yet, being overly intelligent comes at a price. It must stay here for... However, we've strayed a bit off topic.
Partnership.
Nice job. Your bamboo here are also very energetic.
Huh.
Okay.
You even know feng shui?
I suppose this is our first official meeting since parting ways. My name is Yi Xuan.
Mystic? Like those people in movies who... But what's Yuan Kui Summit?
Just an ordinary sect of the mystic arts. Currently, I'm a...
Okay.
So...
I have reviewed the documents provided by the Mayflowers. These abnormalities bear resemblance. If you are willing, I can
better control my
So
abilities.
she's gonna teach us how to...
That's right.
How to use our
Mayflower will
powers.
have you join me for some investigations. Looking at my divination results, this will be a complicated and very likely day. He's still going over the details,
acting
but
is
should have
weird.
more information for you soon. You can wait until then to decide.
Yeah, I mean, she just sounds the same as, like, Soldier 11 and Anby, where they're just very, like, reserved, subdued, kind of straight to the point, you know? Which is fine, like, I don't have anything against that, but I am also kind of like, how many times do we need that character type? Oh my god. How many more times do I have to do this? You said it was over. Stop giving me more.
Please help me check my fortune.
Maybe Soldier and Anby were made to be clones of her. I mean, I'm sure that's like the point, but I'm also like, again, similar to the story we just played, I'm like, why would you do it right after we just did all the clone stuff? Like, it's just gonna feel so derivative.
You have good fortune.
Okay, so she's a fortune teller.
Next, it's my turn.
And...
So this is where you were.
You're here, Wise? Don't worry. I need... Fortune? All gone? Good.
Banish wealth and desire. This isn't the kind of craft you said.
Of course not. I'll take my time showing you the true...
Bro. I don't care. I don't care. Why are you making me learn about her right now? She's not playable. She's not interactable. Oh my god. That's fine. Legit hostage holding. I mean, I don't typically skip things in games like this, but I'm like, I don't give a fuck about Yixuan right now.
The store's right up ahead.
What the fuck? We're doing a hangout with somebody I can't play as or meet? What?
Seems it's closed.
Not necessarily.
Huh?
Relax. I'm an old acquaintance.
What a strange...
Just some things needed for...
I don't
really
care.
Rest assured, I'm not high since we've
don't
already obtained. There will be
care. Didn't they do this with Yanagi and Astra? I mean, possibly. It's a way to hype the new character. Ironically, all it's doing is making me give less of a shit about that character. I think the same thing happened with the characters you're talking about too, where I was like, I just did a whole giant story thing. I don't want to go hang out with these losers that I don't know anything about. You know? Okay. Finally. Finally, it is actually done. Do we have enough for a pole? We do. We have enough for a 10 pole and 2 10 poles on this. Should I go for a new one? Don't think I really need a new one. Yeah, I'll just keep trying to get... I'll just try to keep getting copies, I guess. Alright. Fuck. Sorry if that was loud. Hit the mic. Elbowed it. Alright. Actually, is that enough? It is. Yo! S rank, Agent Gulliver. We got Agent Police Brutality up in here. Two A's. Alright. A Billy who I've maxed out, and I do think I actually need a copy of that Wengeance, so that's cool. Alright. Now enough of that. Got into Hoyo for the Chinese mythology, so give it to me. Yeah, I mean it'll be cool.
Ah, you've arrived.
Alright, flower time.
I wanted to ask you some questions about store management.
Actually, Belle's the one who's been managing the video store for the most part. But go ahead. I'll answer to the best of my ability.
Customers have always loved purchasing carefully arranged bouquets. The flowers glistening with morning dew add beauty to their lives. And that, in itself, is fulfilling for me.
Well, this event's fully voiced. I don't know about fully voiced, but it's definitely got voice acting in it.
Yet lately, a customer mentioned that rather than buying bouquets in full bloom, he wants to spend time with his flowers. However, simple potted plants don't quite have the same
I believe we have one more
aesthetic
part
charm.
that unlocks in 2 days. Okay. So Yixuan's last name is literally just Shifu? Maybe. Or maybe he was genuinely calling her Shifu, you know?
So, I was thinking, perhaps I could create custom potted floral arrangements.
Good idea. And potted floral arrangements perfectly suit Dew Gardening's vibe.
I mean, we did have Master
Since you
Shifu
agree.
and Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, but I would assume a Chinese company making a game about Chinese and all of that stuff, like, they probably wouldn't do that, you know?
Could I have the honor of inviting you
That
to
was
be
made
our
by Americans,
part-time
yeah.
manager and special floral
think
designer
that's the
for the
difference,
next few
probably.
days?
That was abrupt. So, are you gonna be busy with something else?
No, I just don't want
Yes.
to do it.
Spring is here. No self-respecting connoisseur of flowers would dare to miss this season. I plan to travel for a few days and find novel flora for my shop. But the floral arrangement project is just getting started. Pausing it now might let the customers down.
Those earrings are heavy looking as fuck. Unless they're actual flowers. Again, we were just criticizing Vivian Banshee. Yeah, but I feel like Asian people trying to make American-sounding characters are more likely to be fucked up than, like, Asian people making Asian characters, if that makes sense. Like, in the Resident Evil games, people have weird names like Clancy Javis, you know, or there's that famous, like, that old Japanese baseball game where they made up players like Bobson Dugnut, Mike Truck, you know?
As an experienced store manager, you must understand my concerns.
Well, since you asked, I'll do my best to take care of Dew Gardening these next few days. But I don't know how this works. Could you show me the ropes?
As a floral designer, you first need to understand why your customers want flowers and what qualities they're looking for. Some customers may already have a specific flower in mind. If you can guess it correctly, it'll make them even more satisfied.
I also know that Hoyo does Asian names with last name first.
Well,
Yeah,
it's a bit hard to explain.
Makes
Let's do
sense.
a practice round. I'll pretend to be the
I
customer.
mean, when I was in Genshin as Kato Yohei, in-game his name was Yohei Kato. Looking for a plant that may seem unremarkable. Strong, thriving vitality. Evolvulus flowers. Okay. Maybe referring to daisies. Okay. Selecting the customer's preferred component will grant bonus earnings. Right side will display your available flowers. Choose a flower pot first. Alright. Yo. I like this song. Do a wooden pot. And I don't have any say in this, so still need to track you down in Genshin. If you just search on YouTube for the Raiden Shogun quest with the Ghost Samurai and the Yai Miko quest with the Shingo and Kato Yohei brothers, that's where I am. And you can find both of those on YouTube with no commentary. Actually, I like that metal pot. That looks cool.
A combination of simplicity and modernity with no extra lines.
Okay. All right. That was just really slow to keep going. All right. I will continue on. Get every Genshin story quest except Varesa. Probably get around to eventually. Okay. Also challenge again here. Alright, continue business. What? Yo, Harumasa. Proxy, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy flowers too? Nah, bruh, I'm working. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, the shop behind you doesn't seem to have a random play sign. I like that he's like, Harumasa, shouldn't you be at work? And he's like, well, fuck you, bitch. Why aren't you at work? Get off my ass. I'm trying to buy flowers. I see. Then I suppose that makes me a humble logistics staff member for Section 6 now. I was just on my way to pick up the formal attire everyone needed for an upcoming field assignment. Since I'm already out, picking up a plant for a friend along the way and stopping by for a quick chat doesn't seem too unreasonable, does it? Okay. It feels like they would send anybody except Harumasa, to be honest. I wonder, would brightly colored flowers suit them better? Densely arranged, vibrant and full of life, bright and lively. Okay. Can't say much for now, but I have a feeling someone as well connected as you will find out one way or the other. As a temporary manager, you'll make sure the flowers are delivered, even if it's a little far. Wants the arrangement to be dense and vibrant. Roses or sunflowers. You can adjust the density of the flowers using the button on the right. Sparse and dense. Okay. What is the... Said the button on the right. Oh, I see. With red or yellow, all 3 flowers are dense. Well, gotta go for the triple primary color combo. All 3 are dense, and I went with the most expensive plants. So, I think that's a good one.
Sunflowers always follow the sun, just like a loyal heart that never leaves.
What? That doesn't make sense. Sunflowers follow the sun, like a fucking... What did she say? Like a loyal heart that never leaves? Vulcan prefers dense flowers arrangement, almost never use sparse unless the clients prefer it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird to want sparse flowers. You want it to look like there's a lot of them. Wow, such beautiful flowers. If Ryosuke and the others weren't waiting for me, I'd take them home right away. Waking up every day and seeing these vibrant little ones blooming with all its might would be quite delightful. This telescope seems to have quite a long range. After all, since we can't travel far for now, this is the best way to take in distant scenery. Then wouldn't a gift that comes from afar be just what you need? Here, take this, a gift to mark the occasion. Such beautiful flowers. Thank you, Harumasa. That's cool that we get to see what the orphans are up to. I like this type of event because we can spend some time with characters that don't appear much on the main story. Agreed. That's pretty much where Ben lives, so... Told you before, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. Even if they're very likely to happen and ruin everything, you still have to make the most of the present, right? I like how he's like, hey, don't worry about it. Even if you're likely to die of horrible illness, don't focus on that. That'll ruin it. Harumasa. Evelyn. Orchidea seems to be out of the shop. That's right, it's me. Miss Yao's preparing for a shoot, but the photographer suddenly felt some props were still missing. Everyone's busy, and since Miss Yao has her own preferences for props, I was sent out to buy them. I thought Orchidea would be here, but since you're here, it wasn't a wasted trip. Miss Yao and I both trust your abilities. Alright, what do you want? Red and white flowers, metal pot, and additional decorations. Okay, bold, vibrant flowers. Quickly looked at both quests and couldn't find you. So yeah, the for the Kato Yohei part, towards the start of the quest when they're talking to Yai Miko, and then for the other quest, it's when the samurai show up. The one I played is called Fukami. Wow, sparse and dense on that is really not much of a difference on that. Ooh. With red and white. Oh, I see. I can't pick that accessory either. Can I just... Okay. So I get one thing from each section, I see.
A combination of simplicity and modernity, with no extra lines.
Just heard both. That was a higher range voice for you. Yeah, they didn't want me to do too much with them, so they ended up just sounding mostly like me, but they were like, oh, Kato's kind of younger, so give him like a little higher voice. And then Fukami, they were like, yeah, he's like also kind of just like a young man, like a 20-something. But I was like, I don't want him to sound like exactly the same though. So originally for Fukami, I was doing the full-on like, no, Raiden Shogun, you know, that, and they were like, it's a little too low, so bring it up. So then I was in this weird middle range where I was like, no, Raiden Shogun, like, and I was like, but it turned out alright in the end, I think. Proxy, are you available to drive me to Starloop? Bro, what is this? Everybody's coming to buy flowers and also making me drive them home. This isn't how a flower shop works. Eve, you're back so soon. Are the props for the shoot ready? I arranged this bouquet. Not for the shoot, I would have missed the flowers you arranged. Once the shoot's over, I'll definitely take them home. Wish I'd have put them. Love to have them in both my home and studio, but there's only one pot. I'll take good care of it, but it looks like you don't trust me, Eve. How about this? I'll keep it in the studio for a week, and if I take good care of it, then I can bring it home. Manager, can I schedule a time for you to arrange the exact same bouquet again next week? But Wise, you do believe I can take care of the flowers, right? Maybe. Raiden Shogun Act 2 is one of the top Inazuma story quests. Yeah, I was kind of surprised, because, you know, I posted on, like, the Genshin subreddit when it came out, and, like, it got a huge amount of traction for just some NPCs, but also I was surprised how many people were like, yo, the samurai, they were the coolest. And I was like, I guess. New defense character, let's go. You talking about the panda? Yeah, it's time to make the full bear team. Need to finish the shoot by tonight and leave enough time for the magazine team. Starting tomorrow, the venue's been booked. To prove your punctual professionalism and exceptional photography skills. Now, alright, I'm going upstairs. Yep. Hell yeah. I mean, I don't know if I remember each of the ghosts specifically, but it's a touching moment. Yeah, I just remember everyone was like, yo, the Samurai Chad squad. I was like, alright. just need S-rank Ben. That would be ideal. 2 Bens and a panda. This is what peak looks like. Master Proxy, are you helping out at the flower shop? Orchidea, don't tell me she took time off just because my order was too hard to fulfill. What do you need? What do you got? They were classmates?
Spending money always feels so good.
Yo, Turgeman. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 7 months. That's a lot. It's a lot of months. You're 2 away from a stream, baby. Thank you. Isn't it like super late where you are? Or I guess maybe it's super early. I guess you could just be waking up for the day. 8:44. Okay. How's the best bear in New Eridu? I'm doing all right. We've been grinding away here. 6.5 hours. It's a long stream, but I also took like 3 weeks off, so I suppose it's the least I can do. Going through this flower event, and yeah. How are you doing? You waking up for the day? I hope you're waking up and you're not just now going to sleep, because that'd be crazy. As a qualified head maid, arranging flowers to decorate my master's room or adorn a banquet is an essential skill. Then why aren't you doing this, Rena? I like that she's like, oh my god, this is so hard. I wish Orchidea was here, and this is like my 3rd flower arrangement, and I'm just like throwing shit together. I'm like, yeah, this is easy. I got this. Sure, Rena, teach me some stuff that I can then immediately use for your arrangement. Gentle, elegant, rare. Got it. I'm eating salata de boeuf with pampushki. I don't know what that is, but I hope you enjoy it. You did the story? Yes, we did the story all in one go. Took forever. You must choose the flower materials that meet the requirements based on their categories. Okay. Softness has to be greater than 1. So one of these two probably. And then the rarity has to be above 2 as well. Let's use the lilies then, because they're expensive. And you know what? You know what, Rena? You didn't say I couldn't put in more, so you're gonna pay me for more.
Sunflowers always follow
Romanian
the sun,
version
just like
of
a
Russian
loyal
potato
heart
salad.
that never leaves.
And Ukrainian version of sweet yeast-raised bun. Interesting. I mean, the bun sounds good. I don't really know. I don't really eat regular.
You certainly do have a natural talent for this. No wonder Miss Orchidea was willing to hand her beloved dew gardening to you.
I don't eat regular potato salad, so I'm interested to see what this Russian version looks like. Whoa. It looks very different than I expected. Is that like a gelatin? Weird. I didn't expect it to be like a cake. Let me see. The bun thing looks pretty good though. I would try that. Alright. Back in. Finally, new Rena. I think she sounds fine, but yeah, the more mommy vibes are a little gone. Miss her accent. Find their new arena just new, not better or worse, just a choice. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it, like, with any recast, you lose something that made the original special. But I think some of the recasts have been more of a loss than others. I don't like Kaleda and Grace. I mean, Katie was just perfect as Kaleda, and it was going to be impossible to replace her, so it's unfortunate that they tried. And Chelsea did a great job as Grace as well, so it is a bummer.
You think I have talent, Rena? But I don't
wish
think I
they
did anything particularly difficult.
had not done any recasts, really, but
It's because you easily managed to convey both gentleness and treasured beauty in your work, and didn't find it difficult at all. So you indeed have talent. After all, talent and skill are different.
tell us when you're going to strike so we will mourn. I mean, I'm not going to strike unless I'm actually supposed to. You know, like, I think everybody did the thing that they thought was right. I don't fault anyone for going on strike. I don't fault anyone for not going on strike. Because in this case, MiHoYo isn't one of the struck companies on the strike officially, and it's also just, you know, it's a non-union game, so it's not part of it. I do understand, you know, in my situation, I'm more concerned with money at the moment, but a number of my coworkers or castmates were more concerned about security and safety with future things involving AI protections, so they did what they thought was important for them. I did what I thought was important for me. It is what it is. I feel like Hoyo lost more than one. Oh, for sure, Hoyo's lost. They've lost out on a lot.
What you accomplished can be considered communication with flowers.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people saying that, like, any of the new recasts have been, like, way better or better at all. So they haven't won anything in terms of, like, reputation. And also, recasts like this cost a lot of money because you're just having to double back on shit you've already recorded. So Hoyo's definitely lost themselves a lot of stuff. They probably could have avoided losing that money if they just waited for the strike to be over. Or, you know, if they wanted to sign the interim, if they wanted to flip the games to union. You know, Hoyo has infinite money and resources. They could do any number of things, but this is what they chose. Reddit's defending Hoyo and saying the VAs are shit for doing that, which is so puzzling to me. The thing to remember about MiHoYo or any major company and fans is that, you know, people don't want to think of a company or a person who makes something they like being bad, even though that's pretty true for a lot of things. Like, it's harder to name bands from like the 70s and 60s who weren't scumbags than people who were. Like, it's, you know, I love the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Anthony Kiedis is kind of a monster. I don't necessarily feel like we have to discredit all the art somebody makes because they're a bad person. And when you get to companies, it's almost certainly what you have to do, because every major corporation is exploitative, pretty much across the board. And people really don't want to believe that MiHoYo is bad in that way. So instead of going like, okay, well, why are people reacting this way? they just go, well, Hoyo makes the game I like, therefore it's not their fault, you know? So that's what that's all about. And like, people will try to strike, or, you know, people will say they'll boycott something until it's actually time to do so. I've seen it a million times, like with Crunchyroll especially. People are like, boycott Crunchyroll, they recast someone, they did this is some horrible thing. And Crunchyroll is kind of a terrible company in a lot of ways. But then as soon as Chainsaw Man comes out, all of those people who are like, boycott it, they're like, I mean, I'm gonna watch Chainsaw Man because it's so good. And it's like, well, that's not a boycott then. You know? You can't count on fans to genuinely have your back because they don't care about you as a person. They care about the product that they enjoy. And I know that's, you know, a generalization, but it's true. Like, how many people did you see on Reddit being like, if Lycon's VA gets replaced, then I'm quitting the game forever. And now, like, a few weeks later, people are like, I don't know, the new Lycon's pretty good, I like it. You know, it's like, alright, well, you don't have to make a statement and say that you're going to do this thing. Just live your life. But, like, don't be a hypocrite and say you're going to do something and then not do it. You know? So that's what it's all really about, is just like, people want to feel like they're doing the right thing by the people who are making these pieces of art, but then they can't hold themselves accountable to that, and they don't want to do it. So then they end up just betraying those ideals and justifying it in their own heads so that Hoyo's the good guy, voice actors are the bad guy, all of that stuff. It's not ideal. It's not the way I would like things to be, but it is the way that they are. So, you know, I just try to keep my head down, engage with the community in a fun, friendly way, and stay out of the drama, because I know there's going to be no benefit to me to get in the middle and say, well, this person's right, or this person's right, or this is whatever, because, you know, I'm doing what's right for me, everyone's doing what's right for them, end of story. What's up, Magindex? Or, Magindex? Magindex? Welcome in. I know Joe Zieja released an extremely good video talking about this. Yeah, it definitely explained a lot. But as with anything, you know, he tried to explain it, and then bad faith actors took everything from that in order to go the opposite direction and just continue their own points. So it's, at this point, it's such a mess, like nobody's gonna give a shit about the truth. They just want whatever's gonna reinforce their feelings, you know. What boycott? There was a boycott of Crunchyroll a while back, I think, when Mob Psycho 100 recast the main character. And everyone was like, boycott it, it's terrible. And then as soon as they started doing new episodes, they were like, the new guy's pretty good, so I'll just keep watching it. So, I don't know. The gays didn't even ban Chick-fil-A after they did so many bad things. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know. People want what they want, and I'm not even going to say that there's anything wrong with that. No corporation is good to support, really. it's just the reality of what we live in. We're all victims of capitalism. We all have to support people or corporations in some way. But don't make it a big thing that you're not going to do it and then keep doing it. That's where I get annoyed with people. Because, like, I don't care if you shop at Target or Walmart or Nestle or whatever. But don't be like, I'm never shopping at Target again. And then when they're like, hey, this is something you can only get at Target and you really want it, be like, well, it's the only place I can get it, so I'm going to buy it because I really want to buy it. You know, like, then that's not the thing you're saying you want to do. Anyway, you can call me Magin or Mag. I'll just call you Mag, because I didn't. Dex 69. Problem is the conduct of the English VAs. Yeah, I mean, both sides of it I have not been happy with, which is why I've been staying in the middle, because I don't want to take a side. Just want to say, since this is my first time here, love your performances, Ben. Gotta support the Bears. Yeah, go Bears! Thank you, Mag. It's very much appreciated. I love playing Ben. I love Zenless. It's an honor for me to be Ben. It's the greatest role I've ever had, and I'm very, very happy to have it. So, thank you. It's better to be a wallflower in this situation. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Twitter takes it seriously. A VA got driven off Twitter because she ordered a coffee at Starbucks. Yeah, that's the kind of shit where I'm like, at what point do we just admit the internet was a mistake and cut it, you know? It's crazy. I genuinely feel like it would make more sense if people had to put in their ID to use the internet, so that way there is no hiding online. There's no, I'm going to send you a death threat and you can't do anything about it. If you send me a death threat, well, guess what, fucker? It's tied to your license. So now you're going to get in trouble for it, you know? That's the big thing. If you remove the anonymity from the internet, that would solve a lot of those problems. Anyway, rambling rant
Just
over.
as Orchidea wrote in her notes, a floral designer must feel the qualities and personality of each flower and arrangement in accordance with their own understanding, allowing each flower to radiate its own charm.
Apparently the VA got put in a thread regarding politically correct and incorrect ones. Yeah, that's the thing that's fucked up about the internet, is like people can just do that and like ruin your life. One, this will DDoS a lot of people. Do you mean dox? Which, like, yeah, sure, but it also doxes everybody, so, you know, kind of evens the playing field, I'd say. And the state will have an even easier time to keep track of you. Oh, I mean, the state can find me if they want to. It doesn't matter if I have my info online or not. The government can get to anybody at any time if they really want to.
This potted arrangement has achieved that. So, if you're free, I'd love to hear your understanding of different flowers.
I appreciate your guys' support, though. You know, in general, this stream is about having a good time and relaxing and, you know, having fun. But I appreciate it. That's why the only social media I have is Discord. That would be nice. Yeah, that would be good. Unfortunately for my job, I kind of have to have Twitter and Blue Sky and all that bullshit, so I'm condemned to the social media mines.
I've brought snacks. Oh, don't worry. I've already experimented on everyone at Victoria Housekeeping.
If you're doing this quest, does it mean you finished all the story in like 2 days? I finished the whole new story today. It's been just this one stream.
Experimented? What's that supposed to mean?
Just here chilling.
Is everyone okay?
Hell yeah, Mag. Me too. I appreciate Henry threatening me with a good time. Yeah, if you fuckers don't have a good time, I swear to God.
Oh.
My neighbor's cooking some stinky fish and I'm about to die.
Not only is my temporary manager here, but also an old friend of mine.
Less than 6 hours, all the Hugo and the new blonde girl. No, I did the first half of it when it came out. This was just the second half.
A coincidence indeed. If
So,
I hadn't stayed to chat,
I guess I
would have missed
misunderstood.
you,
Yeah,
Miss
I've done it in
Orchidea.
2 streams. Or, well, I guess that first one, it took me 2 or 3 streams to get through that part. Having a great time. My friend gave me a free anime hoodie, and I'm happy. Ooh, what anime? How did you like it? I liked the first half a lot. The second half, I have not been as big of a fan. It kind of just dragged on a lot, and like it was kind of the same story we just had with Trigger. So, this one I was not as big a fan, but it was okay.
Oh, is my previous request causing you trouble?
Solo leveling. Nice. I have not watched Solo Leveling, but I have friends who do. Is anyone else getting static from the game audio? Huh. You said the static is from the game audio, not my mic? Can you get the game audio a bit? I can after
a little
this.
difficult, yes. I've visited several old friends in search of the flowers you mentioned. However, a flower that only blooms in an area that has been repeatedly ravaged by Hollow Zero and then restored, and looks similar to a symbiotic ethereal.
There's static while the game audio is playing. That's weird. When the VA speaks, it's like she is a robot. Huh. Let me try switching the game audio and then switching it back. All right. Tell me if this sounds any better or if it's still staticky.
No one's ever seen such a thing, let alone a tamed one.
It's good. All right. Don't know. Weird.
Lycon and I have been gathering intel as well, but without much success. Our client has failed to find any other way to get close to that gentleman. We can only place our hopes on his favored flower miraculously appearing. There's only 2 days until the banquet.
Scuff.
I hope this doesn't become
Well,
a regret of both Victoria Housekeeping and our client.
Wouldn't be a stream if there weren't scuff.
As expected of Victoria Housekeeping, you're so dedicated to every commission you get.
Right. It's not easy maintaining a near-perfect completion record and reputation.
Wonder if we'll have a character with a bigger porch than Rena's. If we do, I mean, I just gotta pray for their back. 'Cause, oof.
I'll keep an eye out for you. Fortunately, I've already found a temporary manager who's highly reliable. You've seen Weiss's work already, right, Rena? With such a brilliant floral designer here, there's nothing I need to worry about.
Agreed. You are truly astute, Miss Orchidea. Then I'll thank you and our dear guide in advance then.
Also, whoever's voicing Orchidea, because I'm already with her character and voice. Yeah, she's doing a good job. Was Orchidea silent until now? Or is she
The
just
banquet
getting
still
more
requires
attention
more preparations.
from this?
Please contact me if there are any new developments.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's doing good. Are you about to close? Looks like my stand-in manager's worked hard today. A weary Bangbu appears carrying a briefcase and wearing a neck pillow. Dude just got off a flight. Working too much overtime. Since I don't have time to go in for repairs, could you put together some brightly colored flowers for me? I don't know, bro. I think you should probably go to a mechanic or something. I don't think flowers are gonna do it, man. Her hair choice, though. She's very, like, Slytherin coded, the way she looks. Oh my god, overtime, boo. I like when he blinks because you get to see the little tired marks. Damn. I like that she was like, I'm sorry, but I can't sell you the flowers because you don't have the time to care for them. And he's like, please, adjust my workload. That's not possible. I'm gonna die. My boss has been so excited lately, constantly saying if we pull this off, that mine alone will be enough to make us all rich. All he does is make empty promises and assign even more work. Wow, yeah, I mean, that is the straight up definition of a manager. Oh my god. Be heading out now before I fall asleep on my laptop. Fair enough, pugs. If you want to see the ending to this, where the boy shows up, it'll be on YouTube, you know, tomorrow or whatever. But thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you later. Nighty night. Poor overtime, boo. It's working so hard. How about this? Well, I can't sell you a pot of flowers right now. I can give you a few sunflowers. They're just about to bloom. I'll keep you company for a week or two. When you come back, I'll arrange some flowers exactly to your liking. You took care of so many customers today and ran it wonderfully. It is wild how she just showed up and was like... she was like, you can run my store. Lighters here? I can stay awake for longer. No, I didn't... I didn't say Lighter's coming. I meant Ben. Lighter might be in this. I don't know. Susie. Pro images are too plain. Want to buy a pot of flowers. Alright. Yeah, I cannot promise that Lighter is going to show up, so if that's what you're holding on to, I would be wary of that. If Lighter comes by, I will make lose it. You and Pugs are gonna have to fight over him, because Pugs has been feral about it. Accessories over flowers. Oh, so more accessories than flowers. I see. Charm 2. Price under 10k. I see. I was just going to pick the most expensive, but I see. Have to go with that. Yeah, alright.
Sunflowers always follow the sun.
I'm
just
completely
like a loyal
wrong. Lighter's
heart
clearly
that
only
never
mine.
leaves.
I don't know, guys. You might have to be a polycule here. Alright. Susie has gotten her flowers. This... Yeah, I want to continue the real business. Yo, it's Lycon.
Just as I suspected. You're here, Master Proxy.
It's become customary in MiHoYo's games for the protagonist to be automatically jacks of all trades. That's true. One of the other NPCs I did in Genshin was a bartender for some, like, bartending coffee making event.
Please do not misunderstand. I'm not here to rush you to find the flower Rena mentioned. That specific flower requested by the client isn't the only thing required. We must prepare the rest of the banquet as well.
Know that? Yeah, I've played like six or seven NPCs in Genshin at this point. Was it the shop in Sumeru? No, I don't think so. When I recorded for it, it was around the Raiden Shogun, the coffee event in Mondstadt. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. You can make like Starbucks. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I did a couple NPCs in the Raiden Shogun Yaimiko update thing. And then I did a few more later on for I don't think it was Sumeru. The people I played had like Arabic sounding names like Habib and Mahar. So I don't know what region that would have been, but I was just like a few guys here and there. Sumeru? Okay, well then, yeah. But the bartending event was not in that Sumeru update, it was Inazuma.
They're merely decorations, not the focus. There is no need to cater to unrealistic demands.
Your tone seems a little different today, Lycon. I don't quite get it.
My apologies. It appears I've let myself become a bit too relaxed in your presence.
Desert is Egypt themed. I mean, to be fair, I don't play the game at all, so I have no idea what any of these regions look like, other than when I, like, found clips of it for my visual reel.
Though I cannot divulge everything, I don't want you to agonize over those rare flowers.
So when people say, like, Sumeru, Nautilon, Inazuma, Mondstadt, I'm just like, sure.
They require an extremely difficult and specific environment, and are far from easy to cultivate. It is also extremely dangerous to try growing any plants in areas repeatedly ravaged by Hollow Zero.
M6 lighter sounds expensive.
The commission we received is to host a perfect banquet. Our duties do not entail fulfilling our clients' personal wishes through said banquet. Finding that flower is simply an extraneous task. In addition, Rena and I only just found out that our client has not been completely honest with us. His true intentions are...
He's trying to find the plant that makes poppies for his heroin production. It is, which I'm panic hoarding my polychromes. Fair enough.
I think I kinda get it. Though, when I saw Rena yesterday, she seemed a little anxious. Anyway, I trust your judgment.
Good luck, I'm going for his Wenjin and saving like crazy for 2.0 otherwise.
In any case, neither you nor Miss Orchidea of Do Gardening should put yourselves in danger for that flower. Rena and I both concur on this point.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for the panda, but other than that, I don't have anything specific I'm saving for, really. Just saw the Ben thing was nice. Yeah, I'm excited to get to it, because I recorded it not that long ago, and I had a good time with it. I thought it was fun. Oh my god, the panda, yes, I really need the panda. Yeah, I'm hoping for a third bear at some point so we can have the full bear team.
What a coincidence, Lord Phaethon. Hello. Just now, was that?
Yeah, it was Lycon. Victoria Housekeeping has been trying to find a rare flower for their client.
I like that she could possibly mistake Lycon for anybody else. Huh, was that by any chance? Oh, you mean the 6.5-foot wolf man with robot legs? Yeah, it was him.
Then, Is finding that flower also your wish? If so, I can help. Oh, and Hugo too.
Need my panda, aka ZZZ version of Poe and Kung Fu Panda. It'll be interesting to see how he plays.
No need. I heard that it has strict requirements to grow and cultivate, and even looks like an ethereal of some sort. It's a bit weird, but Lycon came just to make sure we don't go searching for it.
I see.
Looks more like the panda from Beastars.
By the way, Lord Phaethon, have you been helping watch over Dew Gardening as of late?
Hope he does kung fu moves. Well, since the next region is supposedly based on, like, Chinese culture, it's not unthinkable.
Could I ask you to maybe arrange a pot of flowers for me?
I was saying I'd like him to be like a drunken fist style user. That would be cool.
Of course I can. What kind of flowers do you want?
I'd be happy just having a pot of flowers prepared by Lord Phaethon. But if I have to say, then maybe could you choose the flowers that represent me in your eyes?
Vivian, you are so fucking thirsty. Okay. You're kind of more that vibe. Obviously, Viola Philippica. Easy there.
Sunflowers always follow the sun, just like a loyal heart that never leaves.
What a weird line. I like that he has the Bellum sunglasses. Vivian's horny for the siblings. She absolutely is. My friends and I have a secret space at Port Elpis, and I'd like to invite you to go see it. Are you inviting me to the garage that Hugo went fucking nuts in? Okay, gotta head out. Need to sleep for work tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of stream. Have a good sleep. Good luck with work tomorrow. Hope it's not too bad. There we go. Didn't know I could play as Ben. At the moment. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. See you around. Get some good sleep. Bro, what? This is your secret space? It's like it's like a tiny little balcony. That's also not really a balcony, it's just like it's just the back of a shipping container. Okay, so Lilac grows flowers. He calls them Nineveh, or her dad does anyway. The friend though. She your type? Forget it, his business is none of my concern anyway. You have a lovely time with the one chair that they have. It's the cringe girl from Lycon's story. Oh yeah, I remember. Proxy, what a coincidence. A mining site near Blazewood was shut down. Okay. What? The biker gang called the cops on miners? See, this is my problem with them. They are not a biker gang at all. They're fucking nerds. She's like, Pulchra was up all night. She can't sleep. Therefore, we called the cops. What fucking biker does that? That's lame as hell, man. They're the kind of bright and passionate flowers that can be planted but also used for jazzing up and decorating my drinks. They're perfect. Bro, I don't want a drink that has a flower in it. Big Kitty seems to be allergic to certain flowers, so some of them won't do. I feel like they're leaning into the fan interpretation of the two of them being like mad gay for each other. The fact that she's calling her Big Kitty is very like very particular. So less than 3 softness. Charm over 4. And no lilies. Whoa, mushrooms. Yo, those look cool. Bright and compassionate flowers. Are these not compassionate? How do I know what a compassionate flower is? I guess that counts. Bummer. Would have made me so much more money if she would have taken that. They're the kind of bikers that ride with the bullied kids and Make-A-Wish.
With no extra lines.
Yeah, I guess. It's just fucking lame, you know? It's cool in real life that the Make-A-Wish bullied kid bikers exist, but that's not what I want out of my fictional biker gangs. I mean, Bernice was horny for Pokra immediately. Yeah, I mean, I interpreted that as like, somebody to fight and like whatever, but then yeah, they've really leaned into it now. Proxy, do you do flower deliveries? I don't want to... Oh, there's Pokra. Buying flowers is so pointless, I'm not going. Proxy, are the flowers ready? You're more like a fish than a cat with that 7-second memory. If you're worried my ride isn't suitable for the flowers, just say so. Wow, they're literally arguing like an old married couple. As for me, I'm a cat tyrant. You're allergic to some flowers. Are cats allergic to lilies or something? I don't feel like that makes sense. Well, well, well. No wonder I, your top-tier VIP member, who you have not seen forever, is here. Jane, my beloved. Alright. Heartbroken maiden offering parting flowers to her star-crossed lover. Okay. Cold, harsh reality cages the girl's love-filled heart. All her romantic sentiments are powerless against this prison. Bro, I don't know. Cats can die from lemongrass, peonies, daffodils, and tulips. I would assume if that's, like, they eat them, though. It's not allergic. If you put it in the air, they will die. Wait, if they're just around those, they'll die? What? Red flowers at the top, pink flowers in the middle, blue or purple at the bottom. Okay. Not me interpreting it as a Seth issue. I mean, I feel like that's fair. If you have a perfume with them. Okay, red, pink. I mean, I really don't have much choice in this. Bottom layer's purple or blue. Yo, I really do love these mushrooms, though. If I could get a planter of these mushrooms in real life, I totally would. They're sick. I mean, I don't have my own place at the moment, but if I ever manage to have a house of some kind, I did think about, like, just doing a succulent garden out in front. Because there's some really cool succulents out there. Like the ones that look like rocks, or there's some that look like eyeballs. They're pretty cool. Jane casually pulls out a sticky note and effortlessly scribbles a line on it. 10 minutes, Ballet Twins Road, enjoy the show. What? Hold up, Jane looks a bit different now. She's already in disguise. She looks exactly the same. What are you talking about? I love you, I really do, but my family, my life, and everything else about me. I don't deserve you, but at least these flowers can stay by your side in my stead. This pot of flowers, it's better than me. It won't disrupt your life, nor bring shame to your family like I would. No, Astral, don't leave me. I don't want to either. You should take these flowers with you. No, I won't listen. This isn't our end. It can't be. The elegantly dressed man refuses to accept the final gift from his beloved. He is not elegantly dressed. He is wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Seems a bit too young for her. Yeah, but also I feel like Jane isn't that old either. She just gives that vibe. But like, what is happening here? Nothing they say is real. Suddenly, Jane's words from earlier comes to mind. If you think I'm not quite hitting the mark, remember to intervene. You, why are you here? No, at least give me some time to say goodbye. You're being completely unreasonable. Fine, maybe you're right, but that was never my intention. I truly love her. Dude, this is... I would not want to be a part of this. Like, if she was like, interrupt me if like it's not working, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. Goodbye. Gentleman's family holds some influence over mining affairs in the Outer Ring. Wow, didn't expect that to immediately show up again with her. My accomplice, I need you to keep our secret. Oh my god, man. Wild. Yo, Anton. Proxy, Orchidea isn't here? That's okay. I'm sure your tastes are just as good as hers. Not for myself. Honestly, I'd rather have a full pot of pretty decorations that don't need any upkeep. If they light up, even better. But I think Ben has something else in mind. He specifically asked me to buy a flower pot. It's our turn, bro. I bet he's planning to start growing flowers. Please, pick the most expensive flowers for him. Bro, what? I'm not the type to be stingy with my bros. Ben's gonna be over the moon when he gets super fancy flowers. Really? Because he's an accountant. He's probably... I don't know. Proxy, are you doubting my judgment? Look, here's the message Ben sent me. Bring back a flower pot. A heavy one. Clear as day. If he wasn't planning to start growing flowers, why would he buy a pot of flowers? Besides, given how meticulous Ben is and his usual interests, suddenly wanting to grow flowers makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Trust me on this. Please arrange a flower pot with all the most expensive flowers in the shop for Ben. As for the pot itself, it has to be metal and heavy enough to avoid getting knocked over at the construction site. Ben is as thoughtful as ever. I've even saved the money I was going to spend on my bro's upkeep. I'm going to be the one to protect the first step on Ben's path to becoming a gardener. Interesting. Metal base. Price over 10 grand. Hey, that should be easy. Ooh. Glowing decorative ornaments. What? It's a glowing decorative ornaments. Okay, so what if I do all decorative ornaments? Is this just... Do I just not have the stuff for this? What if I do the glowing one there? No. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Metal base, butterfly orchid, lamp branch, firefly mushroom. I think I just don't... there it is. That's what I was missing. Alright.
Happiness is like the fluttering shadow of a butterfly.
It's a pretty cool arrangement. These flowers look amazing! I don't know much about the language of flowers and all that, but looking at this pot of flowers really puts me in a good mood. Is this why everyone's so into that floral design thing? Once things settle down at the site, my bro and I will come to learn from you. My bro's great at loosening soil, so he's bound to be a pro at growing flowers. By the way, since these flowers were prepared by you, how about joining me at Brant Street construction site? Everyone hasn't seen you in a while. We've missed you. That's a bit too mushy. Saying things like that really throws me off. But hey, Ben is there too. If you go, you could also explain the meaning behind these flowers. The meaning is you told me to get glowing, expensive flowers. Don't overthink it. Just wait for Ben to shower us with praise. When the big guy sees how expensive the flowers I brought back are, he'll be so touched he might even cry. I don't know that Anton understands these things. I mean, Ben's an accountant. He's probably not like, I need the most expensive flowers. Whoop. So try to stay up less at night and don't skip breakfast. Same goes for you, Kaleda. Did I just wander into like a special event with them? Do you get nagged? I guess you wouldn't call it nagging. Telling me not to stay up late. She could care for me just a little less to be even cuter. Yo, where'd those dogs come from? What that dog doing? Whoa. It's like looking into a mirror.
Proxy! You're here! I was just saying to Big Ben, this flower pot you designed is fire! Yeah! Big Ben loves it.
Was Sayu sick when recording? Sounds like he was mid-kidney stone passing. I don't know.
Right? Ben?
I think it's just because he's supposed to be nervous.
Right. Like I said, the Proxy has a pair of small and dexterous hands, perfect for flower arranging. I love the potted flowers you prepared, Proxy. Just these expenses. I better keep a good record of them.
Really? But you're clearly hiding something from me. You're both terrible liars. So, just tell me.
We really can't hide anything from you. Why would anyone want to buy flower pots if not for flowers?
My bad. I should have explained it more clearly. When I told Anton I wanted flower pots, I really did mean I just wanted the flower pot itself. It's because of these two little troublemakers. They keep knocking over their bowls.
Two little dogs play to the side, biting at each other's muzzles and rolling around on the ground in a mock fight. At the same time, you can hear them whining and knocking things over as if to supplement Ben's words.
I hear that if you have a wild hound at home, you could get a really big, heavy flower pot to feed them. They wouldn't be able to knock it over. So I wanted to buy a heavy flower pot to use as a bowl for their water.
I see. That's why Anton's request sounded so odd. Just explain more clearly next time.
My bad for being too hasty. I'll make sure to be more careful next time.
Just as you're about to set the pot aside, a familiar figure appears.
Oh, are you here on business too, Wise?
Also, hearing your voice while playing earlier gave me a huge sigh of relief with all the VA stuff going on. Yeah, I mean, I have no plans to do anything that will get me cut from the game. So if it happens, it'll be a huge surprise to me. But I appreciate hearing that. It is a weird thing with something like this, you know, like Ben obviously isn't that important to the story at this point, so there's always a feeling in the back of my head of like, is this going to be the last time that I like go in for a session, or, you know, something like that. But yeah, no, it's nice to be able to come back.
Well, I'm actually fulfilling my duties as temporary manager for Dew Gardening.
So
Since
good to
the
hear these
shop
characters
promises to
again after a
deliver
long
flowers to
time.
customers' doors,
Yeah, we
it's
haven't heard
normal
from
for me to take
Anton
on
in
that duty.
forever. Like, obviously I like Ben, I like, you know, being able to play him and hear his lines and everything, but like, he's been MIA forever.
It seems, with your skills and sales, our most expensive flowers will be sold out in no time.
Right. Miss Orchidea. You're here for that, right? We've looked around, but we only found...
Only found...
these two dogs.
The clues Ben found. The two so-called wild hounds are currently whining due to not having sturdy enough food bowls.
Thank you for your hard work. It's not your fault. That flower is truly rarer than I could have imagined. Either way, you have my gratitude. I'll figure it out. Well then, my temporary manager and I will be taking our leave.
Of course! But, would you two mind, you know, when you have time?
Once I'm free, I'll get you guys another flower pot. How does a stone one sound for these little guys?
Sounds great!
It's a blessing you got to voice the character while others were just text. Yeah, it does feel very, like, luck of the draw on that stuff, so I'm definitely glad to have it. Alright. I would continue to the end of the event, but it's almost 3 a.m., so I have to go to sleep, because I'm supposed to be up and ready to go to rock climb at 11. So, thank you all for sticking around. I know this has been a very long stream, but it's very much appreciated. Alright. So let's pick someone to raid out to real quick. Alright. Let's go. Let's go here. Rin Taicho is there. That's all I know. Let me see. I will see about Rin. Just chatting. I want to raid someone who's playing Zenless at the moment. So we'll go for this person. All right. Okay. Thank you all so much. Like I said, I know that was a long one. We will be back Monday for maybe a sponsored stream, maybe God of War. I have to check and see when my actual sponsorship with Zenless runs out, but I think it'll be like a day or two from the stream, so maybe surprise sponsorship, maybe God of War. We'll see. But yeah, thank you all for being in this one for the long haul. And Eniemer, however you say your name, thank you for following. Very much appreciated. Thank you all for being here. I will see you all Monday. Have a good weekend. Take care of yourself. Get